And welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Appreciate you guys joining us here today. It's the NBA trade deadline. It's going to be around 2-ish, I think, Central Time, 2 or 3 anyway. But we've already seen a flurry of activity that we did not expect, which began anyway yesterday with the Los Angeles Lakers making a 3-team trade for D'Angelo Russell, Jared Vanderbilt, and Malik Beasley. Meanwhile, the Minnesota Timberwolves were able to get Mike Conley. The next trade we saw was Josh Hart going to the New York Knicks in exchange for a protected first-round pick, Cam Reddish, Arkadiushanu, and Mikhailuk, as well as the following trade for Jakob Poeltl going to the Toronto Raptors, returns to the team that originally had him as a draft pick anyway, in that Kawhi Leonard trade a few years back. And then we saw the biggest trade of the night. Kevin Durant goes to the Phoenix Suns. Now, that trade was still kind of having the details come out about it, but that seems to be the full details that we learned of as the evening unfolded. 4 completely unprotected first-round picks in 23, 25, 27, and 29 go from Phoenix to Brooklyn, along with Mikal Bridges. You also have Cam Johnson. They left out of the deal Dario Saric. That seemed to be the impetus there for the Brooklyn Nets, is that they did not want to have that contract in that trade as well. They also acquired Jay Crowder, and then there was a pick swap in 2028 as well. Pretty good trade anyway for the Phoenix Suns, getting the best player in the deal, obviously, in Kevin Durant, but they also got T.J. Warren, another guy they're familiar with from his time in Phoenix in previous years. So we'll see how this rotation kind of unfolds there in Phoenix. They basically gutted their kind of wing position, if you will, but they do bring in a couple of wings back with Warren and Durant. Now, both do have their injury red flags going in for the rest of the season. We'll see if they're able to stay healthy the rest of the way, but this is certainly a gamble for the Phoenix Suns. Their title window is literally this season, maybe next season. After that, I'm not sure if their title window is still open, because then they're going to have a significantly older Chris Paul, who's already showing signs of age really affecting his play. You're looking at DeAndre Ayton, who's having a tough time getting along with the head coach there and the current teammates on his roster. Maybe a win-now move like this, bringing in Kevin Durant, will help fix the problem that they have with DeAndre Ayton. But as things stand right now, the Phoenix Suns certainly should be considered a favorite in the Western Conference. In my opinion, this season would be a complete failure if they do not at least make the Western Conference Finals. If they fail to get that far, this is an abject failure for Phoenix to be able to acquire him this season. Now, the one thing I think one of the reasons I think they made this trade now as opposed to waiting until the offseason, I think is Brooklyn just wanted to go ahead and turn the page from Kevin Durant, not wait for all the mess that they're going to have to deal with in the offseason when he inevitably asked for a trade if they were bounced in the first round. But I think the reason why Phoenix goes in and does this is because this gets them at least 2 runs at a title this year and next year with Kevin Durant, with a reasonably productive Chris Paul, if you will, but still gets played off the floor at times. But that final year of Chris Paul's deal is just going to look absolutely terrible. He's not going to be able to stay on the floor, and I'd be shocked if he was still playing significant minutes. But as things stand right now, we certainly have to look at the way the Phoenix Suns were able to orchestrate this deal by having all of their draft picks. They hadn't given any of them away, and so that's kind of where we stand. But we'll see what they decide to do with their next steps here at the deadline. They, of course, still have some pick swaps they can deal with. They have some second-round picks that they could trade to kind of fill out their roster. There's tons of names on the trade market right now, so there should not be a lack of activity. Now, the one thing this does for the trade market, just after the trade for Podol, we thought, Toronto's not going to sell here at the deadline. Maybe it'll be a little slower for deadline day. Well, then Brooklyn says, hold my beer. And they said, go ahead and trade Kevin Durant. I fully expect them to be in full fire sale mode. Imagine what the Utah Jazz did in the offseason, trading away Rudy Gobert, Donovan Mitchell, Bojan Bogdanovic, and Royce O'Neal. I imagine we see something very similar from Brooklyn here over the next few hours. I expect them to probably trade at least one of the pieces that they're getting back in either of the Kyrie Irving or Kevin Durant trades, and it should be very interesting to see which pieces they ultimately decide to keep for the long term. Now, defensively, they have a ton of great defensive wings right now on their roster, so if they wanted to go in the playoff series right now, they'd be great defensively. The question would be who exactly is going to put the to put the ball in the basket for them. I mean, they have Cam Thomas. He scored 40 points in 3 straight games, but before that, I mean, Cam Thompson, who would have been saying pretty much exactly what the Brooklyn Nets fan base would have been saying. I mean, Cam Thomas, even though he's a young up and coming player, etc., he had nowhere near this level of production before those 3 games, and I think that's kind of where the Brooklyn Nets are right now. Is they're trying to, one, see if they can continue this hot streak out of Cam Thomas, and then 2, see what they can get out of those pieces here at the deadline. They did acquire Dorian Finney-Smith, Spencer Dinwiddie from the Dallas Mavericks in the Kyrie Irving trade. I think they could trade one or both of those players. I think Dinwiddie himself is probably going to have a significant market out there now that the majority of the top-end point guards are now off the board or already traded. Looking at the Fred VanVleet situation, as I mentioned, Jakob Poeltl goes to the Toronto Raptors. I'm pretty sure I'm mispronouncing the name, but bear with me. Some of these names are a little tougher than others. But as far as the Fred VanVleet trade possibility, that is very limited right now. I would not expect VanVleet to be traded. I expect them to try to work out a contract extension after the trade deadline. If they're unable to, then he goes into free agency, at which point I think Toronto will still make a very representative offer to him. Now, the other point guard that's on the market right now outside of Spencer Dinwiddie is Kyle Lowry. Lowry's basically been put on the market by the Miami Heat because they realized that they aren't exactly one of the top 4 teams in the East. We kind of knew that all year long. Their recent winning streak kind of fooled the Miami Heat front office to saying, hey, maybe we do actually have a chance with Kyle Lowry. Nah, that was fool's gold, my friend, and I think they finally realized the error of their ways, the error of their thinking, and I think he is available for pretty much the highest bidder right now here at the trade deadline. Now, what exactly would it cost to be able to bring him in? I'm not sure it'll cost a whole lot at all because he has a very exorbitant salary for next season at $29+ million. In fact, I would think a team that's willing to take on a contract like Kyle Lowry might actually have to include assets with it in order for them to be able to bite down on that contract. As good as Lowry is, as far as a professional veteran leader, all those kinds of things, is he still worth $29+ million at this point? Absolutely not. The Miami Heat have a couple of contracts that they need to get off their books. Miami does great as far as bringing in talent through free agency or in the offseason via trade. Getting off the contract of Duncan Robinson and Kyle Lowry would allow them to go out in free agency and try to make some moves. I think that's probably the best way forward for Miami, but they're going to have to offload those contracts in order to do so. Maybe there's a trade in the works where maybe Utah trades Russell Westbrook to Miami in exchange for Lowry and Duncan Robinson, maybe a draft pick attached to him as well to give Utah another first-round pick. But maybe we see something like that. But for the LA Clippers, a team that's interested in bringing in a point guard, we saw the issues they had as a team last night when we did our live for Kyrie Irving's debut with the Mavericks. They were without Luka Doncic, and just watching the way the Clippers play, they try to ask Terrence Mann to be the point guard on this team. They try to ask Norman Powell to be the point guard on this team, and they do great as far as trying to attack the basket, but nobody's trying to double them as they try to attack the basket. They're not opening up players on the wing, getting wide open shots for their teammates. That's where a great point guard would come in and solve that problem for them, being able to get them into a productive offense. You see Tyronn Lue constantly shouting out sets. When they don't do that, they just play iso ball with Paul George, with Kawhi Leonard, and when those guys are in foul trouble or hurt, then they ask Marcus Morris to do something like that as well. They just need a point guard in there to come and kind of make that offense a lot more cohesive. That's been an issue now for the last 3 years since Kawhi has been in LA. But we'll see how things work out here at the deadline. I expect them to try to bring in a point guard. As I mentioned, Spencer Dinwiddie was brought in by the Brooklyn Nets in that Kyrie Irving trade. I think that would be a great piece for them to go out there and acquire here at the deadline. Dinwiddie's a very good point guard, over 40% shooting from three. He's a great attacker of the rim anyway, and so that would give the Clippers, I think, exactly the juice that they need to go into a playoff series and be able to beat pretty much any team out there in the West. I think the most dangerous team out there, of course, is still Golden State. I mean, when you have a team with Steph Curry when he's healthy, Klay Thompson when he's healthy, Draymond Green, Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, and all those guys, that's a very dangerous lineup. We haven't seen too many teams be able to hang with them in the postseason. And I think once Steph Curry comes back, that team is going to be right or just as good as they were before. But to me, they're still the most dangerous team out west, even after the Kevin Durant trade, even after the D'Angelo Russell trade to make the Lakers better, even after the Kyrie Irving trade to make Dallas better. I still think the class of the West is the Golden State Warriors. Now, the best team right now, by record, is the Denver Nuggets. They have been the best team in the Western Conference all year. The one issue for them is, do we trust them in a playoff series, and do they have enough depth at the point guard and center spots to be able to withstand any injuries at those positions? Now, Jamal Murray is coming back from a devastating injury, basically getting his first big minutes of this season anyway, 20-plus points per game, but they're asking him to do a lot right now without much depth behind him. Bones Highland is probably their best backup point guard at the moment. He's being dangled out there on the trade market. I wonder if they're able to bring in a backup point guard to be able to fill that role for them. I think that would really go a long way to making them a more legitimate contender, because that would make them a deeper team. Right now, they're very top-heavy right now at the top of their roster with Jokic, with Murray, with Porter. Outside of that, they got some great production out of KCP, but there's not much else on that roster to point to and say, hey, that's another reason why we're going to win, because of the depth we have at this position or that position. They brought in Bruce Brown from the Brooklyn Nets in the offseason. He's been a nice player for them, but he hasn't exactly moved the needle for them. But I still think they need some depth at the point guard and center spot, and that seems to be what they're looking for Bones Highland in return. But we'll see, what they end up doing. But as I mentioned, is when we get to the playoffs, what exactly is this team going to have that's going to make you fear them going into a playoff series? They have Nikola Jokic, in my opinion, one of the MVP favorites this season, along with Joel Embiid and Luka Doncic. But as long as you stop the other players on that team around Jokic anyway, I think there's a real chance that you can win that playoff series rather handily against the Denver Nuggets. The other top team out in the West right now is the Memphis Grizzlies. They've gone a real big backslide over the past couple of weeks. They lost Steven Adams due to injury recently, and they've had their issues as far as getting into altercations, to say the least. With the LA Lakers sideline, with the Indiana Pacers, etc. Maybe it's just something in the water there in Memphis, but they are a more physical team, I will say that. But they aren't necessarily scary in a playoff series. I mean, who's going to knock down a shot for them to win a game? I mean, they have John Morant. I really like him as a talent, but to me, he's not necessarily a scorer. He's just a great all-around talent. I think if I'm a team defending the Grizzlies, I try to shut down John Morant, and then from there, I think that team is very limited offensively. They have Desmond Bane, who's an offense-first player. He's a guy that can knock down a shot, but he's not somebody I'm counting on for 30 points a night or 25 a night or even 20 a night at this point. They do have Dylan Brooks, but he's entering his final year. Curious to see if they hang on to him through the deadline. The model for the Grizzlies is they don't really invest in free agency. They like to make trades and kind of churn that roster a little bit. So I wonder if there's a trade in the works here on the deadline for Dylan Brooks, probably maybe even reinvesting that asset somewhere else. But the Grizzlies don't exactly strike fear into anyone. I don't really trust them in a playoff series, as I mentioned. The Clippers, we just talked about them. They are a point guard away from being a legitimate team in the West right now. We saw the issue that they had against the Mavericks last night. I think a point guard would solve a lot of their issues right now. John Wall is not the solution there. He was in street clothes last night. He is likely to either be bought out or traded. My guess would probably be a buyout, unless they need his contract for salary matching purposes here at the deadline. John Wall would be a nice fit in Dallas, honestly, as a backup point guard. Somebody to kind of give them that third guard off of the bench. Other teams that still need point guard depth could look to John Wall in the buyout market as well. Now, the buyout market is going to be heavy with centers. I think there's going to be some centers moved today, but I think there's going to be quite a few that are ultimately decided or ultimately not moved and then bought out by their teams. Right now, you have guys like Naz Reid, JaVale McGee, Mason Plumlee, Rashawn Holmes, among several other centers, Mo Bamba from the Orlando Magic, that are on the market. Not all of them are going to be moved today by the deadline, and that's why I expect the buyout market to be a little bit more active for the centers on the when we get to the buyout market next week. But the trade deadline is today. We'll be live through you guys through the trade deadline all the way till probably about 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon, breaking down every trade as it happens. We had the big trade as last night anyway. We started off the top anyway, talking about Kevin Durant and T.J. Warren going to the Phoenix Suns in exchange for 4 unprotected first-round picks, a 2028 first-round pick swap, as well as Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, and the big piece for them, Mikal Bridges. Now, one thing we're going to discuss while we wait for some of these trades to kind of start happening today, we're going to kind of go through each team, see what they're looking for at the deadline, what their options are, what they can ultimately end up doing here, and then we'll kind of do some trades, kind of figure out, what trades could they actually make here at the deadline, and then see what we can do, see if we can get some trade activity going today. Usually around the deadline, on deadline day, around 10 o'clock is when we first start seeing the first activity of the day. So that'll be in about an hour and a half here Central Time. So that's when we'll kind of try to do all that for you guys, try to get all that done before that. And then hopefully we finally get some actual trades. If we do get trades during our live here, we will take a quick, short little 30-second to a minute-long break, make a quick video, post it on our YouTube page. That way all those people who are having to work today can check out that 15-second little blurb about the trade and then can join our live and join the conversation. So again, don't be afraid to send us a chat, say hello, let us know where you're watching us from, who's your favorite team, trade ideas that you have. One site that we've mentioned in the past that you can use to kind of keep up to date with things as far as print would be hoopsrumors.com. One place that you can go to kind of make your trades and then send them to us in the comments section or on one of our comment sections of one of our videos is fanspo.com. But without further ado, let me kind of pull up my screen here for you guys. This is hoopsrumors.com. Basically, this is a good site to kind of keep up to date, give you a little bit more in-depth analysis as far as, the different machinations of the trade, who's involved, their stats for the year, that kind of a thing. But who has time to read a long article every single time? So go ahead and just hit that subscribe button and join us here at the Upside Sports Network, and we'll give you that short little snippet. Like I said, short 15-second to a minute-long video. We try to put those out and break down every single trade, and then we try to do a long format video to kind of give you the full breakdown as far as what does it mean for their future, what does this look like for 3 years down the road, what does this look like as far as the draft pick capital that each team is going to acquire, what does this look from a contract perspective, free agency dollars, cap hits, all those kinds of things, and then ultimately on the floor, what does it look like? Now, we saw last night Kyrie Irving take the floor with the Dallas Mavericks, but that was without Luka Doncic. They certainly were a more fast-paced team that they had been all year long. That's something I think Kyrie will really bring to this team. They really didn't have a speed element to their game before. And Josh Green, wow. That's one guy for the Dallas Mavericks that really needed to have his more playing time. I mean, Dorian Finney-Smith, nice player, good defensive player, but Josh Green has really exploded over the past couple of days. We saw him score 29 points on Monday against the Utah Jazz in a very much a team win for the Dallas Mavericks without a lot of their pieces in the lineup. He was one of the driving forces in that game. And then against the LA Clippers, he was making an impact on both ends of the floor, blocking shots, stealing ball, on-ball pressure. He was great on offense as well. He was bringing the ball up the floor, taking pressure off of Kyrie. He did everything for the Mavericks. He is a star in the making for Dallas. Look at the way the Dallas Mavericks are using him right now. This reminds me of a guy who comes into the NBA as kind of a ho-hum prospect. That's kind of the way Kawhi Leonard came into the league. And then he slowly develops develops one really good, important aspect of his game first. That was his defense. That's the way Kawhi did it as well. Kawhi developed an offensive game. Green is certainly developing his offensive game. Dirk Nowitzki has worked with him a lot as far as his three-point shot as well. That's certainly improved. He could be the next OG Anunoby, the next Kawhi Leonard, guy that develops. Kyle Kuzma as well, another guy who's developed very nicely over the past couple of years. But what a find the Mavericks have right now in Josh Green. They got to be counting their stars right now because of how good Josh Green has been over the past couple of games. And it looks like this is sustainable for him, just how his activity level on the defensive end of the floor and on offense. absolutely invaluable right now for a team that's very limited as far as wing depth. I expect the Mavericks to make some type of move at the wing, whether that be offloading a contract of Tim Hardaway Jr. or bringing in another piece or trading out Reggie Bullock. Bullock had a nice game last night against the LA Clippers, but back to the point about the Clippers originally. We saw the issues that they had in the game as far as needing a point guard. So keep your eyes peeled on what the Clippers do here at the point guard position today. Reggie Jackson, they tried that at one point. That didn't work. Norm Powell drove to the basket a lot, but he's not exactly looking to pass when he gets in there. He's looking to score first. He doesn't really have the vision of a point guard to kind of drive and kick. And bringing in a point guard who's able to finish at the rim and still be able to see those passing lanes and be able to get wide open shots for guys on the wing, that's going to be invaluable for the Clippers once they get to the playoffs. And I think that's one place where they could really improve if they made some type of move like that. But that's kind of where things stand right now. The other site that I mentioned was fanspo.com. We'll go ahead and pull up the main page here anyway. You can pull up posts and look up different trade proposals, look up new ones. You can see, let me update this page here, that's not recent. There you go. All right, so this trade, you can kind of see how they're trying to work out the deal with the Brooklyn Nets still in the system, but the trade is not official yet, which is why it is not official on this site. But you can see how the Brooklyn Nets are expected to trade some of their pieces that they acquired. They have a lot of wing depth right now. Mikal Bridges has immense trade value right now. I think they could get at least a couple of first-round picks for him in trade. I'd be curious to see what the Nets' plans are here at the deadline. Is their plan to go ahead and offload as many pieces as possible, or is there a couple players that they would like to hold on to until the offseason? Say like a Ben Simmons or Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, etc. Cam Johnson is expected to be an RFA after the year. Maybe they're able to extend his contract before that, or when they get to free agency, they can still hold on to his rights and match any offer that he gets in free agency. Another trade here that you might want to keep an eye out for is John Collins. We might see him being moved here at the deadline. I think that Atlanta would really like to get off of that money. $25 million for the next 3 years after this year for a player that's shooting 25% from three has been an eyesore on that roster. Doesn't get along with the two star players on that roster right now in Trae Young and DeJounte Murray. Struggled to get along with his head coach as they've struggled to find a role for him in that offense. And his numbers really have taken a nosedive this year. We've seen him kind of become a little bit of a cancer in the locker room as well, basically saying, get me out of here. I want no part of this team. This team is blah, 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 blah. You can fill in the blanks there. But John Collins is a guy that absolutely needs a change of scenery. The question is, what asset is are the Atlanta Hawks going to have to attach to him to get him moved? If you're expecting John Collins to be traded for just a second round pick or something like that, I think you're fooling yourself. That is one of the worst contracts in the entire sport. As much talent as John Collins has, his head is not on right. He's not being able to perform right now. And what exactly is he bringing to a team right now? I mean, he's not bringing three-point shooting. He's not bringing intensity, heart, hustle, all those kinds of things. He certainly could bring those things after the trade. But again, you're talking about the value that he brings right now. You can't say with certainty what John Collins is going to bring. And for $25 million per season for the next 3 years, I want some type of certainty. That's why I would need at least some type of significant asset back. Not just a second-round pick attached to Collins. I'm talking about a first-round pick or multiple assets attached to John Collins, maybe an A.J. Griffin. But that's one contract I think is an absolute eyesore right now in the NBA. And I think anybody saying that John Collins, is going to be traded for, a role player on their team, I think they're fooling themselves. I mean, what team is going to take that risk? I understand that the Phoenix Suns are interested in bringing him in, maybe seeing what they could get out of him at the 4 or 5 position anyway, going smaller going smaller as with their lineup, putting Collins at the 5, taking Ayton out of the game when Ayton is played off the floor. I get that role as far as him being more athletic in that way, but he doesn't necessarily bring you anything on the offensive end so far this year. He does have talent, I will say that. That's the one saving grace for John Collins, is that the reason why he's not being looked at as having to attach 2 first-round picks to John Collins is because he still has some talent left in him. But I'm saying to you right now, if a team trades for John Collins and they're expecting, 20 points a game, shooting 40% from 3, pleasant guy in the locker room, team first guy, that's not the guy you're trading for. Right now you're trading for a guy worth $25 million per season after this year for the next 3 years for a guy that's shooting 25% from three, that doesn't get along with the stars on his team, always wants the ball in his hands on offense because he's worked with teams in the past that don't find a role for him offensively. So you're going to have to find out some type of offensive plays for him. He's going to be a guy that requires plays to be called for him as opposed to giving him the ball and letting him to create the play. He can't create his own shot. So what exactly are you willing to give up for a guy that fits that description? That's going to be the question here at the deadline. I'm sure the Atlanta Hawks would love to not have to attach assets to him, but I think they're going to have to if they want to get that money off of that roster. Another guy the Atlanta Hawks could move is Bogdan Bogdanovic. He's got a couple of years right now left on his deal, and he hasn't exactly been what they had hoped for. Injuries have kind of played a part of it, but he just hasn't meshed well ever since the trade with for DeJounte Murray. He's seen kind of his minutes dwindle. Think of the way Kevin Huerter was used last year with the Atlanta Hawks. That's the role they envisioned for Bogdanovic going into this season at least, and he hasn't exactly performed as well as Huerter did in that role, and that's why I think they're willing to move a player like that. Now, there was some rumblings anyway that the Mavericks would be a team that would have interest in him. I think with them already having Tim Hardaway Jr. on the roster for them, I think that's already two very similar type of players right now, even though I'd say Hardaway's a little bit better defender. And I don't think Dallas would have any interest in something like that. But teams need shooting here at the deadline. He will be one of the sought-after shooters here. How much will it cost to be able to bring him in? Probably a couple of second-round picks, salary filler going the other way. That might be might ultimately be what he is traded for here at the deadline. One other thing I wanted to mention about the LA Lakers, the trade they made last night for D'Angelo Russell, Jared Vanderbilt, and Malik Beasley. They only gave up one first-round pick in that deal. They absolutely fleeced the Utah Jazz, in my opinion, in that trade. Timberwolves didn't do so bad, in my opinion. They got a point guard back, they got a bench scorer back as well, and they got 3 seconds out of it. So not a horrible trade for Minnesota, but certainly the Lakers got the best end out of that deal. They still have one first-round pick that can deal here at the deadline. So if they see a piece out there that they absolutely have to have, that they want to push towards the playoffs and make a run at a title, I think there's a way to a trade being made. They have contracts to move as well in Lonnie Walker and Patrick Beverley. They can be aggregated together for salary matching purposes in a trade. So we'll see which way ultimately the Lakers decide to go, or do they hold on into free agency with that first-round pick and make a move in the offseason. But with LeBron James, you never want to pass up on an opportunity to improve the roster. How many more great years does LeBron have in him? I'd imagine at least a couple, in my opinion, but you don't necessarily want to wait until it's too late in order to make those moves because, again, LeBron is not getting any younger. I think this is a chance where you could really make a move this year to make a run at a finals, especially when you have a guy like LeBron on your roster. There is a lot of room or a lot of opportunity, anyway, for the Lakers to improve rapidly here at the deadline. But some other trade ideas that have been posted. We've seen a lot of DeAndre Ayton over the last couple of days. There's some rumors about a DeAndre Ayton for OG Anunoby swap. That would make a lot of sense before the Kevin Durant trade. It still makes some sense afterward because it still gives them more wing help. They gave away a couple of wings, a couple of defensive-minded wings as well in that trade to Brooklyn to be able to bring in Kevin Durant. But then what do you do at the center position if you lose DeAndre Ayton? You'd need a center back in that type of a move. They have Biyombo there. They have Layman, I believe, as well as his name. I can't remember his name. Blonde-headed guy. I can't remember his name. But anyway, they have some depth at center, but nowhere near the level of play of DeAndre Ayton. So you'd need a center back in that type of a trade. What kind of assets do you still have to make a trade for OG Anunoby? I think that the Phoenix Suns would probably have to attach an asset or two to DeAndre Ayton to be able to bring in Anunoby. And it's going to be an interesting deadline for sure. But let's kind of go over to our trade machine here. We're going to just kind of run down the list of teams here. Let's start at the top with the Eastern Conference. What exactly could they use here at the deadline? We saw the injury last night, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum colliding. Had a facial fracture there for Jaylen Brown. He is expected to miss some time due to that injury. They were one of the teams interested in bringing in Podol from the San Antonio Spurs. They didn't get that done. I imagine they're going to be looking more at buy low candidates. One guy that they've been connected to in the past and has been a member of the Boston Celtics before is Kelly Olynyk of the Utah Jazz. So maybe there's a trade that could work out there. Let's go ahead and just pull them up just to show you guys what I'm talking about here. Kelly Olynyk, $12.8 million. He's got a year left on his deal after this one. You're going to have to send a trade piece out in return as well. There was some rumors that Dalino Gallinari was available here at the deadline. We'll go ahead and plug him in. They're willing to shop him and Peyton Pritchard. Let's see if that's enough salary to get it done. I'm not sure if it will. Looks like we're just a hair short. We'd need 1.8 more back, so we're just going to go ahead and adjust the trade once again. go ahead and remove both of those from the trade. Put in a guy like Derek White. And let's see if they can take Tucker back as well. Where's Gallinari? There he is. Let's see if that would work. I think they might still be light. Nope, there. That would work. That would kind of replace Derek White's role in that offense for Boston, while allowing them to improve their center spot with Kelly Olynyk. They're still looking for more of a defensive-minded guy than Kelly Olynyk, but something like that we could see here at the deadline for Boston as they look to improve their roster. They made their addition this offseason with bringing in Malcolm Brogdon. He was a fantastic fit for them. I thought he was one of the best trades of the offseason, along with the Christian Wood trade to the Dallas Mavericks. Those were two of the more shrewd moves that we saw. Really like the trade that the Atlanta Hawks made to bring in DeJounte Murray, good two-way guard. They just didn't really have the pieces around him for the Atlanta Hawks to really remain one of the contenders in the East. That's why we still have the top four of the Celtics, the 76ers, the Bucks, and the Cavaliers, in my opinion, with the Nets now taking a significant step back out of that top five. They're probably going to be in the play-in by the end of the season at this point. But they do have a good roster. They could reshape that roster even further with some sales, with a fire sale today. But Boston, as I mentioned, looking for kind of a center to come in there and take over, be a good defensive stopper at certain points during the game. Another guy that they could go after, kind of a buy low guy here. The Dallas Mavericks showcased JaVale McGee last night. Was very active on the defensive end, had like 3 blocks in like 8 minutes played, something like that. But he is very limited offensively, so you're not exactly going to be giving up the farm for him. Dallas could use some shooting. I kind of find it funny that they list Gallinari as a shooting guard at 6'10". He ain't a shooting guard. He can't guard shooting guards, so no. But a trade like that would make a lot of sense for both teams. Gives Dallas another shooter, somebody that if they do trade Christian Wood, that could fill that offensive role for Christian Wood's loss. Very different type of a player, a lot more potential obviously for Christian Wood. But a trade like this would work. I'd imagine, this type of a deal, maybe a second-round pick is attached on either side. But that's another trade that could work, that could get Boston a backup center. But that's kind of a couple of trades that the Celtics could make here at the deadline. Let's go ahead and move on to the Milwaukee Bucks. They've been connected with Jay Crowder from the Phoenix Suns. I'd imagine they're going to reach out to the Brooklyn Nets about his availability. Their issue, though, is they didn't want to take back the contract of Grayson Allen because of his issues with Chris Paul, the tripping incidents, etc. Now that he's no longer going to be going to the Phoenix Suns, he can now be traded straight to the Brooklyn Nets. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the roster for the Suns first because they haven't switched him over yet. Or have they? Nope, they finally did it. It looks like they just updated it. Kevin Durant is now in here. So we're going to go ahead and go over to the Nets. We're going to go ahead and put Jay Crowder in this one. Grayson Allen going back the other way. And for the Bucks, we're going to throw in a couple of second-round picks to the Nets as well. Try this trade. Boom, there you go. That's the trade that's basically been rumored between the Suns and Bucks for the better part of, a month now. That would be a great get for the Milwaukee Bucks. I think they really need some help on the wing long term. And bringing in Jay Crowder at least solves their issues for this season. I think they could extend him after the year as well. He really fits the identity of what the Milwaukee Bucks like to do. He is kind of a 3-and-D type player. His offensive role is more of stand in the corner, shoot the wide open shot. He's not really going to be a ball handler for you. On defense, he's able to take the defensive assignment away from, say, a Giannis or a Middleton and allow them to get a breather on defense at certain points during the game and just take the toughest defensive assignment and have good offensive production out of that without completely having a black hole on your team. Giving up a couple of second-round picks and Grayson Allen, just the cost of doing business, and we'll see what ultimately the Bucks decide to do. But that's a great trade in my opinion if you're a team like Milwaukee trying to upgrade your roster. One other trade that they've been rumored to make is the one for Derrick Rose. So we're going to go ahead and flip this back over real quick. Now, on this roster, a guy like Grayson Allen wouldn't get any playing time, in my opinion. It's literally just salary filler at this point in this type of a trade. They would have to include somebody else to bring in Derrick Rose. So we'll go ahead and give them George Hill, another player that wouldn't give them any minutes there in New York, but does give them some good veteran leadership. Let's go ahead and throw in a couple of second-round picks. Try this trade. There you go. Again, using Grayson Allen in this one as well. They're not going to be able to use him twice, obviously, but they could make some moves here at the deadline to improve their guard rotation or their wing depth. I think that's kind of the best way forward for the Milwaukee Bucks. One piece that they are going to sell here at the deadline, go ahead and pull that up here for you guys, is Serge Ibaka. We talked a lot about the centers at the earlier in the video, about the centers that were available here at the deadline. He is another guy that is available. I thought he was on here somewhere. But anyway, they've been looking to try to find him a new home as well. But that's kind of where your Milwaukee Bucks stand. Next team on the list, the Philadelphia 76ers. They were connected to Jared Vanderbilt in the past. Obviously, he is now going to LA. That is not going to happen. The 76ers also have a trade request on the table from Furkan Korkmaz. They're also trying to get underneath the tax threshold as well. They need to trim about $2.7 million off their salaries right now in order to be able to get underneath the tax. That seems to be a big important point for the 76ers front office. So let's see what we can do here. We'll again pull up the Dallas Mavericks because, again, a low-cost center option. They are probably JaVale McGee is probably the best low-cost option as far as cap hit per season, but he does have some time remaining on that contract. He does have 2 years after this deal, so let's go ahead and put JaVale McGee in there. Korkmaz going the other way. Right there, you can see the salaries are fairly equal, but the 76ers would gain about $0.4 million. They need to trim now $3.1 million for this to make sense for them. So maybe a guy like Thibault going the other way would make some sense. But again, that trade doesn't work, though. They're going to have to put a bigger piece in there. They don't really have pieces that they can trade at the top without going with a guy like Tobias Harris, and I'm not sure Dallas would be able to do it. So maybe there's a 3-team trade that they're going to have to work out for a team to take on the Georges Niang contract or the House contract or somebody in that level to be able to trim the salaries that they need to get under the threshold. But that could be a trade that we see here at the deadline. McGee, Korkmaz, etc. as well. But there aren't many holes on this roster for the Philadelphia 76ers. They are looking for a backup center here at the deadline, which is why I mentioned JaVale McGee. They have been connected to Naz Reid as well from the Minnesota Timberwolves. But they should be able to make some type of a move to fill that hole on their roster. Next up on the list, the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's kind of my top 4 in the East right now. That's where they are currently sitting. They have been looking for a wing player for the better part of 2 months now. They've been trying all kinds of different players at that 3 spot in the lineup in that starting rotation, and they haven't been able to find anything to really work yet. They've tried Lamar Stevens, Isaac Okoro. They've tried all kinds of different players in that spot, Karis LeVert, and nobody's really found a niche in that role. They do have a good center in Jarrett Allen. They do have some good veterans on this team, guys like Kevin Love and Ricky Rubio. They got the shot maker in Donovan Mitchell. They got the playmaker in Darius Garland. They have a lot of the key pieces that you need to be a winner in the playoffs. The one thing that they don't really have is a good athletic wing that can defend multiple positions. And the guys that they're targeting for that role aren't exactly defensive stoppers as well. Now with the trade with the Brooklyn Nets, maybe they're one of the teams that reaches out to Brooklyn and says, hey, we'll take Mikal Bridges for, say, Karis LeVert, and we'll give you a couple of first-round picks. That could be a trade that could work out. But let's go ahead and pull up Brooklyn real quick. I think Brooklyn will be a team that does sell here at the deadline. Just looking at the roster here, what would make sense for them? I don't think they'd have any interest in Ben Simmons. Bridges is a nice piece for them. Low-cost candidate, not buy low, would be Cam Johnson. He is out injured at the moment, I believe. But maybe that would be a good fit for them. But let's go ahead and do the Mikal Bridges part of this. And we'll say they send Karis LeVert back. Frees up salary for the Nets going forward, a guy that they're familiar with. This would basically reunite the Nets of the bubble years with LeVert and Dinwiddie. They're back together again. That would be something that I'm sure the Nets would actually like to have happen. But I think that Dinwiddie could be moved here at the deadline. But as far as salary, that already matches right there. Let's see what they could do as far as picks. They don't have the pick this year. They don't have the pick next year. 27, they don't have a pick. They don't have a first-round pick to really trade here. So they're going to have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 second-round picks that they could probably put in this deal, maybe 10. I'm not sure that that would be the type of deal that would get it done. So maybe there's another trade out there that they could, or another team out there that could give the Nets a first-round pick in this type of a trade, where they say send Karis LeVert to, say, the Dallas Mavericks or something like that, for Bertans going to Brooklyn, and then Dallas sending a first-round pick plus change to the Nets to make this type of a trade happen. I still don't think that's enough to get it done. So let's go ahead and take Mikal Bridges back. Let's put LeVert back over here. Let's go a little bit cheaper. Let's say the Nets want Jay Crowder. That's a lot more palatable of a contract, because if they do that, Jetty Osman could be the piece going back the other way, and then maybe some salary filler down at the very bottom just to make things work. And then at that point, 2 second-round picks is the asking price for him. You throw 3 seconds at it just to make sure you get the deal done. You solve your spot or your hole in your 3. Again, this doesn't work because we need more salary, so let's go ahead and throw in Neto or Windler. Let's see if Windler's at the bottom here. They could throw in Windler and save some more money. Another reason to put 3 second-round picks in there. And there you go. You save a little bit of money off the salaries this year. You save some money next year with Jetty Osman. You get 3 second-round picks. If you're Brooklyn, that's the reason why you do it. You get an extra second-round pick essentially to take on the extra money of these deals for Jay Crowder. So that could be a deal that works here for the Cavaliers. The piece they're looking for, as I mentioned, is a wing. They've been connected to Tim Hardaway Jr. and Bojan Bogdanovic from the Pistons, but neither one of those are the defensive guy I think they need to bring in. They have Lamar Stevens, a good defensive player from a guard perspective, but they don't really have anybody to play that wing position to defend those wings outside of Mobley, perhaps. And I think bringing in a guy like Crowder would certainly give them a lot more depth as they go into a playoff series. But I like this type of a trade for Cleveland. They're also said to be looking for some more veterans up front as well. They have Robin Lopez under contract right now, but I still think they could use some more depth at the center spot. But as I mentioned, there's tons of guys like that could fit that description for them. That shouldn't be a hard thing. If you're a team that needs a center right now, there's plenty of them out there. Just go grab one. Let's go ahead and reset this trade again. Next team on the list is the Brooklyn Nets. As I mentioned, I think they're going to go into a fire sale mode here at the deadline. Let's go ahead and pull up the Clippers. The trade I was mentioning earlier that I think they should make would be to send Spencer Dinwiddie to Brooklyn. They need about $19 million back as far as salary. So let's say they get a guy like Kennard, who doesn't fill a role for the Clippers aside from the good three-point shooting. And let's say that they're insistent on Amir Coffey. I really like Coffey as a player. Let's go ahead and try this trade. Voila, it works. Now, before we do that, though, let's adjust this trade. That's obviously not going to be enough to get it done. Look at the draft picks right now for the Clippers. Swap rights here for 23, swap rights in 25. 26 they don't have, so they could trade the 28 first rounder. So let's go ahead and give them the 28 first rounder. I think Dinwiddie is worth that level of return, especially when you're eating the contract of Kennard. And sounds like I got a woodpecker right outside the house. But let's go ahead and do 2 second-round picks as well, just for good measure, just to make sure this trade works. Try this trade, and voila. In one fell swoop, the Clippers get off of the contract of Kennard. They lose a prospect in Coffey. They lose a first-round pick, but they get the thing they need the most right now on that roster, and that's Spencer Dinwiddie at point guard. The other guy that they could bring in, as I mentioned, is Kyle Lowry, but that's a significantly higher salary. Maybe it wouldn't cost them a first-round pick to bring him in, but I think Dinwiddie brings a lot more to the table right now at this point in his career. And three-point shooting, I think, would be invaluable for the Clippers as well, because you know they're still going to try to put the hands in Kawhi and Paul George for those ISO situations. But Dinwiddie is a great point guard, is able to run an offense, and I think the Clippers absolutely need that right now on their roster. But that's what I could see the Nets doing there. Again, they could trade a number of pieces off of this roster. Let's go ahead and reset this trade as well. Let's go ahead and make another trade for him. Dorian Finney-Smith is another guy that's been highly sought after for this at this deadline anyway. There's a lot of teams out there that have interest in him, including the Utah Jazz. The Lakers still need some wing depth. They have a first-round pick left. Let's go ahead and include the Lakers here. Kind of finish off their trade deadline here. Say they decide to get in the sweepstakes for a guy like Dorian Finney-Smith. The Lakers obviously have a contract here in Patrick Beverley that almost matches perfectly. No long-term money attached to it. The Lakers would probably have to attach the first-round pick here in 29 to be able to get the deal done. Try the trade. Boom. Gets it done. Lakers get a good defense first wing. I think they'd still like to go with more of an offensive weapon at the wing spot here at the trade deadline. But this type of a trade could finish off the Lakers and try to get them all the way into title contention. I think they're still a little bit limited as far as wing depth. I posted a trade last night, on the video last night anyway, about the Charlotte Hornets and the way a trade could work with the Lakers there. I still like that type of a trade better for the Lakers because it gives them more depth, gives them two wings and a center for a first round pick. This is a high price to pay, and even though it's worth it for a guy of Dorian Finney-Smith's caliber defensively, he's not necessarily an offensive juggernaut as far as a player. He could learn a lot from LeBron, of course, but he's certainly one of the good stories in the NBA as far as developing from an undrafted free agent all the way to the status that he is now on a very team-friendly contract. And that'd be a great get for the Lakers, but I still like the trade I made last night a little bit better with the Charlotte Hornets. But that's what the Brooklyn Nets could do here at the deadline. Let's go ahead and close this out, refresh it. Next on the list, let's go ahead and just run down the list here. The Miami Heat, what could they do here at the deadline? Well, we just talked about the Clippers and their need for a point guard. Let's say they just want to go ahead and get off of Kyle Lowry's money. Say the Nets ultimately decide they want to keep Spencer Dinwiddie. Then the next best point guard available would be Kyle Lowry. But again, big contract for next season, $29 million plus. You're going to have to send out some salaries. So let's match some salaries, shall we? Let's say Luke Kennard, very similar player anyway to Duncan Robinson. Not sure if Miami really wants to do something like that, but that's ultimately what it would take. I think if they don't want to include draft picks, they would have to include a guy like Terrence Mann in this. Let's go ahead and try this trade real quick. You can see that they're still short a ton of salary even with those two pieces in the trade. So let's go ahead and adjust it once more. Let's put Mann back over here. For salary matching purposes, let's say they include John Wall. And to just kind of finish it off, Robert Covington, who struggled defensively and offensively this year. He doesn't play as big of a role as they had originally intended for him, but he's got a $12 million salary, works great for salary matching purposes in trade. Let's go ahead and try this one. Voila, we have a match. Does this do anything for the Miami Heat long term? I don't think so. I think this trade is more about the Clippers getting their guy in Kyle Lowry. I think they'd probably have to include a draft pick in order to get this type of a deal done. But if Spencer Dinwiddie is not on the trade block, if they decide in Brooklyn that they don't want to trade Dinwiddie, then this might be the best option for the Clippers to improve here at the deadline. Let's go ahead and close this one out real quick. What else could the Miami Heat do here at the deadline? Well, there have been tons of conversation around Duncan Robinson and his contract. What exactly could they do? I mentioned earlier about the Utah Jazz having that contract in Russell Westbrook to trade. The Miami Heat do have interest in Russell Westbrook, so let's say we put Russell Westbrook over here. Kyle Lowry goes the other way. And just to kind of match salaries here, we include Duncan Robinson. Now for Miami, they certainly are going to have to include a pick here to get this type of thing done. So let's say they include the 23 first rounder as well as the 28 first rounders. That's 2 first round picks to clear up their salary books for years to come. I think that might be what the Utah Jazz were ultimately intending to do with that Russell Westbrook contract. Might be the reason why they only got 1 first round pick from the LA Lakers yesterday. Let's go ahead and try this trade just to see if it works. Voila, it works. And the Jazz could easily clear off roster space to make this trade happen as well. Lowry is going to be a net negative on the roster at this point. Maybe they work out a buyout agreement, or they could immediately turn around and flip him to the Clippers for additional assets. But this is a type of trade that the Utah Jazz could do to try to accumulate even more draft picks, while Miami clears off their salary books for years to come, re-enters free agency, and tries to get one of the top free agents in this next year's free agent class. But this would be a nice trade for the Miami Heat, both for this year and next. They get a free audition with Russell Westbrook just to see what exactly he can do with Jimmy Butler, with Bam Adebayo. He is friends with Jimmy Butler as well. So this trade could work well for Miami. But again, that would be an expensive trade to make, and I think Utah would have every right to ask for 2 first-round picks to take on those salaries, because that first-round pick right now, or not the first-round pick, the salary of Russell Westbrook is invaluable right now. They can take on a lot of money from a lot of teams, solve their cap issues going forward, but they're going to be paid handsomely for that service. And getting 2 first-round picks, I think, here would be the cost of business for Utah, as they would continue to stockpile draft picks. But that's another trade that could happen with Miami. Let's go ahead and reset everything here. Let's go ahead and do the next one here is the New York Knicks. They made their trade last night for Josh Hart. They gave up a conditional first-round pick. They gave up Arka Diakono, Mekhi Luke, and Cam Reddish in this deal. But again, we just mentioned how they're looking to move a guy like Derrick Rose. Rose was rumored to be going to the Milwaukee Bucks. The other team that's been connected with him is the Orlando Magic. The Orlando Magic are looking for veteran guard play, and Derrick Rose certainly fits that role. He could be a nice solution there for them. Other players that they could look to move would be a guy like Mitchell Robinson if they're looking bigger at the trade deadline. A guy like Evan Fournier could be another guy that they try to move as far as salary matching for salary matching purposes if they try to get, say like a $30+ million player. I don't think there's that type of trade in the works for the Knicks. I think they, for the large part, are done outside of moving a guy like Derrick Rose. At the back end of the roster, I think they're pretty much set here. There was a lot of interest in Emmanuel Quickly. I think with the addition of Josh Hart, they could reopen those discussions. I know the Dallas Mavericks had some interest in him, but now with the addition of Kyrie Irving, I imagine that removes them from the sweepstakes. But we'll see how things work out. But I really like the trade they made, or the trade they made last night as far as the Josh Hart trade for the Portland Trailblazers. They did great being able to get Cam Reddish a free audition with an offensive first wing player, see if they can get something out of him. And he's going to be an RFA, so he'll be able to control his rights going into the free agency. And then, of course, getting the first round pick. The protections on that, though, normally when you get a first round pick that's protected like that, if it doesn't convey, they get usually 2 second-round picks. No, the way the language is written on that protection is that you get 4 second-round picks if you're Portland. So that's a nice trade. If they decide Cam Reddish ultimately isn't what they want here at the deadline, they just immediately say, I changed my mind. I don't want him anymore. They could flip Reddish easily for 2 second-round picks. So at the bare minimum, the Portland Trailblazers are getting 6 second-round picks at worst out of this trade with the New York Knicks. But that's kind of where the Knicks deadline plans are at. The Atlanta Hawks. We talked a lot at the beginning anyway about John Collins and how bad that contract is. Looking at the Utah Jazz here, that's one team that could use that Russell Westbrook contract and solve the issues for the Atlanta Hawks going forward. Let's go ahead and just say John Collins goes that way. They still have roughly about $24 million they can add to this trade to kind of clear off their books. Let's say they go ahead and trade Bogdanovic as well. Just from a salary matching purposes, wow, the trade works. But as I mentioned, that contract, I am not taking any piece of that contract without significant assets in return. For me, if I'm the Utah Jazz, the piece I want is A.J. Griffin. I just really like his potential. He would be the piece I would want, and then I'd still want additional assets as well. Let's go ahead and throw in the Hawks 23 first. Try that trade, and voila. The Hawks in one fell swoop give up 2 really good pieces in Griffin and a first, but it gets them their salary space for the offseason to be able to go out and get a piece here in the offseason or during free agency. They get Russell Westbrook. That would be an interesting mix, though, at the guard position going the rest of the way. Maybe they buy out Westbrook ultimately, but this would solve their issues on that roster going forward with John Collins and Bogdanovic. The money that they spent on those deals right now does not look very good at all. This saves them $25+ million for each of the next 3 years off of just the Collins contract. $18 million off of the Bogdanovic contract next year as well. Jazz, for their trouble, get a good young shooting guard there in A.J. Griffin and a first-round pick for their troubles. That would be a great trade, I think, for both teams. Solves both problems, or both teams' issues. More assets for the Jazz. They get freedom, anyway, for the Atlanta Hawks. So something like that could work here at the deadline. I know there's a lot of people out there that think John Collins still has positive trade value. What player are you looking at? Are you looking at the player from a couple of years ago whose asking price was a couple of first-round picks? Or are you looking at the player right now who's a cancer on the team, doesn't get along with his teammates, gets in arguments with his head coach, shooting 25% from 3, worst shooting percentages of his entire career, only averaging 13 points a game. And while he's athletic, he's always been a liability defensively. So again, I ask you, what player are you considering? Are you talking about the 40% three-point shooter, John Collins, who's a positive influence on this team, gets along with Trae Young? Or are you talking about the guy that we see right now? 25% from three, liability still defensively, issues meshing with the point guards on the team and DeJounte Murray and Trae Young. Constantly wants the ball, wants his own role carved out for him on the offense. And so again, I ask you, who are you guys thinking John Collins is? In my mind, he is an absolute terrible contract in the NBA. In my opinion, the worst contract in the entire NBA as of right now, because he still has 3 years left on the deal with 25 per year. But that's how I would attack the deadline if I were the Atlanta Hawks. I would just try to get off of that John Collins contract however I possibly could. Let's go on to the next one here, the Chicago Bulls. Everybody wants to talk about Zach LaVine. Well, I don't think they're going to move Zach LaVine. They talk about DeMar DeRozan. I don't think they're moving DeMar DeRozan. There have been some rumblings about a guy like Alex Caruso being available. I could see them making a move like that. So Alex Caruso is making roughly $9 million, easily tradable contract there. They could move guys like Patrick Williams or Kobe White as well, but let's focus on Alex Caruso here. The asking price a month ago for him was 2 first-round picks. Obviously, that was a very high ask. Nobody met that asking price, but right now the asking price has come down to somewhere in the range of what Jakob Poeltl just went for to the Toronto Raptors. A first-round pick and additional assets as well. So $9 million, let's go ahead and try to make this trade. Now, a team that needs point guards, we talked about the Clippers. Let's try a different team. Let's try Milwaukee. Say they don't get Derrick Rose and they decide to go with Alex Caruso. Let's go ahead and send Alex Caruso over there. Easily salary matching trade here would be Grayson Allen. Picks, let's go ahead and throw them a first rounder in 29. And let's go ahead and throw in a couple of second rounders just for good measure. Try this trade. Voila. Bulls get another guard back in Grayson Allen as Lonzo Ball nears his return. They get a first-round pick and a couple of seconds for Alex Caruso. Caruso's under contract for 2 more years after this. This would be the type of move I could see the Bucks making here at the deadline for a point guard or a wing. This would be a big ask anyway for the Milwaukee Bucks because they don't have that many first-round picks to trade at all. And so this would be pretty much the last big move the Bucks could make here in the Giannis Antetokounmpo era, as far as trying to add talent around him, at least for the next couple of years until another first-round pick would become eligible to be traded. So you have to ask yourself, if you're the Milwaukee Bucks, is this the piece that gets you into contention for the next couple of years, or is this the piece that just gets you into contention for this year? And are you willing to live with that price if you're willing to for that player? That's the issue for the Milwaukee Bucks, but that could be a trade that would work here at the deadline. But as I mentioned, the Bulls have a lot of options here. They could go a number of different directions. They could trade a guy like Kobe White, another easily tradable contract. He's going to be an RFA after the year. So a team that wants to do its free agency shopping now, have his contract on the books, and have the right to match any contract out there for Kobe White, maybe he's the guy that you want here at the deadline from the Chicago Bulls. Now, if the Bulls were to try to add here at the deadline, there have been some rumblings about them wanting a wing-type player. I've gotten some feedback anyway on a trade that I've made in the past with the Bulls about them going after Tim Hardaway Jr., a guy they've been connected to so far this offseason. But I still think they're going to try to go a little bit smaller as far as a trade. They could use a wing. They could go after a Jay Crowder now with from the Brooklyn Nets. The Nets are going to be in fire sale mode, I do believe, so maybe there's a trade that could happen there. But the Bulls are a team that I think is going to be stuck in that first round and being bounced every single year with the roster they currently have. I think they're going to try to keep things together this year, and then after the season, they're going to have some real conversations about what their ceiling is as far as a team. Is it a team that constantly gets bumped out of the playoffs in the first round, or are they able to kind of push their chips to the middle and get out of that first round into the second round, maybe make a run to the finals, become title contenders? But as currently constructed, I think their ceiling right now is a first round exit team. But that's where the Bulls, I think, sit right now. The Raptors made their move yesterday, bringing in Jakob Poeltl for Khem Birch. First round pick in a couple of seconds. That deal is not yet official. But just looking at the top of their roster here, just the top 4 salaries, guys that were expected to be on the trade block today, Pascal Siakam, Fred VanVleet, Gary Trent Jr., and OG Anunoby. Those pieces are expected to stay in Toronto right now. There's still conversations being had about Anunoby because of all the interest in him. They may ultimately get a deal done. But Toronto is certainly not looking to sell. So if you're interested in bringing in one of those players, you're going to have to give up some talent on your roster right now, in addition to the draft capital. So we'll see which way things happen there in Toronto. Gary Trent Jr. was said to be available for a protected first-round pick and matching salary, or 2 good second-round picks and matching salary. I think they're probably going to hold on to Gary Trent as well here at the deadline. Still a very young player, has a lot of potential going forward. But with the addition of Podol this year, I think they're going to try to make one more push to the postseason with Fred VanVleet and company under contract this season. But let's go ahead and make a trade for him, actually. Let's go ahead and say the OG Anunoby rumors are true, that they want to go ahead and get him, take advantage of the asking price that they have set for him and all the market interest in him right now, especially with Kevin Durant now going to the Phoenix Suns. A lot more teams in the West have been making calls for wing help. Let's go ahead and go to the Western Conference. One team that we put a trade out there earlier was the Pelicans. You can check that trade out in one of our other videos here. OG Anunoby going that way in exchange for Donovan Graham, essentially, and Dyson Daniels and 3 first-round picks. That could be a trade that works here at the deadline for both. Let's go ahead and reset this trade a little bit. Let's do a different team, though, this time. Let's say the Phoenix Suns want to improve their depth a little bit. They still have some contracts that they could move here at the deadline. Say they include Saric and Craig Shamet in exchange for Anunoby and Porter Jr. Now, Porter Jr. is out right now due to injury. I'm not sure if he'll be able to come back at some point this season, but let's go ahead and just try this trade. That could be a trade that works for both sides. Of course, you'd have to have the first-round picks going back to the Toronto Raptors as well. I don't think the Phoenix Suns now have the draft picks to be able to do that type of a trade. So I think this trade, while it looks great on paper, I don't think that's going to be the type of trade that happens. So let's go ahead and close this out. Let's go ahead and reset the trade. And this time we're going to do Anunoby. And the rumored trade in the offseason was DeAndre Ayton. Now, is there a contract that they could move off of? I think they would have to include a center back in this, so let's go ahead and include Chris Boucher. There'd have to be some picks attached to this, but that would be 2 centers that would have been acquired here by the Raptors with Podol and Ayton. Again, I still don't see that happening as well, but that's kind of what the options are for the Raptors right now. Trying to trade off the contract of OG Anunoby, cashing in on his value that's been drummed up here at the trade deadline. If they're able to find a team that's willing to give up 3 first-round picks, I think there's a chance that that could happen. If they don't get an offer of 3 completely unprotected first-round picks, I think they'd probably hold on to them. Let's go ahead and reset once again and go on to the next one, the Washington Wizards. A lot of rumors before in this offseason about Kyle Kuzma. I think they're going to hold on to him. They are still looking to make some additions around the periphery of this roster. They have the contract of Will Barton to match for salary purposes. I do think he is a buyout candidate wherever he ends up going here at the deadline, but I think Washington would be smart to try to trade Barton's contract, maybe Morris, and see if they can get a point guard here at the deadline for their future. Obviously, things didn't work out for Dinwiddie. I don't think he would be the option for them. But if they're able to find a point guard to come in there and solve their issues, I think that would be a good get for them. The other player other position that they need here at the deadline would be a center. They made the big extension anyway with Daniel Gafford, but he isn't exactly moving the needle so far for them. They would like to continue to add to their core of Beal, Porzingis, and Kuzma. That's why I'm not including Kuzma in a trade right now, because they want to build around him. If they're unable to negotiate a contract extension and they don't feel confident about their ability to keep him in free agency, then why did they trade Rui Hachimura? I think that was a mistake by the franchise without having assurances that Kyle Kuzma was going to stay there in Washington. If he's unwilling to stay there, they have to trade him now. There's no reason to keep him. They can't lose him for nothing in free agency. They have to reinvest that asset. So maybe there's a trade out there for a guy like Will Barton that kind of adds to their core. If not, or if they don't feel confident about keeping Kyle Kuzma in free agency, then they need to go ahead and move him right now. But that's what we could see here happening with the Wizards. Let's go ahead and just try a trade here. Let's go with... Let's do a team we haven't done yet. Let's go ahead and do the Hornets. Hornets have some tradable contracts. Terry Rozier would be a good point guard for them. So let's go ahead and put Will Barton's contract for Terry Rozier. And just another salary matching piece in here. Say they give up Johnny Davis, who was their first round pick, really hasn't done much at all for the Wizards. That would be a good trade there. And then say they throw in a pick for good measure. Say they give up the 25 first rounder. Try the trade. Voila. There the Wizards get their point guard, add them to their core. It gives them a core four of Beal, Rozier, Kuzma, and Porzingis going forward. And they still have Gafford, so they don't lose their center depth. That would be a nice trade here at the deadline for the Hornets. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and post this one. I kind of like this trade idea. Let's go ahead and save this trade. Wizards create core 4. Misspelled Porzingis. Post. There we go. Welcome back, Sub-Zero. Who won the Suns trade? I would probably say Brooklyn, just because the title window right now for Brooklyn, for the Phoenix Suns, is so small. It's literally 2 years, in my opinion. Literally the remainder of this year and next year for the Suns. After that, Durant's getting older. CP3's getting older. Aiden's had issues off the court with his head coach and with his teammates. I don't know. Maybe, winning solves everything. It's a good odor for all the things that ail the Phoenix Suns right now. But they're a team that I could see making a push for the playoffs this year, obviously. Maybe next year. But after that, I think their title window literally slams shut with the play of Chris Paul just hitting the floor, I think, at that point. But anyway, there's the trade. Will Barton, Terry Rozier. That could be what the Wizards' plan is here at the deadline. That would be a great deadline if I'm a Washington Wizards plan. That probably cements them in the play-in tournament. Maybe they're able to elevate to the number 7 spot, depending on what the Knicks do here at the deadline. But I think there's an opportunity for the Washington Wizards to elevate their team from where they are right now. They're only they're only 4 games back of being out of the play-in right now. And so they're a team that if they make the right move here at the deadline, adding either a point guard or a center, whichever way they decide to go, and adding to that core, they could be right up there and try to be outside of that play-in and make sure they're in the playoffs the playoffs this season. What does this do for them for their future? Obviously, Rozier would be a great point guard for them going forward. They'd have him, Porzingis, and Beal under contract for sure, for certain. The question would again be, would they be able to keep Kyle Kuzma past this season? But that's what we could see the Wizards doing here at the deadline. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one, the Indiana Pacers. Everybody wants to talk about Miles Turner. He is not available to be traded, so stop sending trade requests with Miles Turner in them. He just signed the contract extension. He cannot be traded. Let me repeat, Miles Turner cannot be traded, so stop sending me trade requests with him in there. So stop it. He cannot be traded, okay? The trade options right now for the Indiana Pacers, Buddy Hield, Daniel Tice, T.J. McConnell. Maybe even Chris Duarte, but that's pretty much the trade deadline here for the Pacers. If they're overwhelmed with an offer for Buddy Hield, say the Lakers think they need some shooting, they want to bring in Buddy Hield, make sure they have enough shooters around a guy like LeBron James. Maybe they give up the 29 first-round pick, send Patrick Beverley back along with Lonnie Walker, and the Pacers say, all right, we offloaded the contract of Buddy Hield, we got a first-round pick for our future, we're ready to go. Maybe that could happen here at the deadline. In fact, I think that would be a pretty good option if LA is adamant about getting a second or another scorer on that roster. Let's go ahead and pull it up here. Buddy Hield going one way, Patrick Beverley the other. Let's go ahead and put Lonnie Walker in this trade as well. And remember that first round pick in 29 they still have available to be traded. Try the trade. Boom. Now as far as salary, let's go ahead and adjust this just a little bit. They could take back just a hair more salary, the Lakers could, in this type of a deal. So if there's a player down at the back end of this bench that they really like, say they really want to bring in Chris Duarte, or if they want to bring in a guy like Brissett, something like that, a low-cost guy. Say they want the defensive toughness of a James Johnson. I think that actually would be a nice get for them as well. Gives them some more wing depth there. And voila, there's your trade. In fact, I like that one as well. I think I misspelled that. There you go. Posted another one. Lakers finished shopping with Hield. Voila. What do you guys think of that trade? Lakers finished their buying here at the deadline, bringing in Buddy Hield. They give up a first rounder and basically nothing else. Not a bad deal in my opinion. Let's go ahead and change to the next team anyway, but that's kind of what the Pacers deadline could look like. Now, the Orlando Magic, as I've mentioned in the past, are looking to make some additions here at the deadline. The Knicks, of course, they've been rumored for bringing in a guy like Derrick Rose. Let's go ahead and say Derrick Rose goes this way. They'd have to match some salary here. They're always looking for wing defenders, though, as well. So maybe there's a trade for like Gary Harris or for Terrence Ross. Let's go ahead and throw in Terrence Ross since he's on an expiring deal. Let's say Orlando really wants to offload the contract of Gary Harris and they want Evan Fournier back. I know the Knicks don't really have a use for Evan Fournier. Thibodeau doesn't like to play him. He's not a good defender. So maybe they go that route and get a couple more defenders for Tom Thibodeau to use. Let's go ahead and try this trade. Doesn't work. Just looking at the finances, we're only 1.7 off. Let's adjust this trade a little bit. Say Orlando throws into this trade. Let's say they throw in Mo Bamba. Gives them a good defender with size. In return, Mitchell Robinson, I guess, solves their issues at center for the long term. For the Knicks, that gets off of the Robinson contract, which I think is going to be horrible going forward. Let's go ahead and make that trade there. Again, we're close. We're $5 million too much there. Let's just remove those two from this trade real quick. Let's just put Chuma in there just to even it out. Voila. There's your trade. Magic don't give up any future assets. They take on the contract of Fournier and Rose. They give up a couple of good defenders in Harris and Ross. That's where their value is on the defensive end, not necessarily offensive players. But that's what Tom Thibodeau wants. Guys who can play defense. This would be kind of the option that they could do instead of going for guys like Reggie Bullock here at the deadline. But that would be a good trade for the Orlando Magic. Another one, of course, is that they have Mo Bamba to trade. We've mentioned him before about being available for the highest bidder. I don't think it's going to cost much to get him. Probably just a second-round pick and salary filler to make it happen. But he's going to probably be a free agent after the year. Thank you for subscribing there, Shark. Appreciate you. But appreciate you guys joining us here today on Trade Deadline Day. Let's go ahead and just double-check and see if anything's happening as of yet this morning. More rumors about the Brooklyn Nets willing to make some trades here at the deadline. Grizzlies, as I mentioned, are looking to make some moves. I'd imagine Dillon Brooks would be the headlining piece in that trade as far as salary. Also interest in OG Anunoby. Another one we've mentioned there. The Blazers and Raptors have come together on trades in the past. Remember Gary Trent Jr. and Norman Powell a couple of years ago. That was a trade there. Maybe there's a trade for OG Anunoby going the other way for Anthony Simons. I would take that deal in a heartbeat right now if I'm the Trailblazers. OG Anunoby is a significantly better player in my mind than Anthony Simons. Simons is an offense-first only player, small player, diminutive in size. OG Anunoby is a two-way player that can guard wings. I mean, which one's more valuable in today's NBA? Give me the wing in Anunoby. Pelicans look like they're willing to move some contracts here in order to make a trade for Anunoby happen. Seems like the Pelicans are one of the teams that are most interested in him. You can check out the trade we posted on Fanspo if you'd like. We also had that in one of our earlier videos about 3 first-round picks, along with Devontae Graham and Dyson Daniels being in that trade. If they decide not to include Dyson Daniels, they could do Jackson Hayes. That would make the trade work. Kyra Lewis would be another one that could make the trade work. But Lewis, to me, is invaluable to them from a rotation standpoint from the point guard's position. If they lose Devontae Graham, at least they'd still have Kyra Lewis there to kind of fill in at the point guard spot. They have Jose Alvarado, but I would try to hold on to Lewis in that trade if I'm the New Orleans Pelicans. But 3 first-round picks, Devontae Graham, and salary filler, I think could be the package that gets it done for the Pelicans. Details on that Raptors-Spurs trade from last night. The first rounder is top 6 protected through 26, while 2 second-rounders are headed to San Antonio. Damian Lillard apparently likes the move of Josh Hart. We'll see if he still likes the addition of Josh Hart after the season, honestly. But that looks like all the headlines as of right now. Just double check our Twitter feed just to see if anything else is happening. Doesn't look like anything else is happening as of yet. Nope, no rumors as of yet. So let's kind of keep going down our path here. So we had somebody post something here. And, oh, it's a baseball thing. Never mind. Okay, so let's get back to where we were anyway. We were on the Orlando Magic. Let's go ahead and go to the next team here, the Charlotte Hornets. What could their trade deadline look like? Well, we've talked about Terry Rozier. I posted a couple different trade ideas out there. He's another point guard that could be had here at the trade deadline. He's one that I didn't mention earlier, though, with the LA Clippers. I think he'd be a good fit there. I just think that they would rather have guys like Kyle Lowry or Spencer Dinwiddie, but Rozier could be the piece that they go after instead. Now, what could his asking price be? Well, it sounds like they want salary matching, of course, to make it happen. Nobody as far as like long-term contracts and a first-round pick. So you're looking for expiring deals, things like that. So Luke Kennard cannot be part of that deal, which is part of the reason why I don't think they're necessarily a fit for a trade with the Clippers. Unless there's willing to be a 30-team trade, which there could very well be. I mean, Utah's very amenable to that this year. Maybe Brooklyn could make that happen as well. But as things stand right now, I think Terry Rozier is going to have a lot of fans in a lot of different places right now. I think the Wizards could use a point guard of his services. We just made a video or a trade with that. But maybe he's the veteran that's needed in Orlando. Maybe there's a trade that could happen there. I mean, Charlotte and Orlando have connected on trades in the past. Rozier could get them into the play-in tournament. Let's go ahead and send Ross back the other direction. And then just kind of equal out the salaries here. Let's say they throw in Mo Bamba. There you go. And then they could turn around and trade Mo Bamba for a second-round pick, something like that. That could be a trade that works. Have the Orlando Magic throw in a first-round pick, something like that. Then they have their point guard of the future. They still have Markelle Fultz as well. A lot of money tied up at the point guard spot, but they're looking for a primary ball handler, somebody who can come in, a veteran who knows how to run an offense. Rozier certainly has done that in the past with the Boston Celtics, now with the Charlotte Hornets. This would be his third team in the NBA, so maybe this will be the final stop for him as he finds a long-term home. But Terry Rozier is a name to keep an eye on today. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one here, the Detroit Pistons. All the conversation, of course, is about Bojan Bogdanovic, Alec Burks, Nerlens Noel, Diallo, Joseph, and Sadiq Bey. There's been a lot of rumors about them holding pat with the pieces that they have on their roster right now, that they don't necessarily want to trade these pieces. I think they could be convinced, of course, to move Noel or Joseph rather easily. But the one piece everybody does want is Bojan Bogdanovic. I think they want to keep him right now through the trade deadline and see what they have next season with Cade Cunningham when he comes back healthy. I think they'd like to see what happens there. But I think Alec Burks having a great year as far as three-point shooting is another guy that would attract a nice trade compensation as far as draft picks, etc. for the Detroit Pistons. I don't think he's going to be moved either. I think they're looking to try to get him a contract extension. Nerlens Noel for teams that are looking for center depth. Another guy you can add to that list is Nerlens Noel. He is expected to be a free agent after this year, I believe. I think he's got a team option for next year. I can't remember what it was. Let me just make sure. I don't think it's fully guaranteed. Yep, it's a team option for next year. So if he fits well with your team, go for it. But let's go ahead and just do a trade here for them. Let's say they decide to trade Nerlens Noel. Teams that need center help, let's go ahead and say the Nuggets. Say they get Ish Smith and Bruce Brown back, some depth there, some good veterans. They don't necessarily get draft picks back, but that would be a trade that would get them a veteran that could come in play at the wing spot there, kind of raise their ceiling for next year, or raise their floor, I should say, not their ceiling, to where they could make the play-in tournament next year by adding, glue guys, pieces like this around the periphery of their roster. Let's go ahead and close this one out and move on to the Western Conference. We're going to start with the Denver Nuggets. Now, the Nuggets, as I mentioned, are looking for some point guard help, backup center. They're kind of very top-heavy right now with Jokic, Murray, and Porter kind of doing all the heavy lifting, with KCP and Gordon kind of rounding it out for them. They need some depth, though. They need to bring in some type of a depth, and they don't have a lot of salary matching to be able to do it. So they're going to have to buy very cheap contracts. Bones Highland is their best piece right now. So let's go ahead and start with the Minnesota Timberwolves. The reason why is because they have a guy I know they're interested in Naz Reid. He's on a $1.9 million contract, easily salary matching there. Say you include Peyton Watson and you send some draft picks back the other way. That would solve the issue there at the center spot for the Denver Nuggets. Then as far as a point guard, they could turn around and include Jordan McLaughlin in there, something like that. Gives them another point guard option, and Devon Reed going back the other way. Not saying this really moves the needle for either team, but it does solve issues for both teams. Gives them some draft picks back for the Timberwolves while not losing too much as far as talent. They get something back for Naz Reid, something like that. Again, a nothing trade here. We'll see a lot of nothing type trades here at the deadline, so kind of keep your eyes peeled for things that could happen. Let's move on from the Nuggets, because again, they don't have a lot of salaries to match as far as trades, so you're not going to see anything too big out of there. Now, the Memphis Grizzlies are a team that's already made calls to the Brooklyn Nets about the availability of Mikal Bridges. Now, Mikal Bridges, $21 million salary. You're going to have to match some salaries. So first and foremost, they'd want a competent player back. That's Dillon Brooks, who I'd imagine they'd turn around and try to flip. Another player that they could include as far as salary, I would say, is Danny Green. Voila, you're there. Now, as far as draft picks, I would say that you're going to have to at least trade 2 first-rounders to be able to bring him in. So let's say you give him the 23 and 25 first-rounders completely unprotected. Try this trade. Voila, you get a good trade package here. Your Dillon Brooks, you should be able to get at least a first-round pick, maybe a few seconds for him. But that would be a good trade for the Brooklyn Nets. I think they could use even more draft capital depending on the ability of Dillon Brooks to stay healthy, and if they're willing to trade Dillon Brooks after or before the trade deadline, or if they feel like they can extend him before the end of the season. But that could be a trade that works for the Memphis Grizzlies, gives them a good wing, kind of fills the role of Dillon Brooks in that lineup, and fills it in perfectly. I think OG Anunoby is another guy that would be perfect for this type of a trade as well. Literally just throw in another first-round pick, though, because Anunoby, I believe, is just a little bit younger from what I remember. But Mikal Bridges is not an old veteran by any stretch. But the Grizzlies have some options here at the deadline. They don't like to spend money in free agency, which is why I expect them to try to make some type of a move with Dillon Brooks, whether that be just trading him for assets for the future, like draft picks and an expiring contract, or reinvesting him into other players, like a Mikal Bridges, like an OG Anunoby, things like that. Next on the list in the West is going to be the Sacramento Kings. Now, the Kings have done a nice job playing well above their expectations this year. They've really done a nice job building out this roster with winning players like Herter, Sabonis, etc. They could use some extra talent, though. They could use some more wing help. They have young guys playing at the wing primarily, but they could use some depth there. Point guard, of course, they have Davion Mitchell. They have De'Aaron Fox. Center, they don't have too much size anyway. They have Rashawn Holmes, but they're looking to move him, not keep him. So it tells me they're looking for probably a more athletic big man than Rashawn Holmes. So if you're looking to make a trade for a center there in Sacramento, maybe a guy like a Jared Vanderbilt would be a fit there. Jared Vanderbilt, obviously now with the Lakers, is not going to be available for them. I don't expect the Kings, though, to make much of a move. I think if they are to make one, it's going to be with contracts like Terrence Davis. Low-cost contracts, kind of a nothing contract for kind of a role fill or somebody who can come in and fill a role on this team. Say a shot maker, somebody who can make a shot in the clutch for you, low cost contract. Let's go ahead and do the Chicago Bulls, for instance, here. Haven't talked about them too much. Let's say they want Kobe White, just to give them some more depth at the point guard spot. And let's go ahead and send Terrence Davis back the other way, along with, say, a guy like Trey Lyles. Draft picks on either side, etc. Try the trade. From salary perspective, the Kings get a good backup point guard there, and Kobe White gives them another guard. The Bulls get some more depth there with Trey Lyles and Davis, and I'd imagine some draft pick compensation before they lose him in free agency. Now, this would give the Kings the ability to sign him in free agency because he is an RFA. So that would be something small I think the Kings could do here at the deadline. I'm not expecting much out of the Kings at all, so don't try to trade him OG Anunoby. I don't think they're going to do that level of trade. Next, we're going to do the Dallas Mavericks. Now, if you know anything about me, I'm a big Dallas Mavericks fan. I don't try to hide that, but that way you guys at least know where I'm coming from. They already got Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic. They could use another point guard. Hardy's played well, but he's been a little bit turnover prone at times. So maybe somebody with more greater ball security, a veteran who can come in and do that role. They could also use some wing help. They need some size, in my opinion. They were basically exploited by the LA Clippers last night on the glass. They always are exploited on the glass by other teams. So maybe we see them go out there and make a trade for a center. They do have JaVale McGee on their roster, but they don't really like to play with him on the floor just because of how he meshes with Luka Doncic. So McGee, a good defender, not exactly a great offensive piece, but a low-cost salary with multiple years on it, though. That's the downside there. But maybe they could make a move with JaVale McGee. They're looking to get off the contract of Davis Bertans, of course, and Tim Hardaway Jr. I think there could be a trade for Tim Hardaway Jr. fairly easily. But they're not just going to give him away. For instance, I've seen people post trades ideas like Russell Westbrook for Davis Bertans, Tim Hardaway Jr., JaVale McGee, and both of the first-round picks in 25 and 29. That's not going to happen. The Dallas Mavericks are not going to make that type of a salary dump just to go into free agency and try to make a move there. There is some rumors about them moving off of the contract of Christian Wood as well to try to trade him before he goes into free agency if they don't think they're going to be able to re-sign him. That's another piece you could see them trade here at the deadline if they get good pieces back in return. Mavericks are not cashing in their chips and saying, all right, we got 2 stars, let's call it good for the season. They're still going to try to compete for a title. That was the impetus behind them getting Kyrie Irving in the first place, and they've certainly seen a lot of growth out of Josh Green. They're not going to trade Josh Green. He is invaluable for their future, and so if they're going to make a trade, they're going to have to do small peripheral trades. Reggie Bullock going to the Knicks for, say, the protections removed from their first-round pick and salary filler. Something like that to give them the ability to make greater trades in the future. Or Tim Hardaway Jr. to Cleveland for Karis LeVert. Or Bertans and a first-round pick somewhere for an expiring deal. Something like that would probably be the only time I'd see Dallas offloading a first-round pick in a kind of a salary dump move. But that piece that they bring back would have to be a competent NBA player, not another Davis Bertans and nothing on the roster, something like that. There's a lot of options out there for Dallas to try to improve here at the deadline, and I do expect Dallas to make at least one more move today. go ahead and move to the Phoenix Suns. We've made a couple of trade ideas about what they could do, possibly bringing in OG Anunoby. They could move the contract of Shanji Lamet. I think, as I kind of switch up that name, Landry Shamet. There we go. But he's got 4 years left on his deal, 3 years after this current one. That would be a contract I would try to get off my books if I'm the Phoenix Suns. The other one I'd try to get off the books is Chris Paul. If there's a trade out there that I can make to get his contract off of my team, I'm doing it. I do whatever I can to offload his deal. I think they would really like to make a push for the postseason, obviously, for the NBA Finals this year. Chris Paul is a good player this year. He's not great. He's going to be played off the floor at times, and he is getting older. That's why that contract's going to look so bad in a couple of years. That's why I think if you're able to offload his contract now, whatever you have to do, get it done. For instance, if you're able to trade Chris Paul for, say, a decent NBA point guard right now, I go ahead and do that trade. Even though I may lose a little bit of talent this year, I may extend my window by another year into the finals. So, for instance, right now, as currently constructed, as I mentioned at the top of the video, I think the Suns' title window is this year and next. After that, it's done. I mean, that team is going to have so many bad contracts on it because of the Chris Paul deal, because of the DeAndre Ayton deal. I think they're going to really be hamstrung going forward. And, of course, Durant's going to be, 36 at that time? We saw him basically be shut down in the playoffs against the Boston Celtics with Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Marcus Smart giving him fits, Grant Williams as well. And he struggled to find his stroke in the offense or on the offensive side of the floor. And Durant's not getting younger. I think the next 2 years will tell the tale for the Phoenix Suns whether or not this trade was worth it or not. If they get a title out of it, it's great. If they don't, then they shouldn't have done the trade. Plain and simple. A big bet here by the ownership there in Phoenix to bring in Kevin Durant, one of the greatest players in NBA history, one of the greatest players currently in the NBA, but for how much longer will he be great? That's why I say a 2-year title window is pretty much all they have, really a year and a half. This year's title run and then next year's title run, and that's about it because Chris Paul will be, 39, 40 years old at that point, and he's already a shell of the player he used to be, even more so at that point. So maybe getting Kevin Durant will rejuvenate him, but they now have a quote-unquote big four with Durant, Booker, Ayton, and Paul. One underrated part of the trade that they got was T.J. Warren, another piece that was formerly with the Phoenix Suns. I think he's going to have a big role on this team. He's probably going to be one of their leading scorers as well, because I think Chris Paul is going to become the lead assist guy. I think Durant will probably be their leading scorer along with Devin Booker, and then Ayton and Warren will fight it out to be that third leading scorer for them. I really like the addition of T.J. Warren, though, for the Phoenix Suns. Alrighty. Next on the list is the LA Clippers. We talked quite a bit about their need to bring in a point guard. We haven't mentioned Terry Rozier too much with them, but as I mentioned, I'm just not sure there's a fit here for the Hornets. I mean, what on this roster are the Hornets going to go, yep, I want that and a first-round pick? I mean, the piece that they would offer is going to be a guy like Luke Kennard or Robert Covington. For purposes, let's just go ahead and say it's Covington. You're only going to have to include roughly $6+ million if you include John Wall. Maybe something like that could work. You include a first-round pick in 28. Try the trade. That's probably the best trade package that the Hornets are going to be able to get out of the Clippers. I do think there's better trade possibilities out there than this type of a trade because both of those contracts are not very good right now for a team like the Hornets. They're looking to save money, not spend it. And sure, they're not necessarily spending more money because Rozier was under contract for 3 more years after this year. But what exactly are you going to do with John Wall if you're the Hornets? What exactly are you going to do with Robert Covington? Covington, I think, could immediately be flipped to another team here. John Wall, though, is a buyout candidate. He's going to have to be bought out, and he's going to be on a different roster in about a week or two. So this trade doesn't make a lot of sense in my mind for the Hornets as to why they do it. Sure, you get a first-round pick, but other teams out there with interest in Terry Rozier are going to give you better pieces along with that first-round pick as well. So while this might solve the problem for the Clippers, would be a great trade for them, I just don't think this is the solution for them. I think they're probably going to have to end up with guys like Spencer Dinwiddie or Kyle Lowry. I don't think there's a prayer of them getting Fred VanVleet right now, but that's kind of where I see the Clippers' deadline is that they absolutely have to bring in a point guard. If they're able to make a move for a big man like a Christian Wood or another center out there, maybe they go out there and do that. But their first priority should be getting a point guard into that team. Next on the list was the Pelicans. We've talked about OG Anunoby. They currently are talking with the Toronto Raptors about the possibility of bringing him in, along with the Brooklyn Nets about bringing in Mikal Bridges. 3 first-round picks and salary filler essentially is what's the trade offer for the Pelicans. Devontae Graham and a combination of Jackson Hayes or Kyra Lewis or Dyson Daniels or Marshall or whatever they want to do as far as salary matching. But they would really like to get an athletic wing. They do have Zion Williamson, of course, who's missed some time already with injury once again. Pelicans are going to have to decide what they want to do. Do they want to go ahead and shove their ships to the center, go ahead and try to push for the playoffs, or do they try to do something different here? They're another team that could use a point guard as well. So say they go out there and make the trade, make the 3 first-round pick trade for OG Anunoby. They still need a point guard, in my opinion. Terry Rozier could be one of those pieces the other way. But as far as salary purposes, there aren't a whole lot of matching salaries after that. Let's say that they make the trade Devontae Graham and Dyson Daniels to get OG Anunoby for 3 first-round picks. Their salary matching that they would have to do is Hayes, Temple, Lewis, Hernan Gomez, and Marshall. Pelicans give up first. So let's say they give up the 23, the 25, and the 27 first. They'd still have some first to play around with here. They got the Lakers first rounder in 23. Let's say they go ahead and include the Milwaukee first rounder in 25. And a few second rounders just to kind of even out the trade. Voila. So if they decided to really push all their chips to the center for a guy like OG Anunoby, then bringing in a guy like Terry Rozier to kind of round it out, give them a good point guard, then they'd have a lineup of Rozier, McCollum, Anunoby, Ingram, Zion, Valanciunas. They'd still have a good bench as well. That would be a pretty good roster, in my opinion, for the Pelicans, as long as Zion Williamson is healthy. That would be literally the Pelicans pushing their chips to the center. They'd still have a few first-round picks that they could deal for another piece at some point, but I would really like this type of a trade if they get the addition of a guy like Anunoby as well. But let us know in the comment section what you guys think your favorite team should do here at the trade deadline. Kind of cycling through the entire league, what they could end up doing here at the deadline. Let's go ahead and reset this trade. Next up on the list, the Minnesota Timberwolves. They've already basically made their moves. I think they could move a guy like Naz Reid to get some more capital back. I think they do need some more scoring, though. That's where I think they could use another bench player. Somebody who could come in and be a spark plug off the bench. Somebody like Malik Beasley, who they had last year. I think they could use another wing as well. But there aren't a whole lot of wings available for what the Timberwolves are going to be willing to give up. They could go buy low guys, maybe give up McLaughlin and McDaniels as far as salary, bring back a $4 to $5 million contract, somebody, a guard who can come in and put some points on the board. But they did bring in Nickeil Alexander-Walker from the Jazz. He could be their spark plug that they're looking for. Other than that, Naz Reid is the only player on the Minnesota Timberwolves that they're likely to move. We've talked about him in the past. This is him right here, if you guys can see him move around. 23 years old, 6'9". He's had a nice year with the Timberwolves with Karl Anthony Towns being out. Karl Anthony Towns is due back at some point here very soon. And they should hopefully get some greater consistent play out of that team. The Warriors. This is one team I haven't talked about a whole lot, but I do want to talk about 3 guys on their roster. James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, and Moses Moody. They can move all 3 of those pieces, 1 or 2 of those pieces, to try to add to this roster. They don't really have a whole lot of salary matching filler here as well, though. So I'd be curious to see what they decide to do. They could be, in the running for Anunoby, of course. They have some picks that they could deal. Kuminga does have significant value around the league. Wiseman, though, does not. Maybe a team can unlock him wherever he ends up going, but they're going to have to give him some time. He's still 21 years old. And he has had injury issues. He's struggled to find a cohesive time there in Golden State. He hasn't really gotten along with Draymond Green. Draymond Green just sees the talent of a James Wiseman and just doesn't understand the reason why he makes the mistakes he makes. It's because he's young. He's essentially still a rookie because of all the injured time that he has. And he's going to need time to grow to wherever he ends up going. So a team like the Detroit Pistons, who are going to have time for him to play, A team like the Utah Jazz, who are going to have a role for him on that team. Teams that could use a center, like the Charlotte Hornets, could use him as well. A team like that, I think, actually makes a lot of sense because Steph Curry is out due to injury. The three-point shooting, etc., they could use that as well. Let's go ahead and say Terry Rozier goes to Golden State. Say James Wiseman, Kuminga, and let's say they hold on to Moses Moody. Let's say they include DiVincenzo. I'd imagine they would need some type of a pick at some point as well. But that type of a trade could work. That would give the Warriors their ball handler that they need with Steph Curry out. And once he comes back, he probably takes over the role of DiVincenzo as far as minutes. Maybe gets a little bit more, especially with the loss of Kuminga here. But this would be a great trade for the Hornets because they get a center that they can grow with in Wiseman and see what he has to offer. Kuminga, I think, is a great fit for them as well. Remember how they used Miles Bridges last year? I think Kuminga could be the next guy to fill those shoes in Charlotte for them. He's under contract for 2 more years after this year as well. He could blossom into a star with a lot more playing time that he would have in Charlotte. So something like this could work for Golden State and for the Hornets. And Golden State could save a lot on the draft capital as well if they're willing to trade pieces like Wiseman and Kuminga to be able to get it done. But that could be the Warriors trade deadline. I'm going to go ahead and save this trade. There you go. Let's go ahead and go back to our trade machine, reset everything. But that would be a good get for the Warriors. They're looking to kind of have some depth there for Steph Curry, just in case he does miss additional time the rest of the way. The Trailblazers have already made their move, in my opinion, by trading for Cam Reddish. If they don't believe Cam Reddish is meant for them long term, if they just get him today and they're like, on second thought, we don't want to keep him. As I mentioned, they could easily flip him for 2 seconds. The rest of this roster, though, I think is pretty much going to be set. With Jared Vanderbilt now being traded to the Lakers, I think the Portland Trailblazers' quest to trade Yusuf Nurkic is gone. I think they're going to hold on to him. There could be some movement as far as bringing in a guy like OG Anunoby, but I think that's a pie in the sky scenario for them. I think they're going to be stuck with their roster that they have right now. The biggest issue for them going into the offseason is what do they do with Jeremy Grant? If they don't think they can sign him to the extension or they don't think that he's going to sign the max contract offer that they've given him, I think they should move him right now, and they should get whatever they can get for him. Now, Jeremy Grant's a great player for them. 20 points a game, kind of fills the stat sheet up for them. He's the only real big athletic wing that they have on that roster outside of maybe Cam Reddish right now. But Justice Winslow's another guy that kind of fits that description. But they need some type of consistent play with some players of size on their roster. Damian Lillard can't do everything for this team offensively and defensively. They could use some more defensive help there as far as on the wing if they move a guy like Jeremy Grant. But that's kind of where things are going to begin and end for the Portland Trailblazers this offseason is if they're able to keep a guy like Jeremy Grant. Alrighty. Next up is going to be the Utah Jazz. We've talked a little bit about their ability to trade a guy like Russell Westbrook to try to eat bad salaries on other teams to acquire further talent. However, we haven't really talked about their other trade pieces, about Kelly Olynyk, Jordan Clarkson, Colin Sexton, pieces like that, along with Talen Horton-Tucker, Rudy Gay. Those are kind of the players that are attracting interest around the league right now. So kind of keep your eyes peeled for what the Jazz decide to do. I think they're still in asset acquisition mode, which means they're willing to sell these pieces if their price is met. Absolutely shocked at what they did yesterday, trading Mike Conley, Jared Vanderbilt, and Malik Beasley all in the same deal just to get Russell Westbrook's contract, which is a 1 year or expires at the end of this year, and a first-round pick that's top 4 protected. I thought just for those 3 pieces alone, they could have got significantly greater assets if they decided to split those up. I think out of Portland, they could have gotten a first-round pick for Vanderbilt. I think for Conley out of the Minnesota Timberwolves, they could have gotten a first-round pick, or if they had ultimately traded him straight up to the LA Lakers. If they just said, nah, we don't want to do, a 3-team deal where you get D'Angelo Russell. We want to go ahead and deal straight up with you, because at that point, I don't think the Timberwolves trade D'Angelo Russell to the Lakers. I think they would have been forced to then work with the Utah Jazz for Mike Conley, and probably still would have had to given up the first-round pick. And then, as I mentioned, Malik Beasley, a good 6-man, probably worth a first-round pick, at least a protected first-rounder, multiple second-round picks at the very minimum. But I think they would have been so much better off if they had just done that and split up the those players in those different types of deals. But as it stands, maybe they see something out there, an opportunity with that Westbrook contract where they can add multiple unprotected first-round picks by taking bad contracts back. That could be the way they ultimately decide to use this deadline. The Oklahoma City Thunder are next. I don't think they're going to do much here at the deadline. I think they're going to try to make a push for the play-in tournament and just try to build with the roster they have. Posted video about 2 months ago about the possibility of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander being available. I don't think that's anywhere close to happening right now. I think they're going to try to build at least the rest of this year and probably all of next year as well. I don't think they're going to try to trade off pieces. If they were to trade anybody, I mean, a guy like Mike Muscala, maybe, but he doesn't hold a whole lot of trade value. I think for the Oklahoma City Thunder, they're better just keeping the roster as is and just trying to make the best out of it. But I don't see them making any big moves here at the deadline. We've talked a lot about the Lakers already today. You can check out a whole bunch of videos on that, how they could improve here at the deadline, whether that be finishing off their roster by making a trade with the Hornets for McDaniels, for Oubre, and Plumlee, giving up only the first-round pick, or going to Indiana saying, we need absolute scoring, and so we'll get Buddy Hield. Whichever way they decide to go, I think the Lakers are at least one more piece away from being a legitimate title contender, because I still think they need more wing depth. But if they're able to do it with that first-round pick in 29, then good on them. They already fleeced the Utah Jazz in a trade yesterday, so what's one more? Maybe the Lakers, just maybe, they're able to pull it off. Now, the Spurs have already traded their best piece in total. They could trade a guy like Doug McDermott or a guy like Josh Richardson, but those are going to be small potatoes here at the deadline. There's also rumors that they could trade, Dwayne Dedmon anyway. I don't think there's any interest in him in the league unless it's on a buyout type of a deal. But Keldon Johnson's a name to watch for the future. He's now been signed to a long-term contract there. Maybe at the deadline next year we could see the Spurs move off of a contract like that. But outside of that, the Spurs, I think, are pretty much done here at the deadline. And the final team, as we finish off all teams around the NBA as to what they could do here at the deadline, is the Houston Rockets. I think Eric Gordon has attracted multiple teams' interest over the past couple of days, including the Milwaukee Bucks, the LA Clippers, and the Phoenix Suns. Phoenix Suns don't really have the salary to be able to do it. Maybe they're able to attach something to Dario Saric and maybe a pick to be able to get it done. But Houston said to be looking for a first-round pick at minimum for him. I don't think they'll be able to get a completely unprotected pick, but I think there's a pathway for them to get one protected from another team. Gordon still holds high value, even though he did commit a completely ridiculous foul in the final second of the game against the Sacramento Kings, costing the Houston Rockets the victory. Fouled De'Aaron Fox on a three-point shot with 0.5 seconds left in the game. Just an absolute blunder by Gordon. But he's still a good three-point shooter. He's 34 years old, no longer a spring chicken. And he should provide some leadership ability to other teams as well. Even though I think the majority of teams out there that are looking at him are looking at his scoring ability first, second, and third. If they get anything else out of him, that'd be great. But I think that's where the deadline begins and ends with Houston. Outside of that, they could be used to kind of for salary filler anyway. Harkless, Boban Marjanovic. Just kind of a third team to try to make trades work here today. Other than that, I think that's all we're going to see out of Houston. But thank you guys for joining us here today. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. And we'll keep you guys updated on all the latest from the NBA trade deadline. Going to take just a minute here just to kind of take a breather, get a drink, stretch the legs, everything. So if you guys want to hit that subscribe button, we'll be live for you guys all the way through the trade deadline today through about 5 o'clock. We'll only be away here for just a moment or two, just kind of stand up and stretch, but get a drink as well. Appreciate you guys joining us. We started this live around 8-ish in the morning. We'll be live again, as I mentioned, through 5. We'll break down every single trade as it happens today. No big rumors as of yet. It still seems like the Pelicans are the team pushing the issue on OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges right now. The Grizzlies are rumored to be interested in both players as well. Looks like the rumors out of the Brooklyn Nets are that they did not intend on trading Kevin Durant when they agreed to the deal with Kyrie Irving to send him to Dallas, according to Brian Windhorst. Once they obtained Dinwiddie and Finney-Smith, they spoke with Kevin Durant, and based on those meetings, they believe Kevin Durant at some point in the future would have requested a trade, and so to go ahead and just get it done and turn the page, they decided to go ahead and trade Kevin Durant at this point. Windhorst also says it was literally a one-team negotiation with the Suns because the Suns had so much more to offer. Just reading the interview anyway with Kyrie Irving after his first game with the Dallas Mavericks last night. He says he believed that this move was inevitable in Brooklyn after the first year. He believed both him and Durant would both be out of there based on how things went their first year because of how dysfunctional things were in Brooklyn. Wow. My question then for him would be to follow up, hey, then why did Kevin Durant sign that extension? If things were that bad and that dysfunctional. Just saying. But that seems to be the rumors as least of right now. Rumors will certainly pick up. We told you around 10 o'clock is usually when things start to happen. Starting to get a lot of the articles from the overnight. Looks like some of the Grizzlies fans and Grizzlies media people are actually pushing for a guy like Dorian Finney-Smith to go to Memphis in exchange for Danny Green and a first-round pick. That would make some sense for them because they still have Dillon Brooks that they're trying to keep a hold of. I think he would still be the piece that would go out instead of Danny Green and a first. All right, but that's it as far as the trades for right now. Just going to double check and see if there's any more headlines. Doesn't look like it. We'll be live for you guys, as I mentioned, for the greater part of this afternoon. Just going to take a minute to kind of stretch the legs. You guys can do the same. Hopefully you guys are having fun. I know a lot of you guys are working today. We'll be live for you guys all day long. If anything does happen, we'll post a short little video about it as well while we're on our live and then continue to break down the trade as it happens. But really appreciate all the support we've gained today. Gained a few subscribers already this morning. But we'll be right back with you guys. And welcome back. The NBA trade deadline is just a few hours away. Starting to get some news articles out right now about all the trades that happened yesterday. D'Angelo Russell to the Lakers, Kevin Durant to the Phoenix Suns, Mike Conley to the Minnesota Timberwolves. A lot of moves. Podol, anyway, goes to the Toronto Raptors. A lot of trades yet to be made today. We should see a flurry of activity in the coming hours. I'd expect here in the next hour or two, we should see our first trade of the day, at least today. I'm not counting the Kevin Durant one because that was right at midnight anyway. So we'll see how many trades we ultimately get on trade deadline day. Usually we see a lot of supporting casts kind of improved around the periphery. Just only one second-round pick is traded for a lot of these one role type players traded. You'll see a lot of those roles kind of filled up. For instance, like the backup center position, you'll see a lot of trades like that. JaVale McGee, for instance, the Dallas Mavericks, Naz Reid, etc. We talked a lot about those type of guys, but want to focus on some of the bigger trades that could possibly happen. So let me pull up the screen for you. Alrighty, so again, this site is called fanspo.com. You can also use ESPN Trade or the NBA Trade Machine on ESPN anyway as well. But I like Fanspo a little bit better just because of the way their site works. It makes it a lot easier to make trades, picks, those kinds of things as well. And they do a pretty good job as far as staying up to date. I mean, the Kevin Durant trade is still not official as of yet from what I've seen. It's expected to be official at some point today anyway once medicals are done. But it's essentially going to be 4 first-round picks, a pick swap, along with Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, Mikal Bridges in exchange for Kevin Durant and T.J. Warren. But that was kind of the big trade. We should see other trades. They're pretty big today anyway, just not quite that big. Let's start off anyway. Let's make some trades here. We'll start with the Dallas Mavericks, just because that's my favorite team. I know them pretty well and what they're looking for, what they are not looking for, and just see what options they have here. They made the trade, obviously, for Kyrie. Performance last night was very good. Scored 24 points, 9 of 17 shooting in his debut with Dallas. The ball was moving very quickly last night for Dallas as they added Kyrie Irving to their team. Now, they have Luka Doncic already. They need to add some defense on the guard side, in my opinion. They could also use some more size on their roster in general. They could use some shot making around the periphery. So what type of moves could be made? I mean, just looking at their assets right now, they only have 6 picks really. They can't trade the 24 first rounder. They can't trade the 26 first rounder. And they can't trade the 29 first round pick. Or 28 first round pick anyway. So as far as what they could trade, you're looking at the 25 and 27 first. They have 2 first rounders that they could move here at the deadline. They have 1 second round pick, so they need some type of assets if they're going to trade some of these in order to generate an even bigger trade in the future. So say they're able to offload Tim Hardaway Jr.'s contract for, say, a couple of second round picks somewhere. That would give them further ammunition in a trade for a future star. Does a 2 second round picks equal a star? No, but it does get you more assets in the vein to offer up to the other team. As far as the trade deadline, you could get a bargain here at the deadline for some second-round picks. So maybe you can offer Tim Hardaway Jr., be able to get a expiring contract back and a second-round picks, and then see if you can parlay that expiring contract into something else. That's kind of the things that the Mavericks could do at the deadline here. One thing we haven't really discussed is them being able to trade a guy like Christian Wood. I really like him on their team. He's performed really well, been their second leading scorer so far this year. But Christian Wood is in the final year of his deal. They have another guy on their roster in their final year of his deal in Kyrie Irving. Christian Wood does have a lot of fans in the LA Clippers organization, but I think their priority should be focusing on getting a point guard first. Once they get the point guard, then they can worry all they want about bringing in a guy like Christian Wood. But for right now, I'm going to go ahead and not deal with the Clippers for right now. We did make a trade with the Clippers anyway in the previous video. You're welcome to check out that one if you'd like. But for right now, where would Christian Wood be a good fit? There's a number of teams that could use some front court help, offensive help as well. Looking at the top 4 teams in the East, the Cavaliers, 76ers, Bucks, and Celtics anyway. I don't think any one of those 4 teams would make a move for a guy like Christian Wood. On the Western Conference side, I think a team like the Phoenix Suns, they've been looking for a power forward like this for a while now. They've tried that with Dario Saric in the past. The question would be, do the Phoenix Suns have the pieces necessary to get it done? And 2, would the Dallas Mavericks be willing to trade him to a team like the Phoenix Suns? I would say the Mavericks are willing to make whatever move they can to try to make the best out of that asset. I don't think they're going to, worry too much about whether or not it's the Eastern Conference or Western Conference. I think they would prefer to trade with a team down lower in the standings, see if they can get a better draft pick out of them perhaps, or better assets. But maybe the Suns would be a good fit. But let's go ahead and just go down a little bit further. Let's say the Warriors, who had been interested in guys like Kristaps Porzingis in the past, maybe he could be a fit in Golden State. Now, Dallas, of course, needs help on the wing. So a guy like Kuminga, I think, would be where it would start for Christian Wood. That might be a pretty fair trade already. Kuminga for Wood. In my mind, that's pretty close as far as value. I would say if I'm Dallas, you obviously still need to include more salary. So a James Wiseman would make some sense, but then Dallas would have to include some draft capital going back the other way in my mind. And I don't think Dallas really wants to do that. So I don't think they would put in James Wiseman. Other contracts they could go for would be a guy like Dante DiVincenzo. Good shooter. That would be the type of trade that would make some sense. That would be pretty close as far as salaries. I still think they'd have to include another salary to get it done. They could use some more players like JaVale McGee or JaMychal Green, excuse me. Let's say they do that. Let's go ahead and try that trade. Voila, it works. That, to me, would be a pretty fair trade for both teams. Kuminga would be the piece moving forward for Dallas that they would use on the wing. DiVincenzo gives them some scoring, and Green gives them another guy like Markieff Morris, who they just got in the deal with the Brooklyn Nets along with Kyrie Irving. Somebody, some size, some wing help there. Not that you're expecting him to play big minutes, but he could give you some toughness in certain moments in the playoff series. Christian Wood, you'd worry about his ability to be able to re-sign in Dallas. That would be the only reason to do this type of a trade. If you're the Warriors, this gives you more of an offensive weapon down low that you've been looking for over the past few years. They had interest in Kristaps Porzingis, but they were not willing to trade assets in order to bring him in. They were not willing to give up a guy like Draymond Green to make it happen either. This is kind of a lower cost option for them. Obviously, $30+ million for Porzingis, only 14 this year for Wood, and they have the option to re-sign him, of course, as well. But if I'm Dallas, if I don't think I can keep Christian Wood, that's the only reason I make this deal. Otherwise, Christian Wood has been nothing but perfect next to Luka so far this year. That's the only reason I would make this deal if I'm Dallas. But we're going to see a lot of trades like this here at the deadline where teams are going to hedge their bets if they don't think they can sign a player in free agency, or if they think that, if there's an RFA out there that they really like say the LA Lakers bringing in Rui Hachimura. They went ahead and did their free agency shopping already here at the deadline, bringing in a wing that they need this year, sure, but they really like the player in general. They want to be able to re-sign him in free agency. They can extend, or they can get him back to the Lakers anyway next year because he is an RFA. Say he's offered a 4-year, $80 million contract for another team. The Lakers would have the right to be able to match that because he's a restricted free agent. So kind of keep that in mind here at the deadline. You might see some RFAs moved. Or Kobe White might be the best one left on the market that hasn't been traded as of yet. But let us know in the comments section what you think the Dallas Mavericks should do with Christian Wood. Should they trade him here at the deadline if they don't think they could sign him? Or should they just hold on to him, hold out for what's best, and then see if they can make it work in the offseason with Kyrie and Christian Wood, two important rotation pieces going into free agency, not under contract. So that would be one trade I would make if I'm the Dallas Mavericks. I'm going to go ahead and save this one. I'm going to title it Warriors Add Wood. That way you guys can post on it, whatever you guys like to do. All right, let's go back to the trade generator here, trade machine. Let's go ahead and take off the Warriors. Let's take off the Mavericks. Let's go ahead and add the Toronto Raptors to this one. There's been a lot of interest in OG Anunoby, if I can find the Raptors here. There they are. And let's go ahead and do the Portland Trailblazers. They're one of the teams that's been interested in OG Anunoby. A little bit surprised that they're at their inclusion, but let's just see how this would work. Let's say OG goes there. There's been rumors about Simons going back the other way. So just looking at the trade already, money's fairly equal there. Obviously, you'd have to include picks going the other direction as well. So let's say they've already traded the 23 first rounder. So they would have to, the 25, the 27, and 29 first. Let's go ahead and try this. 500K away. Let's go ahead and adjust this trade. They're 500K away. Let's go ahead and set DJ Johnson back the other way, or DJ Wilson. There you go. there's the trade, how it would work. If I'm the Blazers, I would love to have a guy like OG Anunoby. I would really worry about my future as a team, though, and so I really wouldn't do this if I were them. As far as the Raptors, I don't like the piece of Simons coming back to me. I do like the 3 first-rounders for Anunoby, but this really hamstrings my position at the shooting guard spot with Trent and with Simons. I don't like having both on my roster. They seem a little bit redundant as a ball handler on the roster right now. Kind of offensive first guys only, so I wouldn't do this if I were either team. But that's kind of the rumors right now about what could be happening, what discussions are being had, a framework around picks and Simons for Anunoby. As far as with the Trailblazers, the Grizzlies are also talking Anunoby, as well as the New Orleans Pelicans. Welcome in, Joe. 76ers need a backup center. Yes, they do. We talked a little bit earlier about them possibly being in the market for guys like JaVale McGee, low-cost centers, Naz Reid, things like that. So let's go ahead and pull up the 76ers. Let's pull up the Timberwolves because I want to go ahead and do the Naz Reid portion of this since we did JaVale McGee earlier. Naz Reid, low-cost option at center. And Korkmaz is the guy that's on the block anyway for the 76ers after he requested a trade from the team. This also would get them under the tax, just barely, which is what the 76ers are wanting to do. You can see the part I'm highlighting down here at the bottom left. That's what the 76ers really want to have happen. Okay? Now, they'd have to attach a draft pick to it, so let's just say they throw in a second rounder just to make it happen. Try the trade. Trade doesn't work. Oh no, why is that? It's too much salary being eaten up by the Timberwolves, so they're going to have to figure out something else. So let's go ahead and adjust this trade. Probably going to have to include a third team, so let's go ahead and include the Utah Jazz. Easy team to include as far as for salary matching purposes anyway. Now, they obviously could take on a contract like Korkmaz. Let's go ahead and say... Let's say that they want Jordan Clarkson just to kind of help out their roster a little bit. And Korkmaz and Prince go the other direction. I think we're still off on salary, but I want to see how much. Nope, we're not. Okay. So let's adjust this and then get the picks right for you guys. Obviously, that second rounder now would go over to the Jazz. I think another second rounder would go over to the Jazz. I think the Timberwolves would also have to give up a couple more second rounders. So basically, the Jazz would do this for 4 second round picks. That's a pretty good trade as far as the Philadelphia 76ers are concerned. That's a decent... Okay, I take that back. That's a pretty good trade for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Jazz got fleeced in the deal with the LA Lakers as well. I'm wondering if they're not getting as high asking price as they originally had hoped for the players that on their roster. Jordan Clarkson is going to be a free agent after this year. He's only $13.3 million on the books, or as far as a cap hit this year, and so this would be a pretty good trade. Prince is a nice player for the Timberwolves, plays more of a defensive role for them, but bringing in a guy who's able to put the ball in the basket right now really I think would help them more than anything else. I think this really solves their problem as far as a offensive weapon off the bench. It does give them some questions as far as their defensive abilities, as far as the 3 and 4 spot, but they're mainly going to have Rudy Gobert in the center to kind of clean up things in the past. He's worked with Jordan Clarkson before with the Utah Jazz, so we could see yet another trade between Utah and Minnesota. This would be the third trade in the past 6 or 7 months between Utah and Minnesota. The first one, of course, Rudy Gobert. The second one, D'Angelo Russell goes to the LA Lakers. Mike Conley goes to Minnesota. Now this would be the third trade here, but this one gives the Philadelphia 76ers their backup center in Naz Reid. So that's a pretty good trade. Minnesota only gives up the 2 second-round picks because they're also giving up Naz Reid here. Korkmaz finds a new home. I think he might ultimately find another home after this trade as well. But I like this trade. Let's go ahead and save this one as well. There you go. Let's go back to our trade machine here. Let's go ahead and reset it. take off some of these teams. You guys tell us which team you'd like to see some trades done. Let's go ahead and update our page here. Nope, nothing as of yet anyway. But I think the trade there for the 76ers would be a nice one. You can check out our one that we made earlier for JaVale McGee. We've already seen the best defensive center on the trade market moved in Podol to the Raptors. Let's do another trade here. Let's see. Let's do... Let's do Utah again. We've done a trade with Westbrook. We've done a trade now with Jordan Clarkson. We've done a trade with Kelly Olynyk. Heat need to make a move. Leicester. Okay, let's do Miami then. All right, so we did a trade earlier today about Russell Westbrook possibly being traded to the Miami Heat. They do have interest in Westbrook. It would clear off their books. We did the trade of Lowry, Robinson, and a first-round pick in exchange for Westbrook. That would be fantastic, I think, for both teams. Gives assets to Utah, and it clears up the books financially for Miami to be a player in free agency once again. That's how Miami likes to operate. They like to operate in free agency, make deals with free agents. They are a very attractive spot as a free agent destination, and so by offloading the contracts of Lowry and Robinson, that would allow them to do so. Plus, they'd be able to get a 1 year or a few months addition anyway with Russell Westbrook and how he fits with Jimmy Butler, who, by the way, he is good friends with as well. So maybe something like that could happen. But let's say they don't decide to just sell the pieces and save money that way. Let's say they decide to go out there and make something even better happen. Say that they want to bring in a different guard. So let's go ahead and pull in the Hornets here. I think Terry Rozier would be an upgrade over Kyle Lowry. I don't think it's a stretch to say that fairly confidently. But if you're the Hornets, you don't exactly want Kyle Lowry back. So you're going to have to expand this to a 3-team deal. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and rope in the Brooklyn Nets this time as the third team instead of Utah. So first, the Brooklyn Nets are not really going to want Kyle Lowry. The reason they would do this is for future assets. So keep that in mind. So Terry Rozier, welcome to Miami. Okay, now what exactly are the Hornets going to be able to take on here? Well, they're going to want some type of assets going forward. They're not just going to eat contracts as well. So let's do... I changed my mind. We're going to not do the Heat, or the Nets anyway. We're going to do... what the heck, let's just do Utah again. Make it easy. Russell Westbrook obviously would be the piece that would go to the Hornets. There's been talks there about it being a fit there. Lowry would go to Utah. Hayward would go to Utah. Now instead of getting assets for Charlotte, now only the Jazz are going to be the team that gets the assets here. Duncan Robinson as well. Now, let's say that Miami gets really frisky and wants another piece for their future, since they're not going to be players in free agency. Let's say they bring in Clarkson. That's $60 million, and they need a player of size. They bring in Kelly Olynyk. Let's just see if the salaries are close here, and it is. Okay, so now let's get the draft picks involved here. So this would be a great trade for Miami because they free up two of their long-term salaries that are basically eyesores on this roster and quickly turn them into Terry Rozier, very productive point guard. They get Jordan Clarkson, a good shooting guard, and they solve their hole at center. A team that has struggled to play with size at all this year when Bam Adebayo is off the floor brings in Kelly Olynyk. So that would solve a bunch of holes for Miami. This also, though, does make them they're no longer players in free agency if they do this type of a trade. So Jordan Clarkson, they'd have to re-sign. But let's see what they would do here. As far as draft picks here, I think Miami would have to include the 23 first rounder. That one would have to go to Utah. They traded the 25. They have the 27. Let's go ahead and say they throw in the 27 first rounder and a couple of seconds. So 2 firsts, 2 seconds to offload Lowry and Robinson. Add Rozier, Clarkson, Olynyk. Try the trade. Voila. The Hornets get off of Gordon Hayward's money. They get off of Terry Rozier's money. And essentially, they do so at the expense of Terry Rozier. Now, they don't get any draft picks back. They just get Russell Westbrook, who they would buy out after this trade, and he would go somewhere else in free agency. Now, that would be the end of it for the Hornets. They wipe their hands. They save $50+ million off the books for this year and next. So that's quite a savings for the Hornets, and they're just eating the Russell Wilson contract the remainder of the year, this year for the privilege of saving that money. Now, they're also losing Terry Rozier, who's, I believe, the best player in this deal. The Heat are also getting Jordan Clarkson, so they're rebuilding their guard rotation. So this would be a great option for them. For the Miami Heat, they get off of 2 long-term contracts that are horrible for them in Lowry and Robinson. They're also giving up a couple of firsts and a couple of seconds, but this would be a great trade, I believe, for Miami. Kind of a different way of attacking the trade deadline for Miami. So let's say Miami trade bad contracts. Picks for Rozier. If I can type. Clarkson and Olynyk. I know I misspelled that, didn't I? Pretty sure I misspelled it. It's Olynyk. Copy, cancel. There's an extra Y. That's what I was missing. Olynyk. Okay. Post. There we go. Welcome in FIFA. Yes, we can go ahead and do a Bulls trade. Let's go back to our trade machine here. Let's reset everything. Clear everything out here. Now, as I mentioned, the Bulls, I don't expect to do much here at the deadline. I don't buy that they're going to try to trade Zach LaVine. Of course, I didn't buy that the Nets were going to be able to trade Kevin Durant during the season. But I thought that was more of an off-season type trade. But the Suns were willing to step up their offer, and that's why they were able to get it done. If the Bulls are really looking to make a trade here, LaVine probably has the best trade value. I think they would try to trade DeRozan as well at some point. Vucevic is in the final year of his contract. If they trade LaVine, I think they need to turn around and try to trade Vucevic. But Alex Caruso is the most likely to be moved here off the roster. But let's do a Zach LaVine trade just for kicks and giggles, okay? I know we have a Miami Heat fan here as well, so let's go ahead and do the Miami Heat version of this the Miami Heat version of this trade. So let's say Zach LaVine goes to Miami. What exactly would Miami have to give up? Well, it would have to start with Duncan Robinson. I think Tyler Hero as well. And I think you'd have to find a taker for Kyle Lowry's contract. But for now, let's just go ahead and throw him in there. And let's go ahead and throw Caruso going the other way as well, just to even things out. Try this trade. Doesn't work. How far are we off? About $12 million. Adjust trade. So let's say they add some size here with Drummond, Williams. This is where Jovic would have to go the other way. Some good contracts for the Bulls here. And then Miami would have to include multiple picks here. You're talking the 23 first, the 27 first, the 29 first, both of these second round picks, and probably a pick swap as well. But for now, let's just try this trade and just see how close we are. 1.1 million off. So let's say they trade Javonte Green, older guy, just to kind of even out the salaries. Voila, there's your trade. I still don't think this would ultimately work because I don't think Kyle Lowry would be the piece that would go back to the Bulls here. I think they'd have to rope in a third team. They also offload a bad contract in Duncan Robinson. They're giving up Tyler Hero in this deal, 3 first-round picks, pick swaps as well, couple of seconds. But this could generally be the framework for a Zach LaVine, Alex Caruso type trade here. Patrick Williams as well, just to kind of give him more size on the wing. But that would be kind of a Bulls trade for Zach LaVine. Again, I would not say this would be a good trade for both teams because I still think the Bulls would not want any part of Kyle Lowry. But that's kind of a Bulls trade for you. I won't save that one because, again, I don't like that one. But let's see if we can do another Bulls trade, shall we? Let's say we try to trade... Nobody's really done any Nikola Vucevic trades anyway. Let's go ahead and see if we can make one there. A team that needs some offense, some size down low. Clippers make some sense. Warriors make some sense. Let's go ahead and do the Warriors. They have a player that could go back the other way in James Wiseman already. And that gets them fairly close. They could add another guard to this deal to make it happen. But let's say they include Kuminga going the other way instead. Thank you, FIFA. Let's say the Bulls do something like that. How close are we? 2.7? So just for good measure, they get rid of... Let's see if JaMychal Green gets it done. It'll be close. We like a couple 100,000 off? Yeah, 400,000 off. Take him back. Put DiVincenzo back in this deal as well. And this would be a trade the Warriors could make without including draft capital. So there's another trade here. Kuminga, Wiseman, and DiVincenzo for Vucevic. Vucevic gives the Warriors, again, more size like they've been looking for. We did the trade earlier for Christian Wood. Very similar type of framework there. I will be streaming for the deadline. I started my stream about 8 o'clock this morning. We'll be live all day long for you guys. So don't worry, we'll be here. But yes, go ahead and subscribe if you'd like. And we do cover the NBA, NFL, MLB, and the NHL. During trade deadline days for all 4 of those sports, we try to do lives for you guys all day long. Boogie from Detroit to Lakers. Okay. I do actually like this trade, so I will save this one. All right, reset here. Boogie to Detroit, you say. Or from Detroit, anyway. Let's go ahead and pull him up. I'm guessing you mean Bogey. Bogdanovich for the Lakers. Okay. Now, I don't think this will happen just because I think the Pistons are going to want to keep Bogdanovich to see how he meshes with Cade Cunningham next year. But we'll go ahead and do this trade just for kicks and giggles. Bogdanovich for Beasley, Walker, and a first in 29. Let's go ahead and try this trade. It's not going to say it works because of the recently signed restriction. He is still eligible to be traded, I believe, at the moment. But in this system, it says he's not. But anyway, Bogdanovich for Beverly, Walker, and a first could work. But again, you can check out the Lakers videos. I made a couple of them, trade videos already. How the Lakers could add Hield, how the Lakers could add McDaniels, Oubre, and Plumlee for the same package here. I would rather do that package with Charlotte than this one here for Bogdanovich. I don't think this solves the problems for the Lakers. They still need help on the wing even after this trade. If they make the deal with the Hornets, let me go ahead and pull that one up. Let me see if I can pull it up for you guys. Anyway, let me pull up our trades here. I posted one here. Where was it? Lakers. I think it was last night. This was the one I made last night here for you guys that are looking for the Lakers to add some pieces here at the deadline. So this trade would have Beverly, Walker, and a first-round pick for Plumlee, Oubre, and McDaniels. This is the type of trade I think would give the depth for the Lakers to give them a legitimate chance to win the title this year. Not that these players in and of themselves give the Lakers a chance to win the title. It's just that the depth that they would provide the Lakers. You don't have to overuse LeBron. You don't have to play players out of position. You're much better, more switchable defensively, and you get some young players, young talent out of this. Plus, you do some of your free agency buying as well here. If you decide Kelly Oubre is what you like offensively, kind of a spark plug off the bench, you got him. If you like Jalen McDaniels, you can bring him back as an RFA. Mason Plumlee gives you some size, some physicality down low. This would really kind of lengthen out that lineup for the Lakers and make their team a whole lot better in the long run. I think they would probably have to trade maybe or dump off one of their contracts at the very end of their bench just to make their roster work. But this is the type of trade. If I'm the Lakers, this is the trade I would prefer over most of the others that I've seen out there. Just bringing yourself in a couple of wings, which is still something you need right now, and some depth at the 5. For a couple of guys who are not going to play a whole lot of minutes with the trades that you made yesterday for Malik Beasley, D'Angelo Russell, etc. But a good trade here. I think Vanderbilt being in the front court next to Anthony Davis, should he get injured, that would be a pretty good trade. Thank you, Lester. Appreciate that. Thank you for the assist. If you guys want to see some trades with your favorite team, just go ahead and send us your requests. Let us know what you guys think could happen here at the deadline. Welcome in, Eric. But anyway, let's go back to our trade machine here. Let's reset everything. I'm going to go ahead and update our page here. All right, who could we make a trade for next? We've done Miami, we've done the Bulls, done the Mavericks, gone through each team anyway. For those of you who are just joining us, we did team by team what these teams could be doing here at the deadline, options that they have. While we wait for some of the trade rumors to finally start percolating today, we're almost to the 11 o'clock hour Central Time. We might get something because it's almost noon out there on the East Coast. Really. Here's some news from the Miami Herald anyway, following Duncan Robinson, that the asking price for Duncan Robinson has literally fallen through the floor, that multiple teams are asking for multiple first-round picks to take on the contract of Duncan Robinson. So that's what kind of spurred the Miami Heat to try to trade Kyle Lowry instead of Duncan Robinson. Sixers. I hope it's an interesting deadline too, but let's go ahead and do some Sixers trades, I suppose. I want to do a big one with Tobias Harris. I want to start with that one, but let me check our Twitter feed. Let me add him to this list, Chris Haynes. There we go. Let's just update it one more time. Nothing yet there. Okay, so let's go ahead and do our trade here. 76ers. As I mentioned, I want to see if we can do a big trade here with the 76ers. 76ers fans have told me for years they want to get off that big contract for Tobias Harris, so what could they do here at the deadline? Well, that's a big piece for you guys to move. So you're going to want something back in return of pretty good value to take over his role in the rotation. Let's start let's start with the Brooklyn Nets. Let's say they get Tobias Harris, pricey contract, etc. Not that the Nets are trying to buy this contract. This is about the about the 76ers trying to buy pieces from the Brooklyn Nets. So remember, you're also going to have to include draft capital here. So say they want to go ahead and make something happen. Celtics did a trade with Oklahoma City. Justin Jackson, 2 seconds for Mike Muscala. That was actually the one guy I told you might be moved from OKC. They do get a big man, so instead of getting Podol earlier, they get Mike Muscala. Interesting move here for Boston. I don't think this does anything for them, honestly. I think this just gives them more size, some more options down low. Three-point shooter, stretches the floor a little bit, but he's not exactly moving the meter at all for me if I'm a Boston Celtic fan. I'm honestly would have been hoping for more than Mike Muscala. But he's a player that doesn't get any pub around the NBA. But again, I just think they already had players like this on their roster that did similar things to Muscala. I think they should have gone with more of a defensive-minded guy at that spot. But that's just me. Justin Jackson, I think this is like the third time he's been traded now to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Second or third time. I think he's been on the roster 3 times at least. I think he signed there in free agency 1 year as well. He just gets floated around and floated around, my friend. Just going to double check to see if anything else is breaking. Shams with that one. But no, okay, let's go back to our trade here. Now remember, you cannot aggregate salaries in this one. So if Tobias Harris is to go here, you're going to have to get something big back in return as far as salaries to make it work. So the only thing you could really aggregate to make these salaries work would be like Joe Harris, Royce O'Neal, maybe Seth Curry. That's not a bad trade right there. Let's just see what that does. Not a bad trade. Nets take on a little bit of money there. 76ers increase their bench a little bit, take on another bad contract in return in Joe Harris, get some defense in Royce O'Neal. They save a little bit of money as far as cap. Not a bad trade. Now, let's go over to the picks angle of this. Say the 76ers, they don't have their 23, they don't have their 25, they don't have the 27, so they would have to include the 29 first and probably a couple of seconds to make this happen. I'm not sure either team would do this, but that's kind of a framework for a Tobias Harris type trade. Tobias Harris, the best player in this deal, but that contract is the reason why the Nets are having to include the 76ers are having to include the first round pick. Royce O'Neal, very valuable defender. They're taking on the contract of Joe Harris, which is why it doesn't require 2 first-round picks. And Seth Curry, a good offensive weapon, who's played with Philadelphia before. Good shooter. Maybe even take off a pick here. But again, I still don't like this framework too much. Too big of a trade to try to work out here at the deadline. So let's try to do something a little different. All right, so instead of Tobias Harris, let's say they want to do something a little bit different here at the deadline. They have Korkmaz. They have a pick that they can move here. So let's say they go to teams that are stockpiling picks like the... Let's go ahead and do the Jazz real quick. So Korkmaz to the Jazz. Nobody really low-cost options here. Niang. Thibault. Let's say they trade all 3 of those guys there. in exchange for Clarkson. Gives them an offensive weapon, and then maybe a three-team part where they could get Naz Reid as well. Try this trade here. The trade works. You'd probably have to include a couple of second-round picks. Let's go ahead and throw them in there. You don't give up a first-rounder. You hold on to a lot of your core while you add a good playmaker to your guard rotation with Jordan Clarkson. So there's a decent trade there. Let's go ahead and save this trade. 76ers add Clarkson. Voila. Another trade for you guys. Let's check out some more of the news just to see if anything else is breaking here at the deadline. Small trade as we just saw there. First trade of the day of deadline day. Mike Muscala to Boston for Justin Jackson and 2 second-round picks. Decent start to the day. We're at not even 11 o'clock Central Time yet. We got a few hours still until we get there. There's your trade. Go ahead and check out this inbox message. I don't see why it's an easy no for the Hornets. They're giving up $30 million next year on Hayward's contract. And all they're giving up is really Terry Rozier and saving the money on his contract as well, creating $50 million in salary cap space in a free agent class where they're going to have attainable players to get. Karis LeVert, D'Angelo Russell, players like that. Not necessarily star-level players, but players that could be very comparable to the talent they're giving up here. Hayward, while he was a great, signing at the time for the Charlotte Hornets, gave them some legitimacy. I mean, you're saving $50 million. Welcome in, Brianna. Welcome back. Been a while since we've seen you. Let's check out some of the other posts other people are coming out with right now. All right, Bam Adebayo for Draymond and DiVincenzo and a couple of picks. Obviously not happening. There's the trade Muscala for Justin Jackson. There's the trade we just made for Clarkson. Dallas doesn't have the assets to get Anunoby, so I'm not going to even click on that one either. Kevin Love, an expiring contract. That part makes sense. Jay Crowder makes sense. Royce O'Neal makes sense. Let's check on this one. This one looks like it actually might have a chance to be legitimate. Bucks are giving up a second-round pick to get Sumner and Wantabnabi. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I butchered that name. But the Cavs are adding Mills, Curry, and O'Neal. Basically, the Nets are offloading a bunch of pieces here. So essentially, the Cleveland side of this is they get off of Love, two second-round picks for Mills, Curry, and O'Neal. Not enough. The Nets are going to want more for just that package of players. Now, for the Duncan Robinson angle of this, the Heat are getting a second-round pick, Jay Crowder, for 2 firsts, and Duncan Robinson. I actually could see that one happening there. That actually makes a lot of sense. Now, I'm pretty sure they'd have to include some other salary to make things work if they did that deal straight up, but that part of the deal makes sense for the Miami Heat. For the Bucks part of this is just roster clearing for the Nets, getting off of two low-end roster players for them. But the part of this deal I actually like is Duncan Robinson, a couple of firsts for Jay Crowder. That's a trade I could see happening. Welcome in, JN. We did see that one. Celtics do make the move for Mike Muscala, a shooting big man. A little bit surprised they decided to go that route instead of the defensive big man, which has been their need all off, or pretty much the entire trade deadline season. Thought they could have done something a little bit different. There's a lot of centers on the market, so they're probably not done yet either. But I do kind of like that aspect of the trade. Let's go ahead and update our Twitter feed just to see if anything else has happened. Doesn't look like it. Looks like a baseball thing. Nope. Go back. Alright, let's just update our page here once again. There's the Mike Muscala trade to the Celtics. There's your rumor about the Miami Heat for you guys, coming from the Miami Herald. Duncan Robinson and a couple of first-round picks is basically what other teams are asking for to take on the contract of Duncan Robinson. So make sure if you're including him in your trades for Miami that you are making sure that you take that into consideration, that's how poorly they view his contract. I view that contract as the second worst in all of baseball, or all of basketball anyway. The worst would be John Collins, $25 million per season for the next 3 years. Duncan Robinson's contract, a little bit lower cap hit, which is why I think it's the second worst. But that's kind of where things stand with the Miami Heat. That's why they've pivoted to try to trade Kyle Lowry as a way of saving money and seeing if they could make something happen here at the deadline. Let's continue down here, see if we see anything else here that we like. There's a Dillon Brooks trade. Mikal Bridges. Let's take a look. Bridges and Anunoby to the Grizzlies. Yikes. You're giving up some good young players in Clark and Williams for a first-round pick, and you're also getting a first and 2 seconds. I think the Raptors would still want more draft equity out of that, even though you're including Williams and Clark. So hold your horses there, Memphis. I don't think that part of the trade works. For the Nets angle of this, they're giving up Mikal Bridges, one of the best defensive players in the entire NBA. They're getting an expiring contract in Brooks and Green, getting a basically nothing here for LaRavia, and 3 first-round picks. I like the Nets angle of this, the 3 first-rounders and Dillon Brooks. I would probably do that if I'm the Brooklyn Nets, and then I try to pivot and trade Dillon Brooks before the deadline and acquire more picks as well. But, yeah, that would be a very intriguing one. I have not seen that trade go official as of yet. I think they're still waiting on medicals to get that one completely finished off, but I do think they will get it done here in the next few minutes. But just looking at this trade, it is official. I haven't seen it announced yet, though. Let's see. Let's see if I can find the Lakers account. No. Lakers.com would have it all over their site if they did it. Nope. This trade is not official yet. This will be plastered all over the Lakers information. It's not anywhere on their site. It's not anywhere on their Twitter. They can't announce the deal until it is actually official. That's why you're not seeing anything on their page or their Twitter feed. So no, it's not official as of yet. I do expect it to eventually become official here very shortly, though. Woj is usually very good as far as letting us know. There we go. Holy smokes. Another trade. Jay Crowder goes to Milwaukee for 5 second-round picks. Holy smokes. That's a huge haul for Jay Crowder. I mean, the asking price earlier was 2 second-rounders when he was with the Suns. That's a massive haul of picks there for Brooklyn. I mean, they got to be taking something back off of the Milwaukee Bucks' hands. Maybe they're taking back the contract of Grayson Allen, and that's why they're like, hey, we need extra picks. But 5 second-rounders for Jay Crowder? I mean, I would rather have had Rui Hachimura for 3. And I like Rui Hachimura. Jay Crowder's a nice defensive player. He's going to be a free agent after the season. He does fit very well with the Milwaukee Bucks, don't get me wrong. This is a good trade from a, on the floor perspective, but 5 second-rounders, I don't think that's great asset management for Milwaukee. I think they could have done better. But maybe the price of wings has seriously gone up because now the Nets hold most of the wings available here at the deadline. But now they trade one of them, they set the price for all the other wings that they have yet to trade. 5 second-rounders. I'm just refreshing it constantly just to see if anything else pops here. 5 second-rounders. Okay, let's just pull up the Bucks real quick. Bucks and the Nets. I mean, Jay Crowder. I mean, you're going to have to include Grayson Allen as the salary filler here. Unless, of course, they're doing it some other way. But 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. I mean, after this trade, the Milwaukee Bucks are going to have a first-round pick to be able to trade and 3 seconds for anything else they try to do over the next 6 years in trade. Wow. Lakers made their move last night. D'Angelo Russell, Malik Beasley, and Jared Vanderbilt. They're still expected to be active today at the deadline, so that's kind of where we're at right now. But that's a big trade right there. The Nets getting 5 second-rounders. Wow. 5 second-round picks. Really wish people would stop doing official because it's not official yet until the trade call is made. But wow, 5 second-round picks for Jay frickin' Crowder. He hasn't played a minute this season. I mean, he's a good defensive player. He's on an expiring contract. You're getting basically 2 months of Jay Crowder, and I guess you're getting the bird rights to try to re-sign him in free agency, but still. That's just bad asset management. I think the Bucks could have done so much better. I mean, Jay Crowder is probably worth, what, 2 to 3 second-round picks when he's on a long-term deal? I mean, I do like it. I do like the move. Gives him some defensive versatility. He's going to have to get his conditioning up and all those kinds of things since he hasn't played a single minute this year. But I really love what the Nets did there. I mean, Grayson Allen, another tradable contract if he's able to, get anything going with Brooklyn. But Milwaukee's absolutely insane for that trade. That was the news from Chris Haynes that they're not going to trade Damian Lillard even though they're getting calls on him. 5 second-round picks. That's tantamount to 1 first rounder and another second. Maybe 2 seconds, honestly, depending on the value of those seconds. But yikes. What is a second round pick, really? Well, here's what it is. It's trade currency for other moves that you want to make. Second round picks, I understand, don't work out that well, or don't work out that often. But it's about the ability to make further trades with those picks. So, for instance, for my reason that I do not like the trade for Milwaukee is because of its poor asset management. Instead of trading 2 first rounders, which is what they were going to do, or 2 second rounders, which is what they were going to do with Phoenix, the reason why that didn't happen is because Phoenix did not want Grayson Allen back in return for that deal. So instead, not only do they include whatever salary filler here is going to be necessary to go to Brooklyn to get this deal done, they're also going to trade 5 second round picks here. They could have easily done 2 second round picks here to get Jay Crowder, maybe 3 on the high end, and still had 2 second rounders that they've gone out there and gotten a point guard that they need, or gotten a backup big man that they need, or added other pieces in the future in next year's trade deadline or the following year's trade deadline. It's just poor asset management from the Milwaukee Bucks. Now, sure, they have a short title window, and this is really their chance to maximize the best out of Giannis. I get that. But Giannis is signed up long term. They've got all of their pieces pretty much lined up on their roster for the long term. I don't understand the necessity to trade 5 second rounders for Jay Crowder unless you believe he's that big of a piece for you that you're going to re-sign him. And even then, even if you do re-sign him, even if you think he's that big of a piece, I still don't get why you're trading 5 seconds for him. It's just poor asset management, period. Well, even if their team is mid, they're still going to be in the play-in tournament. Just look at the Utah Jazz. Everybody said, oh, they traded away Gobert, they traded Bogdanovich, they traded O'Neal, they traded Gobert, Mitchell, all of their big key pieces. Yet they still have a representative roster. They have tons of assets still to trade. They had Conley, Clarkson, Sexton still on the roster. They have Markkanen, who's probably not going to be moved because they want to keep him. They had Vanderbilt. They had Beasley. They had pieces to move, and yet they're still adding more pieces to it. They could still do something with Russell Westbrook's contract, but wow. That might be the shocking move of the day for me. Just the sheer haul that the Nets are getting. Yeah, there's the laughing reaction from some of the other media members. 5 seconds? Bobby Marks getting a bigger trade board anyway. I like that. Okay, trade for the Lakers. They're trading Thomas Bryant to the Nuggets for Devon Reed and 3 second-round picks. Thomas Bryant was signed as a sweetheart deal for the Lakers this offseason. Shocked that he is being moved by the Lakers here. I mean, Devon Reed isn't going to really do anything for them. The 3 second-round picks is why they are doing this deal. More ammunition for them to make some trades here today. Lakers do a little bit of selling today. They trade Thomas Bryant to the Denver Nuggets. Nuggets add their big man. So in case you guys are wondering, asset management, Thomas Bryant to me is about as equal value to what they could bring to their teams. Thomas Bryant, I think, is a very good center. I think his role is going to be a little bit smaller than it would be in LA than it is with the Denver Nuggets anyway. But interesting move there for the Lakers. So it is a 3-team deal. Indiana is a part of this deal with Crowder as well. They're getting the Bucks Jordan Nwora and 2 second-rounders. The addition of Vanderbilt to the rotation allowed them to trade Thomas Bryant. Here's what they're saying for Woj. The 25, 26, and 29 seconds from Denver are the ones that were involved in the deal. Getting some trades now. See if anything else is happening here. I'm curious to see what Indiana is doing as far as salary here. They're waiving Goga Batazzi, their former first-round pick. Yeah, LA is just getting picks. Again, a little bit of buying and selling for the Lakers. Bringing in Vanderbilt allowed them to move Thomas Bryant. Got to feel a little bad for the Thomas Bryant camp. They took a sweetheart deal for the Lakers. They did the Lakers a favor by signing there for as little as he did. He probably would have commanded a $5+ million salary elsewhere in free agency. He decided, I want to play in LA. I want to play with LeBron. I want to try to help out that team. The familiarity, coming back home, all those kinds of things. He gave them a sweetheart deal and then out of town. So players, you might not want to sign those sweetheart deals in the future. Just telling you now. Who do I think is next? Well, I'm waiting to see what this ultimate trade is between the Pacers and the Pacers, Bucks, and Nets. I want to see what the full trade is. $12 points, almost 7 rebounds. I agree. Who do I think is next? That's a good question. I believe the Lakers trade is to help Bogdanovich from the Pistons. Maybe, but I think this is about freeing up some minutes for Vanderbilt and Gabriel. I think their front court at the center spot was a little logjammed for them, is why they made this move. That and to acquire future assets for trades that they may need to make either A, at this deadline, or B, in the offseason, or C, at the next trade deadline. Nice job turning a minimum contract into 3 seconds. Pretty good job there by the Lakers. Still waiting to see what the full trade is for Crowder. I'm wondering if the 5 second-round picks are what Shams was told is what's involved in the deal total. I'm wondering if all of those are from Milwaukee, and if they are, what else they're getting out of this. If they're getting somebody else in addition from the Indiana Pacers, then this starts to make a lot more sense rather than just trading 5 second-round picks just for Jay Crowder. And Thomas Bryant's second stint with the Lakers ends just as good as it did with the first one, with him being traded. Welcome in, Kevin. 3 seconds, a first. Lonnie and Christie for Levine and Caruso. That doesn't even work from a salary perspective. You'd have Levine makes $37 million. That's not going to happen. You don't have the salaries to do it just for him. Now Caruso, that one obviously is a lot more attainable. He's only making $9 million. You could do Lonnie, Christie, and might have to include one more salary to make it happen, but that would be more attainable. But there's no way the Lakers can make a trade for Levine unless they're giving up somebody like D'Angelo Russell going back the other way as well. And by the way, you can't aggregate his salary either. Or Debo and Caruso. Again, too much. Let's just see if anything else has happened. Full story on the trade. I don't think they have the full story yet. Pardon me for just a moment. Going to make a quick video about that Thomas Bryant one, and then we'll make one about Jay Crowder here in just a moment. The Los Angeles Lakers are trading Thomas Bryant to the Denver Nuggets in exchange for 3 second-round picks and Davon Reed. Let us know in the comment section what you think of the trade for the Lakers as they buy and sell here at the deadline. And join us live here on YouTube. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I do think it is a good trade, Tim. Lakers fans I know are going to take this as a, hey, they're selling pieces. Thomas has been good for us, blah, blah, blah. But think about it this way from an asset management standpoint. You sign somebody for league minimum this summer. You've turned him into 3 future assets that you can trade here at the deadline or in the offseason or at next year's deadline. So this is good asset management for them. Sure, you're going to lose or you're going to feel the loss of Thomas, but I think the addition of Jared Vanderbilt immediately solves that solution for you right now. They could, of course, go out there and trade for somebody else, like they meant, or like one of our people here just mentioned. Alberto mentioned the Bogdanovich from the Pistons could be, the guy that they ultimately want to get. If they do get him, great, but I still think the Pistons are going to hold on to him. But this is just good asset management, whereas the Bucks giving up 5 seconds for Jay Crowder is bad asset management for them. For the Nuggets, they're trying to add a big piece of defensive-minded center for their roster. Thomas Bryant does have an offensive game, low post game. That's something they don't really have outside of Jokic. But we'll see. Thomas certainly does deserve his money. He gave everything he could to that Lakers team twice and got traded twice. What's the target? I don't think they have a target for him. I think the Lakers are just trying to make some additions here at the deadline. Develop get some more assets for them. Doesn't look like we've seen any more details there. Want to see if they've updated the story on Jay Crowder yet. So does this mean they're trading 7 second-round picks? If this is the deal that it's currently written down as, Jordan Nwora is traded to the Pacers. Pacers are getting 2 seconds for the Bucks from the Bucks. Indiana's waiving Batazi to make room for him. There's got to be more details to this trade we're missing. Otherwise, That's 7 second-round picks right now that are going from Milwaukee. Some of these details have got to be wrong. Sorry, just sharing that quick video I made. We'll make another one about the Crowder trade, but that's an insane deal. If this is, they've got to have some of these details wrong about the Crowder trade, which is why I haven't made a video on it yet. Because that's 5 second-round picks going to Brooklyn, 2 going to the Pacers, and they're saying all of the picks, at least the way Shams has written it, are all coming from the Milwaukee Bucks. That's 7 second-rounders for Jay Crowder. 7. I mean, they've done crazy things like this before, but they did 4 second-rounders years ago for Nikola Mirotic from the New Orleans Pelicans. They did all those picks anyway for Drew Holiday as well. This is another, just sheer mass amount of picks here for Jay Crowder. And as good of a player as he is, he ain't worth that. That's for dang sure. But I'm still waiting for the official word on what this trade ultimately consists of, because they've got to have some of these details wrong. Because if it's 7 second-rounders, I don't know if I'm logged into my Athletic account on here. Let's see. No, this is just a very preliminary story. It doesn't have any details in it. Don't bother reading it. Bogdanovich and Bagley, I wouldn't want any part of Bagley if I'm the Lakers. That's a contract, another bad contract in the NBA, but not nearly on the level of, say, like a John Collins or Duncan Robinson. But there has been interest in the past with the Lakers taking a package of Noel and Bogdanovich, so maybe this trade with Thomas Bryant clears off some roster space for a guy like Nerlens Noel if he's included in that type of a trade. Sorry, getting a bunch of messages right now. As I misspelled the name. There is talks right now about the Golden State Warriors and Detroit Pistons talking about a trade for Saddiq Bey. Bey is a low-cost option on the market right now. We could see a move there. Let's go ahead and go back. Looks like they're trying to make some moves here. That would be an interesting move. If they did Wiseman in exchange for Saddiq Bey, I'd imagine they'd have to include salary in this as well. So maybe Nerlens Noel and Bey in exchange for James Wiseman could be a trade that the Warriors could do. Low-cost trade for both teams. That could really pay off. Hmm. They're saying the Suns now have the second best odds to win the title. Yeah, I'm not buying that yet. I think they've really destroyed their bench. All right, let's see if we've gotten any more updates anyway from trades. I still think there's got to be something wrong with the way they're reporting the issue or the trade anyway between the Bucks, Pacers, and Nets. Otherwise, it looks like the Bucks are sending out 7 second-round picks total: 2 to the Pacers, 5 to the Brooklyn Nets. Pistons are talking Wiseman right now. That's what I was just talking about. Wiseman in exchange for Sadiq Bey, possibly some salary filler in Nerlens Noel going the other way as well. To me, if they're willing to trade Sadiq Bey, that means that they're probably going to keep Bogdanovich. See if anything else is breaking real quick. To me, Phoenix became the Nets, all shooters, no defense. Yeah, kind of, sort of. But their issue, though, is that they're also a lot older. I mean, the Chris Paul angle of this is really going to hurt them in the long run. I believe Chris Paul has probably got maybe a year, maybe 2 years left before the wheels literally fall off the bus, and then their title window literally slams shut when it does. But I think for this year and next year, they have to win a title to justify this level of asset investment in Kevin Durant. We just talked about asset management with the Milwaukee Bucks, asset management with the Phoenix Suns as well. Kevin Durant, as good of a player as he is 34 years old, is not getting younger. You still have a point guard on your roster that gets played off the floor against the Dallas Mavericks. And how much longer is he even going to be able to stay on the floor against other teams? We'll see how things work out. But Kings are eyeing Derrick Rose. They could move Rashawn Holmes back. I guess the other way would be the salary matching piece there. Maybe. Gives them some depth at the point guard spot. They're saying that if Russell Westbrook does get bought out, there's some interest that Dallas could bring him in as a buyout candidate. I think it'd be more likely if he does reach the buyout status that he goes to Miami or the Clippers. Trade call process, awesome. Nothing there. Okay. Alrighty, just to kind of recap what we've had already today, we've had a number of trades, smaller trades happen. We expected that to happen as we got closer to the deadline. We're still a few hours away from it, though, but we're starting to see a lot of second rounders starting to move around. We're getting a lot of multiple second round pick trades. As we get close to the deadline, we'll start to see, 1 second round pick for a player, 2 second round pick for a player type trades. But as of right now, we're seeing multiple picks going in these trades. Thomas Bryant, 3 seconds to go from LA to Denver. Salary match there was Davon Reed. Wonder if they end up cutting him and try to bring in somebody on the buyout market here after the deadline. So keep your eyes peeled for if they even keep him on the roster. There's a lot of directions that the Lakers could go now that they have 5 second round picks to trade here at the deadline. They also have the first rounder in 29. They have the expiring contract of Beverly and Walker as well to use. So the Lakers, I don't think, are done still. I still think they could go out there and make an addition at the wing. In fact, that's what I would do if I'm the Lakers. I would call around to wherever I can try to get a wing player from. I'd make a call to the Hornets, the Nets. I'd make a call to the Detroit Pistons as well, and just see what kind of a wing I could get for my second round picks. But Let us know in the comment section what you guys think of the trade deadline so far. We had the big trade last night, Kevin Durant. We had the D'Angelo Russell trade. Mike Conley was moved. A lot of movement so far around the NBA. And then, of course, the puzzling trade of the day so far is the Jay Crowder trade. I'm still waiting for more details to fully come in. If there's 5 draft picks total that the Bucks are trading, 2 of them to the Indiana Pacers, 3 of them to the Brooklyn Nets. That's something that I think would make more sense from a trade perspective. Otherwise, the way they have it written right now, it looks like 7 second-round picks being moved for Jay Crowder. Hoping for some clarity there, but we shall see. Bryant wanted to leave because his minutes kept going down since AD came back and he feels like he's outplaying his contract. Well, yeah, he signed. Oh, okay, here we go. Another trade here. Philadelphia 76ers finalizing a trade to send Matisse Thybulle to the Portland Trailblazers. Interesting trade there. Low-cost move here. I wonder if they're taking back any salary in that type of a move, or if this is just about bringing back draft picks. Maybe Korkmaz could be involved in that as well. I know he had requested a trade. The Milwaukee Bucks are acquiring Jay Crowder in a 3-team trade with the Indiana Pacers and the Brooklyn Nets. Rumors are that they're sending 5 second-round picks to the Brooklyn Nets in this trade. Details are still coming, so keep it posted to the Upside Sports Network for the latest from the NBA trade deadline. Matisse to replace Hart. They don't need to replace Hart, though, in that lineup, though, Jan. I mean, the Portland Trailblazers already have Gary Payton coming into the lineup to fill that role. Thybulle, another good defensive replacement, gives them another good wing, but they don't need him to replace Hart in that lineup. Now, I do think they do need to bring in some wings, and Thybulle does fit that, but he is a little bit on the smaller side. A good defender, yes, but I don't think he's there to replace Hart. I think he's there to help at the wing position in general. Hart was more of a point guard, shooting guard type, kind of a combo guard. Really good at kind of a scrappy defender. Thybulle, very similar in that regard. Curious to see what the overall return is here. Three-way trade. Sixers getting Jalen McDaniels. Interesting. Very interesting. Sixers replacing his production on the wing with a better player, in my opinion, than Jalen McDaniels. Thibault is strictly a defense player. McDaniels has a little bit more production on both ends of the floor. Like this trade for Philadelphia, though. Gets them off of the money for Thibault, saves them a little bit of money towards the tax. So now their tax is very, very small. So they still have Korkmaz to try to unload here at the deadline as well. I think they will find a suitor for him. Hornets are getting multiple second-round picks in this deal. That makes sense for them. The idea that I had earlier about the Lakers trading their first-round pick in 29, along with their expiring contracts in Beverly and Walker, would have had them acquiring McDaniels, would have had them acquiring Oubre, giving them multiple wings to play at that position, and then of course getting Mason Plumlee. Obviously, that trade is now out the window. Lakers have done a nice job acquiring some second-round picks here. They may try to still go out there and get a guy like Kelly Oubre from the Hornets and just leave it at that for a couple of second-round picks. Hornets doing a nice job trading their limited assets for future compensation. Just posted another video out there for you guys if you guys want to check that one out there, the one I literally just made. Rockets trying to trade Gordon right now, too. Well, they've been trying to trade him for the better part of a year and a half. Svi Mikhailuk to Charlotte in the deal. Don't see anything on Gordon here, but I do not expect him to stay with Houston past this deadline. I think Houston's held on to him long enough. So we are seeing some significant trades now as teams try to fill some holes on their roster. A lot of wings being moved. Go ahead and share this one on our Twitter page for you guys. I know a lot of you guys are at work, so you don't get to watch a lot of this. So if you are joining us after checking out this video, thank you guys for joining us. Wow, some baseball news. Yu Darvish and the Padres are on in agreement on a 6-year extension worth $108 million. A little bit of baseball news on trade deadline day. How about them apples? Second round pick from Portland and a 2024 second from the Knicks. So So it looks like the picks are actually coming from Portland, not the Sixers as well. Interesting. All right, let's check and see if there's anything else breaking down here. Luka apparently really wanted Kyrie, so that helps as far as justification for why they made the move. There's the breakdown of the trade. The Hornets are acquiring the 2 second-round picks along with Svi Mikhailuk. Trade with the Thomas Bryant, and we're still waiting on the full deal here for Jay Crowder. Okay, so here's the full trade anyway. They're giving a total of 5 second-round picks. That's better. Before they had said that the Nets were acquiring 5 second-round picks. Now it looks like 2 of them are going to go to the Pacers. 3 of them will go to the Brooklyn Nets. That makes a lot more sense, but even still, that's 5 second-rounders for Jay Crowder. Ouch. Ouch. That's horrible asset management. We just talked about that, Jose, just a second ago, that the Padres did add Yu Darvish on that 6-year extension. $108 million to stay in San Diego. We'll probably do a video about that this evening once we do get that done, or once we do finish our live for you guys. Actually, I might make a short little live once we do go on break here in probably about 5 minutes. We'll do a short little break and then let everybody kind of get fresh drinks, get something to eat real quick as it's about lunchtime for us, and then we'll try to push through the NBA trade deadline after that. Probably come back live for you guys right at noon. But let the market kind of settle with these trades. Now that we have some pricing on the market. Darvish, I think, is, 33-ish? Somewhere in there? Been live here for about 3.5 hours. We're finally starting to get some movement today. Market kind of had to reset itself after the Kevin Durant blockbuster right after midnight last night, as well as the Raptors getting total from the Spurs. Check out some other posts here just to see what reaction we're getting. Last championship piece in Bowl. Get out of here with that. $36, okay. A little older than I thought. Still looks the same to me as when he first came into the league with the Rangers years and years and years ago. Second round picks, you say? That ain't happening. I like this idea though of the Kings adding some wing depth there, some defense. Kings do have an affinity for Dallas Mavericks wings. Remember Harrison Barnes? Well, he's still there. Bringing in Dorian Finney-Smith to kind of help them out defensively on the wing. Gives them some depth behind Murray as well. The only part I don't like is that they're all second-round picks. They could turn around and trade one of their first-rounders, I think. But Richaun Holmes also didn't make sense as part of this trade for the Nets long-term. Nothing else there. Let's see if anything else is happening on Twitter. So the trade does actually put them just below the tax. So that's what Philadelphia wanted to have happen. Now they don't have to trade Korkmaz. They can just keep him, even though he did request a trade. Basically, the Portland Trailblazers rerouted the extra picks that were attached to that deal with New York, the second rounders. They attached those, Mikhailuk, to go to the Charlotte Hornets for essentially getting Thibault in this deal, along with Cam Reddish. Pretty good deal, though, if you're the Portland. Nice investment there. Where do you think Kyle Lowry will go if traded? Somewhere that's willing to eat his salary. So teams like the Utah Jazz or teams that are willing to buy, to bite on those big contracts to try to get additional assets. I think that's probably the best case scenario right now for Kyle Lowry. Now, for a team that might actually acquire him for his talent, would be the LA Clippers. They absolutely need a point guard. I don't think there's a natural fit there for a trade, though. But that'd probably be the only other team I could see making a trade for Kyle Lowry. Alrighty, but we're going to go ahead and take a short break with you guys. Going to take just a moment, grab a drink, grab something to eat for just a moment. We'll be back right at noon, but we'll go ahead and keep it live for you guys. That way you guys can join us and not miss out on anything else that's going to happen. After we get back from a short break here, we're going to go ahead and go straight through the NBA trade deadline to probably about an hour or so afterward, breaking down every deal as it happens. Probably make a short, quick video about the Yu Darvish extension, post that on Twitter as well. You guys can check out our other content that we've made for you guys last night and over the last week about the NBA trade deadline. But make sure you hit that subscribe button. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. And we'll keep you guys updated on everything that happens from the NBA trade deadline, MLB Hot Stove, the Super Bowl, the NFL offseason, and, of course, the NHL trade deadline. But, again, we'll be right back in just a few moments. And welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Appreciate you guys joining us for NBA Trade Deadline Day. Been with you guys for a little over 3.5 hours now. Thank you guys for bearing with us while we took a short break there. Grabbed a bite to eat, and hopefully you guys did the same. We're going to power through the rest of the day until we reach the NBA Trade Deadline and go through about an hour or so afterward, breaking down every single deal as it happens, who gives or who's getting what, and those kinds of things. We did just see a trade just as we were about to go on break there. George Hill and a second-round pick go to the Indiana Pacers from the Milwaukee Bucks. I wonder if this is part of that three-team deal that involved Jay Crowder, though. We'll see if any more details have come out about that for you guys. We'll start there. Looks like the Pacers are also getting Serge Ibaka from the Milwaukee Bucks as part of that Jay Crowder deal. That coming from Shams. So that deal, that Jay Crowder deal, we told you there was too many. The way they were phrasing it from Shams anyway was just too convoluted. It didn't make sense the way they had it written. We thought we originally had the deal basically solved with the Pacers being that third team to try to take on the money of Nwora. But the Bucks are continuing to add some different pieces and different elements to this trade. We now have George Hill's inclusion. We have Ibaka's inclusion. I expect one of them or both of them to possibly be bought out or flipped to other teams here at the deadline. Bulls and Knicks are talking about Levine. That would be an interesting move because I'm not sure. I think the Bulls are ready to sell here at the deadline. I've yet to see anything that says they're willing to do so. That would be a major shakeup on their roster. Looks like ESPN's starting their trade deadline coverage. Woj, of course, is there. Clippers have serious interest in waiving or buying out John Wall. Looks like they have interest in Russell Westbrook once he becomes a free agent, if he is expected to be bought out by the Utah Jazz. Let's double check, make sure nothing else has happened while we were away at break there. Doesn't look like it. Check one other spot. Nothing there as well. Okay, so just to kind of recap everything that's happened so far. Yesterday we had the biggest trade of the NBA deadline season. Kevin Durant is traded for 4 first-round picks and a pick swap, essentially, along with Mikal Bridges, etc. And that was the biggest trade of the deadline season so far. D'Angelo Russell in a 3-team deal goes to the Lakers, along with Jared Vanderbilt and Malik Beasley. Conley goes to the Timberwolves in return. Westbrook ends up in Utah, along with a first-round pick from the LA Lakers. Kyrie Irving was traded to the Dallas Mavericks, and we've seen a flurry of other small deals today and yesterday as well. The Jay Crowder trade is crazy. I agree, Charles. Welcome back. But I still don't think we have all the details on that as well. We've seen too many different tweets from different sources saying this player's involved, that player's involved, this pick is going there, that pick is going there. That's too many different people talking. We need one clear answer. After we get through the trade deadline, that's one trade we'll probably clean up after the deadline as we get to see where everybody ultimately ends up going. I think there's a possibility George Hill is then flipped to a third team. I think Serge Ibaka might get bought out and put on waivers or something and let him sign with whichever team ultimately decides they would like to have him at the trade deadline. But I still have yet to see any discussions about the Bulls talking Zach LaVine, but we can go ahead and make that option here in just a moment. Okay, let's go ahead and do that first. This is fanspo.com. For those of you wondering what this site is, you can send us your trade ideas, etc. The Hill trade, yeah, I still think that trade is part of the Jay Crowder trade. So David, just kind of bear with us on that Jay Crowder deal. I think the 2 second-rounders going to the Pacers from the Bucks are for them to take on the contracts of Nwora, Hill, and for Ibaka as well. But let's go ahead and look up, say, what the Bulls and Knicks could do here. Knicks would be the team acquiring the better player, obviously. So let's go ahead and plug him in to the Knicks. For this to happen, I'd imagine they'd have to have Evan Fournier going back the other way, as far as for salary purposes. Then they could probably return Derrick Rose back to his former team. And then you're pretty much there already. I'd imagine they'd want some talent going back the other way as well, so let's go ahead and put Quigley over there. And then from there, you're then going to have to include some draft picks. So let's go ahead and throw the Dallas pick in there. They still have their first. They have 3 first-rounders this year. They have the one from Detroit that does have some protections on it, and they do have the one from Washington. So let's go ahead and throw those picks in there, and then throw one more in there. So basically that'd be 3 protected first-round picks and a 4th unprotected one. You get Rose, Fournier. I still don't think that's enough. We'll go ahead and throw a couple of seconds in there as well. OKC once again to waive Justin Jackson. How many times have the Thunder waived Justin Jackson? Just out of curiosity. This has got to be the 2nd or 3rd time they've either that they've waived Justin Jackson. I think they've traded him or traded for him a couple of times. I think they've traded him away a couple of times. He just can't seem to stay away from the Oklahoma City Thunder. But let's try this trade. Zach LaVine goes to the Knicks. Rose, Fournier, Quigley for a bunch of draft picks. That could happen. But again, Tom Thibodeau likes his guys to play both ways, and I don't see Zach LaVine as a two-way type player. I think he's a primary ball handler, of course, for you. I think he's a very good offensive weapon. I just think he's a little bit of a liability defensively, and they just acquired Josh Hart. They, of course, still have Quigley. If they include Quigley in this deal, I guess he would take their minutes as well. This would probably push R.J. Barrett to the 3. I don't know. If I'm the Knicks, this does jump up your talent level, I suppose, but I'm not sure if this is the right move for you. I think you should save those picks and try to get something else for them. Bucks eyeing D Rose. Yes, we talked about that earlier, and we made a video about that yesterday, actually. We did a simulated trade as to what it would take to get D Rose earlier. With them making the trade for Jay Crowder and giving away George Hill, they now have an opening there where they could use a point guard. But D Rose does have an expensive salary. You can see on the screen. Hold on, let me pull this up for you guys. Didn't have it on the screen for y'all. There's the trade we were just talking about. LaVine for Derrick Rose, Fournier, and Quigley, along with a bunch of picks. I wouldn't do this if I was the Bulls, and I wouldn't do this if I were the Knicks. I don't think this really works for both sides. But you can see the salary here for Rose, $14.5 million. That's an exorbitant salary for a backup point guard on the back half of his career. I think there's better options out there for him. Let's go ahead and close this one. I'm not going to post it because I don't like the trade. Let's go ahead and update our page here just to see if anything else is happening here. Nice job by the Brooklyn Nets saving $100 million in taxes. Bobby Marks with that money. I still think there's room for the Brooklyn Nets to make some moves. Let's pull up their salary chart right now. Looks like they are. Nope, they still have Jay Crowder on here. But they could move Mikal Bridges. They could move Dinwiddie. I think there's a possibility that Dinwiddie could go to the LA Clippers. I think they would love to get off the contract to Joe Harris, but they may end up just having to eat it. Dorian Finney-Smith, a very good defender, team-friendly deal. He's a very movable contract. Mikal Bridges, another movable contract here. Let's go ahead and pull up the Memphis Grizzlies. I think the Grizzlies could probably field the most competitive offer here for him. Let's go ahead and send Dylan Brooks going that way, Mikal Bridges going the other. We'll go ahead and have Danny Green to fill out the trade here. And then picks, they'll probably have to include 3 first-rounders. So there's 1, there's 2, there's 3. Try this trade, and voila. That would net the Brooklyn Nets 7 first-rounders for Kevin Durant, and they would still have Cam Johnson and Dylan Brooks to possibly be moved as well. Danny Green could be a buy low candidate as well. He's just coming back from injury. Maybe he could be bought out and sent somewhere in the buyout market, but 7 first-rounders would be a heck of a haul overall for Kevin Durant. But something like that could really help the Memphis Grizzlies. Dillon Brooks is going to be a free agent after this year, which is why I think this type of a move for them would be the perfect addition for them. Getting a really good defensive player taking over for Dillon Brooks, locked up for at least 3 more years after this year as well. This is the type of trade I think Memphis could do. This doesn't solve their issues as far as shot creation, those types of things, or shot making ability, which I still think would be a problem. But this does keep them competitive for years to come. Doesn't have to spend big money or get into a competition in the free agent market for Dillon Brooks, and basically doing their free agent shopping now by getting rid of Brooks and bringing in Bridges. But something like that could work. However, I think Brooklyn could then turn around and trade Dillon Brooks for some picks as well. So let's expand this to a 3-team deal. Say Dallas decides to jump in here and take Dillon Brooks, maybe for a low-cost option. Well, let's take Dallas out of this equation, actually. Let's do another team that needs wing help. Let's say the Lakers. The Lakers have done a nice job acquiring some picks. Say the Lakers include Lonnie Walker going back the other way, Dillon Brooks going there, maybe Patty Mills as well for Beverly. I just want to see where I'm at because I got too many pieces moving here. All right, so the Nets would gain 3 first-rounders essentially for Bridges. Lakers would give up Beverly and Walker. I think they could still acquire one more small contract in that to kind of give them a front court wing type player and picks. So let's say the Lakers front court wing player. Royce O'Neal, maybe. We'll put the first rounder going there, a couple of seconds going back. I know I'm off on salary, but I need to know how much. Let's see what this trade looks like for the Lakers. 2.6, that's very doable. Let's adjust this trade, and the Lakers would give out 2.6 million. 2.6, so they could do Christie there, Reeves there. Try this trade. Voila. That's a pretty good haul of picks for the Brooklyn Nets here for Mikal Bridges, Royce O'Neal, Patty Williams, and Dillon Brooks. So basically the Grizzlies are turning in 3 first-rounders, Dillon Brooks and Danny Green, into Mikal Bridges, while the Lakers would add Dillon Brooks, Royce O'Neal, and Patty Mills for a first-rounder, a couple of seconds, and some expiring contracts. Meanwhile, the Nets would take on a whole bunch of expirings and a lot of picks. They would get 1, 2, 3, 4 first-rounders. They would get 2 seconds out of it and have the option of either keeping Austin Reeves after the season or not. I think the Nets would be crazy to decline this type of a trade, especially if they're given those draft picks as completely unprotected for the Memphis Grizzlies. Because as good as the Grizzlies are, you can see the tailspin they're in right now without having Steven Adams. They don't really have a shot maker on their roster. Desmond Bane's probably the best offensive weapon that they have, but he's not necessarily a knockdown shooter like, say, a Kyrie Irving would be. I think he's probably the best shot maker in the entire NBA outside of Seth Curry right now is Kyrie Irving. That's a pretty fair trade. If I'm the Nets, I'd be hard-pressed to turn down that trade because then you would have gotten 4 unprotected picks and a swap from the Phoenix Suns. You'd have turned Mikal Bridges into 3 more picks and another pick from the Brooklyn Nets or from the Lakers in exchange for Royce O'Neal and Dillon Brooks. You could still turn around and try to trade, Patrick Beverly to the Timberwolves or whatever you decide to do there. But that would be a great maximization of maximizing of your roster, in my opinion. If you're the Nets, you then have acquired what 7 first rounders in the span of 24 hours. That'd be a pretty good trade. And then you'd still have Finney Smith to deal, Cam Johnson, Spencer Dinwiddie. I like this trade quite a bit. I'm going to go ahead and save it. There you go. Let's go ahead and just double check, see if anything else has happened over the last few minutes. Doesn't look like it. Trade rumors, discussions around Bay and Wiseman. We've talked a little bit about that one. Rockets are another team that's kicked the tires on Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson. Okay. Pacers are among the teams interested in Obi Toppin. Kings are interested in Derrick Rose. Asking price for Toppin is substantial. Surprising there. Looks like the Cavaliers are holding on to Karis LeVert. Not a bad decision, honestly. I like Karis LeVert as a player. Just surprised that they aren't going to try to add another wing with his contract. Pelicans, Grizzlies, Knicks, and Raptors all making offers on Anunoby. Optimism that Eric Gordon will be moved today. Trade is now official for Podol. I'm not sure how to pronounce the name, but that's as close as I'm getting. Alrighty. Just double check one more time. Alright, so let's go ahead and do another trade, shall we? Let's reset everything. Let's do another Brooklyn Nets trade. This time, let's go ahead and do Dorian Finney-Smith or Cam Johnson. Let's go ahead and do Finney-Smith just to see what else they could acquire here at the deadline. Let's go ahead and do the Kings. Let's do Finney-Smith to the Kings. $12 million salary. The easy match here would be Richaun Holmes, but they would have no interest in that type of a salary coming back. They'd have to include significant assets. But if they did, let's say the Kings were willing to give up a couple of first-round picks if they took off the money for that. Well, hold on. They don't have the ability to trade that pick. They have the 25. They have the 26. So let's trade the 26 and the 28 first-rounder. There's your trade. 2 first-rounders for Finney-Smith, and you also take on the contract of Holmes. That would be, 9 picks, 10 picks that the Brooklyn Nets would have acquired with Kyrie, KD, Bridges, and now Finney-Smith trades. And then they could acquire another one if they traded Dinwiddie. Not a bad deadline for the Nets at all if they were to pull off something like that. I mean, if you're the Brooklyn Nets, you're able to pare down your salary quite a bit. And then, of course, you have money that you can spend in free agency to bring in somebody else. Could be a very interesting time there in Brooklyn. I'm going to go ahead and post this one as well. Alrighty. No news yet, anyway. Appreciate you guys joining us. We just crossed the 4-hour mark of our live, anyway. If you guys are just joining us, hit that subscribe button. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. We break down every single trade as it happens for you guys, the long-term implications of it. Still waiting on clarity for the Jay Crowder trade, of course, from earlier. That seems to be one of the more complicated trades of the day. Multiple players are expected to be involved in it, including George Hill. Goga Batazzi is expected to be waived as part of that deal as well. You have David Nwora, Serge Ibaka, and of course Jay Crowder in there. Multiple second-round draft picks coming from Milwaukee to be able to get this trade done. Sounds like there's a total of 5 second-round picks. There was some confusion as far as where all those picks were going to end up going, but could be a very interesting deadline here. And I didn't even mention, the picks that the Nets are going to acquire from the Jay Crowder portion of this deal as well. So the Nets could be very active, as I mentioned here. Raptors are still discussing OG Anunoby. A little bit surprising since they did make a buy type of move for Podol, but maybe that's again just trying to get him in the door, see if they can extend his contract before the end of the season. He is expected to get north of $20 million in free agency this year, so we'll see if they decide to lock him up beforehand. Looks like everybody's eating lunch right now as far as team executives. No news coming out at the moment. Let's go ahead and make some more trades, shall we? Let's go ahead and do another one with... Let's do the Lakers. Let's do a trade we haven't done yet. Let's do the Atlanta Hawks. On second thought. Let's go ahead and do the Hornets. We'll do a little bit different trade than what we did earlier. Alright, so the Lakers obviously have Patrick Beverley and Lonnie Walker for salary matching purposes. Let's go ahead and put them over here. Now, what can we get for roughly about $20-ish million? Oh, never mind. I thought we were about to see another trade. Looked like ESPN was about to report another trade, but it doesn't look like that's happening right now. Nope. Okay. All right, so what could they get for roughly $20 million? They could get Kelly Oubre and solve some of their wing depth issues. They could go out here and make another deal, or included in this deal, they could get Cody Martin, long-term contract, etc. Something like that. Maybe include, say, a couple of second-round picks here, say 3 second-rounders. The picks that they just got from the Denver Nuggets could be flipped here. That would be a pretty good trade deadline, I think, for the Lakers to kind of finish off their roster here. The Lakers need some wing depth. Oubre gives them kind of a spark plug from a wing as far as a scorer. Cody Martin a little bit more of a defender. But neither one of them are really moving the needle. Neither one of them are worth a first-round pick. But maybe this could be the type of trade that could give the Lakers the depth that they need in the middle, or on the wing anyway. That way they're not so thin behind LeBron James and Rui Hachimura. Their guard rotation looks a lot better after the trade for D'Angelo Russell and Malik Beasley. They still have Dennis Schroeder there. So that's kind of 3 guards that you can easily deploy in any lineup. And then as far as the wings, LeBron and Rui Hachimura at the 3 are obviously your 1 and 2 guys there. At the 4, you have Anthony Davis, Jared Vanderbilt, and then at the 5, you still have Jared Vanderbilt there, and then Wenyen Gabriel as well, who's going to take some minutes there. I still think they need help at the wing, so bringing in Oubre and Martin here could be the finishing piece here to give the Lakers the depth they need to be considered a serious title contender just from a sheer depth standpoint. Because right now I still think they're thin at the wing, and I think teams are going to exploit that and force LeBron to work on the defensive end of the floor, making him less effective offensively. But we'll see where things end up. Yes, Russell Westbrook is interested in joining the Clippers and Heat if he is bought out or traded in either place. He does have friendships on both of those teams. Paul George with the Clippers, Jimmy Butler with the Miami Heat. So if he is bought out by the Jazz, which I don't think he will, I think he has an opportunity to be traded to Miami. I think there's an opportunity for him to be traded to Atlanta to kind of eat some bad contracts. But I think he will not play a single game with the Utah Jazz, whichever way he ends up going. And if he is bought out by Utah, I still think the Utah Jazz absolutely got fleeced in that deal for Mike Conley, et cetera, in that three-team deal that sent D'Angelo Russell to the LA Lakers. I think the Jazz could have done so much better in that deal than acquiring just one protected first-round pick. But we'll see where he ends up going. The Lakers trading AD? I don't think that'll happen, but we'll just throw it around for fun. Let's go ahead and delete the Hornets out of here. So we got 37 plus million over 3 years left on his deal, including this year. 2 years left after this one. You're going to have to take a team that's willing to eat that salary if it doesn't work out. Okay, let's just throw the Mavericks out there because they had Porzingis. So maybe they're willing to take another risk on a guy like that. So let's go ahead and throw this in there. That gives Dallas a big 3. It's within the same conference. You need some salary to go back the other way. So Tim Hardaway Jr. would be the first one going back. I would say Christian Wood would be the other one. And then maybe a Reggie Bullock. Maybe a pick going either way, remains to be seen. But let's just see what that trade looks like. I wouldn't do that as a Mavericks fan. I don't think Anthony Davis is worth trading for at this point. He's too much of an injury risk. When he is on the floor, he is a difference maker. So don't get me wrong. But if I'm the Mavericks, I'd rather have the depth of Wood, Hardaway, and Bullock than having a trade for a guy like Anthony Davis, having to get used to playing in Dallas. And you're eating up pretty much a ton of salary cap space now with Anthony Davis. I would rather have Christian Wood, comparable player, kind of a poor man's version of Anthony Davis, if you would, and still have the depth at your wing position with Bullock and Hardaway. But that's kind of one option there. Let's take out the Mavericks and add another team in here for Anthony Davis. Let's go ahead and throw in... Let's do the Phoenix Suns. They're a team that seems to be willing to do whatever it takes to try to win right now. I think a trade long-term could work out with DeAndre Ayton going one way, Anthony Davis going the other. I still think there would have to be other pieces involved in this. Just for matching salary purposes, I'd probably say Saric going the other way. And then from a depth perspective, they don't really have any depth to trade. They don't have any first-round picks to trade. They have swaps that they can do. They can throw in a couple of second-round picks. So let's say the Suns throw in a couple of second-rounders. Something like that could work. But again, I wouldn't do that if I'm either team as well. Injury issues with Davis, unknown performance going forward with Ayton, and I'm not getting any picks back as well. I would say no. Wolves waiving Bryn Forbes makes sense. I believe that's probably the finishing move for the D'Angelo Russell piece. So maybe we could see the trade become official here shortly. Nothing out there as of yet. All right, let's go ahead and close this one out. Let's do another different type of a trade. We've done the Lakers now. We've done the Mavericks a little bit. Who else could make some moves? Let's say the Bulls are serious about possibly trading Zach LaVine. There's only a handful of teams that could use a player of his caliber. He's kind of an offense-first player. You're going to have some good defense around him, some shot-making ability. Grizzlies make some sense. I don't think they would do it, but they make some sense. The Nuggets could make some sense, but they don't have the salaries to trade. The Pelicans make a little bit of sense, but not too much. Timberwolves make some sense. But again, they don't have the contracts to be able to get it done. The Warriors have been rumored in the past. They would have to offload some serious salaries to get it done. I mean, just eyeballing it here. Let's say they include Looney, Kuminga, DiVincenzo, and Moody. Let's just see how close they get there. I mean, even with all of that, oh, hold on. Might help if I actually put Zach LaVine going the other way. Ha. So there you go. That would be one way for the Warriors to be able to acquire a star like Zach LaVine. Obviously, you'd have to include some draft picks in there as well. But that could be a way that the Chicago Bulls could go if they decide to sell here at the deadline. I don't think they will, but if they decide to, if a lot of people are, the rumors that we're hearing on the periphery are true, that they might be willing to move him, maybe that's one trade that could get it done. Buyout for John Wall is expected. Dallas Mavericks do need a guard. Mavericks are, of course, interested in bringing him in as a guard. They were interested in bringing him in before he signed with the LA Clippers this offseason. I don't think they'll trade for him, but I think they could make him offer as a buyout candidate. Right now, I believe we are an hour and a half away from the deadline. I think it's 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2 p.m. Central. Deadlines do force activity, so we saw kind of a slow build-up to the trade deadline until this past Sunday when we saw the Mavericks make the move for Kyrie Irving. That trade became official Monday. And then yesterday, at the very end of the day, we got the slew of trades with D'Angelo Russell, the trade for Podol, the trade for Hart, and then, of course, the big one in Kevin Durant. You're thinking he might be off to New York? I'm still curious what the return would be for the Bulls. I get that they have first-round picks to trade. None of them are necessarily going to be top 5 picks, though. If you can get, say, 3 protected firsts and 1 unprotected, draft pick further down the line, maybe the Bulls make some sense out of that. Alex Caruso then could be traded somewhere. Kobe White, Patrick Williams, Vucevic. Just had a thought. We already did the Bulls trading LaVine to the Knicks. I want to do another Bulls trade though, but this time with Vucevic. Just a thought kind of came to me. I'm just kind of curious what it would do. Now, Bulls fans are not really happy with Vucevic, even though I think he's an underrated player. I mean, he is a good rebounder. I mean, he does leave a little bit to be desired on the defensive end, of course. But let's say the Mavericks decide, hey, let's go ahead and trade Christian Wood to the LA Clippers after they make their move for their point guard. The Mavericks get back a guy like Robert Covington, a good defender, and then they get Amir Coffey out of it and some picks, etc. They would need an offensive weapon anyway in the front court, so maybe they would make the trade for a Vucevic. I mean, he does have a connection to Doncic anyway. I mean, Bertans would be the only piece that I would trade for the Mavericks as far as salary matching purposes there. And then maybe like a low-cost contract like Frank Ntilikina, something like that. Now, the Mavericks obviously would have to include some draft picks here for that to happen. They would have to include the first there. They'd probably have to include a first there. The trade works. I'm just not sure I would do that type of a trade there. Bear with me, just starting to get some notifications on my phone again. Nope. Nothing happening as of yet. Let's refresh everything just to see if anything else is happening. There's the Bulls and Knicks discussing a Zach LaVine deal. If they are willing to include R.J. Barrett in that type of a trade, that would be a very interesting move. That's what the article kind of talks about, that they're willing to include Emmanuel Quigley. I wouldn't include a guy like R.J. Barrett, but I mean, I want to look at Barrett's contract real quick. Next year his extension kicks in 23, 26, 28, 29 million. I mean, he's averaging 20 points for them. Their third leading scorer behind Randall and Brunson. Ooh. That'd be a gamble, I would say, if I'm the New York Knicks. Trading for LaVine, if you did include a guy like R.J. Barrett, I'd be far more comfortable including a guy like Evan Fournier. If that actually happens, we could see a big run on Chicago Bulls players. Okay, let's say that happens. Say they get the deal done. Let's say they get the best package possible. They get Fournier. They manage to keep out R.J. Barrett. Let's say they include Quigley and Toppin. Knicks would also have to give up some draft picks, so let's say they give them the first rounders that they have this year. They're unprotected 25th. That would be 4 first rounders, 3 of them this year, for Quigley, Toppin, and salary filler for Zach LaVine. If I'm the Bulls, I'm not in love with those draft picks. Washington's pick is likely to be outside of the lottery. Detroit's pick, I think, is protected. The Mavericks pick, of course, is protected for the lottery as well. The unprotected pick does interest me. It's not a bad trade, though. You're taking on the contract of a Derrick Rose and of Evan Fournier, so you may have to include another pick in that. But that could be a trade there. Let's go ahead and close this one, reset the deal, refresh the page. And we're going to go Bulls again. But we're going to do another trade here, but this time we're going to trade... Let's make a trade for like DeMar DeRozan or something like that. Let's say the Lakers want DeMar DeRozan just for kicks and giggles. Just curious to see if they can get it done. No, not Beasley. Walker. Reeves and Christie picks. You'd have to include that one. And the seconds that you just acquired. Let's see, does that trade work? It does. That would be an interesting trade. I think DeMar is worth a little bit more than one first rounder and a grab bag full of seconds, but if the Bulls decide to trade, everybody off of there, maybe we could get something like that. The Blues are trading Vladimir Tarasenko. To the Rangers, huh? Golden State discussing James Wiseman with Portland and San Antonio, including the Pistons and Hawks as well. Momentum has stalled on those talks, though. Okay, let me go over to this one just to see if something's happening. Let's go to my lists. Hockey. Yeah, I don't see the trade for Tarasenko. All right, let's get back to the basketball one. What if I add RJ? I think RJ would make a lot more sense than, say, a Derrick Rose for the Chicago Bulls. They need some long-term pieces in there. If you include RJ in that trade, I think then the Chicago Bulls should do the trade. If they're getting those 4 picks, even though 3 of them are completely protected, I think there's legitimate case to be made for them to make the trade if RJ Barrett's included in the deal along with Toppin and Quigley. That would be enough young talent coming back to Chicago that they could say, all right, time to rebuild. And then they could turn around and trade RJ Barrett at some point or decide to build around him. Got about an hour 15 or so until the trade deadline. Feel free to send us your trade ideas. Post them in the comments. See if we can evaluate them for you as well. Vladimir got traded. All right, time to go back to our list. Still not seeing anything there either. Frank Cervalli 5 minutes ago. Still waiting on the return, it looks like, for the details there. Big trade there. Do you think the 76ers are going to make any more moves? No, I do not. I think they made their move to get underneath the tax. I think they would like to add another big man if they can do so with the contract of Korkmaz without taking on more money than they could. But I don't think they're going to do anything bigger than, or I don't think they're going to do anything else as far as trades here today. Now, if they can get low cost option like Nas Reed or something like that, possibly that makes some sense. But they finally got underneath the tax, which was kind of a stipulation from their ownership group to get done. They got that done. They brought back. They got Jalen McDaniels in the trade as well. So nice trade for them overall. But I'm not expecting anything big there. We'll make a video about that Tarasenko deal after we're done with our live here today. We'll make another one about the Yu Darvish extension for the San Diego Padres. And then make sure you hit that subscribe button. We'll make some videos breaking down each one of these trades kind of in depth, what this means for their team moving forward, how this affects their roster, etc. Appreciate you guys joining us. Welcome in, two of you. If this Zach LaVine deal gets done, then the Bulls likely become a seller here at the deadline, because I don't think this is about trying to stay competitive, moving one asset in Zach LaVine, who's butted heads with another asset in DeRozan. I think they're going to try to make the best of things here at the deadline. But if they do end up making the deal for LaVine, I think this clearly sends a flag up that the Bulls have decided, all right, that's enough. This is as far as we're going to get. Time to trade in our assets, and we could see a deal made for Vucevic as well. Just waiting to see if anything else happens here for just a moment. Doesn't look like we will. Do I think LaVine gets traded? I'm still in the camp that I don't think he will get traded, even with the discussions going on with the Knicks. Now, if the Knicks met the asking price of the Bulls and actually did cave and are willing to offer Quigley, Toppin, and are willing to include a guy like R.J. Barrett, then we could have a different conversation. But I'm still curious as to whether or not the Bulls are going to even take that offer right now, because I think they still want to see what this core can do together. I mean, they just signed LaVine to a 5-year max. I mean, they had their issues at the beginning of the season, but they have since been ironed out, at least to some extent. I'm just curious what their long-term future is going to be if they decide to either A, hold on to him, or B, trade him. I think their future... I told you guys at the time when they signed the LaVine contract, I thought their ceiling was to be bounced in the first round every single time, because they were not going to be a top 4 team in the East. They didn't believe that, though. That's why they signed him to the big max contract. That's why they didn't trade him at the deadline last year. And I don't think the Bulls are ready to say that they were wrong this quickly into the new contract with LaVine, which is why I think they want to get one more playoff race in them with Zach LaVine. But if the Knicks were willing to meet the asking price and getting a piece like R.J. Barrett back to immediately fill in the lineup for a Zach LaVine, getting pieces back like Quigley and Toppin and the draft picks as well, that'd be a tough deal to turn down. But unless the Knicks are willing to offer a deal like that, I would say no. Now, if your headlining piece back for you as far as salary is Rose and Fournier, there's no way I say no, or there's no way I say yes to that type of a deal. I would hold out for something better. About an hour, 10 minutes now until the NBA trade deadline. What team do I go for? The Dallas Mavericks. Grew up as a fan of the Dallas Mavericks and a little bit of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Grew up in South Dakota for like 5 years or so kind of Minnesota teams were our teams. I think they have a G League team in 2 different cities, Rapid City and in Sioux Falls. So the Sioux Falls team is actually pretty decent. from what I remember. There's a minor league hockey team there in Sioux Falls as well. But yeah, the Dallas Mavericks are my team of choice. Uh, it's a it is a big risk for the Dallas Mavericks. If they're able to get the extension done with Kyrie, no matter how it works out, I think this is what the Mavs had to do, is to jump up their talent level, and they did that with this trade. It was a lot more expensive than I was hoping, but when you look at the other trade offers that were out there, in order for them to get the deal done, they had to be able to beat those other offers, and they had to go a little bit higher than I think they really wanted to. I think they would rather have had a trade centered around Tim Hardaway Jr. and Christian Wood rather than Dorian Finney-Smith and Spencer Dinwiddie. But beggars can't be choosers. They got the better player here at the deadline, the best point guard available here at the deadline as well. And really like his fit with the Mavericks, just the ability to increase the speed on the team, ball movement as well. Luka Doncic not having to do so much for this team, really taking a lot of pressure and having a better player to kind of run that second unit for Dallas. I think Kyrie is going to be exactly what the doctor ordered in that regard. Now, Dallas is a little thin now as far as size and at the wing position. They've always been thin with size, though. I think they could make some deals here before the deadline here with about an hour to go to try to address those issues. I think they should be able to move off of the contract of JaVale McGee before the deadline. A lot of teams are interested in making some deals for some depth at center, and McGee is the cheapest of those options. However, he does have multiple years left on that deal. The cap hit of only 5.7 makes him tradable. Tim Hardaway Jr. is another contract that's been rumored to be available for the better part of this season as well. The Cavaliers are going to hold on to Karis LeVert, so I don't see him being moved to Cleveland. The Bulls were rumored as a fit, as a landing spot there. If they move a guy like Zach LaVine, I don't think they would go after an addition here at the deadline like Tim Hardaway Jr. The Lakers were another team that had interest in Tim Hardaway Jr. Obviously, they've made their decisions as to what they want to do here at the deadline, bringing in D'Angelo Russell instead. And I think the addition of D'Angelo Russell in LA actually helps the Mavericks as far as mitigating the risk for a trade for Kyrie, because now the money that the Lakers could have given to Kyrie is likely to be eaten up by D'Angelo Russell if they offer him an extension and he agrees to it. So this trade doesn't look so bad now from a Mavericks perspective after the Lakers made their move. The Suns, of course, have pushed their chips to the center to try to compete for the next couple of years in the West. I think the West got a whole lot more competitive over this trade deadline season. The East still looks like the East. The top four teams still look like the best teams in the East. But if you're not one of those top four, I think the East teams should be selling. So teams like the Bulls, the Knicks, teams like that, I think should be trying to sell off the pieces that they can here at the deadline and try to make one more go of it next season. I think the Knicks kind of fit squarely in that camp where they could make some things happen here at the trade deadline, whether it be bringing in LaVine or holding on to their chips for the offseason and making a trade at the NBA draft. They have 3 first-round picks that they have acquired through trade that are going to be in the draft next year. They could be in the draft next year, I should say. They do have some draft protections on them from Washington, Dallas, and Detroit. Timberwolves, as we expect, waived Bryn Forbes to kind of complete that D'Angelo Russell deal. That deal could be official at any moment now. Okay, this is an interesting move. The Suns make another move here, acquiring Darius Bazley for Dario Saric and a second-round pick. I wonder if this is part of a bigger deal. The Nuggets are trading Bones Highland to the Clippers. Interesting move there. For me, Dario Saric is like a $9 million contract. I imagine the Suns would like to have gotten off of that money after acquiring so much money in that KD deal. But I think that Darius Bazley's addition here gives them another piece to use at the wing. But I think there might be a second piece coming back to Phoenix here. Second round pick attached to Saric. Maybe that's the price for taking on the contract of Saric. If that's the whole trade, I guess that's fairly even. But if I'm the Phoenix Suns, I would have tried to get another piece out of that Thunder team just to kind of round out my roster. Nuggets are trading for Bones Highland, or trading Bones Highland to the Clippers. Curious what the return could be there. Highland, of course, is going to be a point guard going into the Clippers. Maybe that's the move, kind of going cheaper at the point guard spot. Maybe the Nuggets are getting back John Wall to be their backup point guard. Maybe that's the returning piece. I don't know. Nuggets are sending the Clippers are sending 2 second-round picks to the Nuggets. I'm still not sold that Highland is going to be the guy that's going to be able to be the point guard for the Clippers. I mean, you're talking about a star-laden team and a very young player being asked to do a ton with that team. I don't know. Trade still doesn't look great to me. I still think they need a point guard even after this deal. If Bones Highland develops into being that point guard, great, but he's not the point guard right now that's going to lead them on their roster. I still think Bones Highland will probably ride the bench more than players like Norman Powell or Terrence Mann. He's got to be able to beat guys out for minutes on the floor. Reggie Jackson, etc. I don't think he will be able to initially, which again leads me to wonder what they're doing here at the point guard spot. I have seen Bones play. He's still very young, though, to me. I mean, he is playing with Nikola Jokic in Denver. I get it. And Jamal Murray, but and Bones does have a nice ceiling. I do like his ability, but I'm just not sure he's ready for the spotlight of being the lead point guard on a team. I mean, this is kind of a futures play here for the Clippers. That's what this is about. For Denver, though, just to get a couple of second-round picks back, I'm a little bit surprised. Here we go. Warriors are trading James Wiseman to the Detroit Pistons for Saddiq Bey. Wonder if there's going to be another contract involved here. My guess is probably Nerlens Noel or something along those lines. Corey Joseph. But the Warriors do add wing depth here and get Saddiq Bey. The Pistons take another risk on another failed big man. They tried this with Marvin Bagley. Now they're going to try it with James Wiseman here. We did mention Saric to OKC. Second round pick as well. Baisley going back to Phoenix. Nice little flurry of trades over the last 5 minutes. Just waiting for more details on a couple of them. Looks like there's Atlanta is part of that Saddiq Bey and James Wiseman trade. Curious to see what the inclusion is there. Be kind of surprising to see if it's John Collins. He's been the most notable trade rumor around the Hawks. If they're able to offload that John Collins cousin or that John Collins contract, there we go. Yeah, I agree with you there, Bryce. But if I'm the Bulls, I hold out for RJ. If I don't get RJ, I hold on to Levine. Curious to see what the inclusion of Atlanta is. The Hawks are sending 5 second-round picks to the Warriors. So Saddiq Bey is actually going to Atlanta, not to Golden State. So Golden State's just getting a bunch of second-round picks? The Clippers will acquire him into the Highland into the trade exception there. Still only a couple of second-round picks for a point guard that I still think is very young. I'm just not sure he's going to be able to handle, figuring out how to run an offense with 2 huge weapons on it like George and Leonard. I still think they'll probably end up giving the ball in late game situations to Norman Powell and saying, hey, run the offense, or Paul George. I think Bones Highland, at the end of the game, probably will end up being on the bench. I think if they had been able to make the right move and bring in a decent point guard, like a Fred VanVleet or a Spencer Dinwiddie, D'Angelo Russell, Kyrie Irving, I think they'd have been much better served than having a guy like Bones Highland. Because I think they're a team that's ready to win right now. They just need a point guard to finish it off. Bones Highland might be a decent player now. He could be a great player in, say, 2 or 3 years. But at that point, your core is basically gone. Still waiting on some more details as to what exactly the Warriors are getting here. Looks like 5 second-round picks for James Wiseman is what the Warriors are ultimately end up getting. I don't know if they're trying to save money or free up money because they have all kinds of money and their tax bill is outrageous anyway. But the buyout market, I mean, they're going to sign guys to the league minimum. It's not like because of this trade they're going to be able to sign them to more than that. One hour until the trade deadline. Still trying to decide if I like this trade for Atlanta. They're giving up 5 second-round picks, essentially for Saddiq Bey. I think Saddiq Bey is probably worth 3 second-round picks. Maybe there's something else we're missing in this trade since it's still not complete as of yet. But I really like the trade for the Atlanta Hawks getting James Wiseman. If all they're giving up is Saddiq Bey, and that looks like what it's going to end up being. Saddiq Bey is all Atlanta is getting. See if there's any more details on that Tarasenko deal. Looks like they're retaining some of the contract, but no idea as far as compensation as of yet. Okay. Let's go to some of these posts real quick. There's the Bazley trade. He's a player with a lot of talent. There's the Bones Highland trade there. There's the 3-team deal. Wiseman, Bey, and picks. I actually like this trade if the Cavs were to make it for Josh Richardson. Another trade here, Houston and Atlanta. Looks like we're going to have 2 players going to Houston. Justin Holiday and Frank Kaminsky. Kaminsky's having a nice year for Atlanta. For Garrison Matthews and Bruno Fernando. Cost-cutting moves here for the Hawks. I'm wondering if we're going to start seeing some of the bigger salaries that need to be moved. Like a John Collins, a Tim Hardaway Jr., OG Anunoby, players like that, Mikal Bridges, and all these other deals that are rumored already that have been reported just need to get official as well before the deadline. Starting to see a flurry of moves now over the past couple of hours. Hawks are, I don't know what exactly they're trying to do, aside from save a little bit of money with that trade there. Houston, of course, has Eric Gordon to trade here before the deadline. Clippers are said to be interested in him. There is a possibility they could acquire Eric Gordon for a guy like Luke Kennard and maybe another player. Low-cost contract there to Houston. Maybe a pick going the other way. That'd be another move to give them another good wing player. I wonder what the Warriors are going to end up doing with those second-round picks that they have acquired. I think they have the draft pick ammunition now to add some pieces, low-cost pieces here at the deadline. I think they could use a point guard to kind of give them somebody else in that rotation while Steph is out. I think they could use some an athletic big like a Jordan Vanderbilt, like a guy they just gave up in Wiseman. Somebody who can come in there and actually play some productive minutes defensively for them. Maybe they go the trade route and try to bring in JaVale McGee, who they have had in the past there, and he did play well in his time with Golden State. We're still waiting on the Zach LaVine news, whether or not the Knicks are able to get that one across the finish line. We're 55 minutes away here from the trade deadline. After the deadline is over, we'll kind of recap the deadline for you guys just to kind of wrap up our video. And then we'll start making a whole bunch of content for you guys, breaking down each one of these trades that we've seen over the last few days, give you guys kind of in-depth analysis on each one of them. We'll probably do a lot of digging in on the Bones Highland acquisition for the LA Clippers, because I'm still not sold on him being the point guard that's going to be able to be on the floor as part of their closing lineup. I don't think he's going to be able to pilot that team the way that a veteran point guard would. And while I think he might be a great point guard in the future, or has a chance to be at least, I'm just not sure it's the right move for the Clippers at this point. I think they should have gone with more of a veteran, even if he doesn't necessarily have as high a potential or as high of a scoring average as, say, Bones Highland this year. They need somebody to distribute the ball to their shot makers. Norm Powell is being asked to do way too much as far as being able to create shots for others on that team because of their lack of a point guard. They've tried different guys like Terrence Mann and Reggie Jackson there along with Norm Powell, and it just isn't working. Obviously, John Wall didn't work out either. And they just need somebody to come in and be able to work well with the pieces that they have. Kyle Lowry even would have been a better option in my vision, just because of how he would have fit with Kawhi Leonard, how he's already familiar with Norm Powell as well. Just saying, they could have gone a different route here than what they chose to do. And Bones Highland might be a great upside play, and they may still go out there and get another point guard. But I'm still not sold that their point guard issues are solved just because they got Bones Highland. I guess that's my biggest point. I am a little bit surprised it only cost them 2 second-round picks. I'm not sure what the Nuggets are going to do for their point guard spot, honestly. Maybe there's another piece in the works here. Maybe there's a gentleman's agreement with the Clippers that they're going to go ahead and buy out John Wall. John Wall will find his way to Denver somehow, mysteriously. Atlanta still trying to make some deals around John Collins. Curious about this one. Blazers were looking for kind of a long-term guy at their center spot. Naz Reid would be an interesting piece for them. For only a couple of seconds, and Keon Johnson. Not sure if I do that if I'm the Timberwolves, though. Naz Reid, I do think as decent chance to be traded here in the next few hours. So basically, the Hawks are saving roughly $8 million in this type of a trade here with Matthews and Fernando. Not a bad move, I suppose, for them long term. Trying to save some money. They're a team that came into the season with high expectations after the DeJounte Murray trade. Obviously, John Collins took another major step back as far as his on-the-court play. We are 50 minutes away from the NBA trade deadline. Still waiting for some of those bigger trades to actually come across. Waiting on Levine to the Knicks possibly. Waiting on John Collins possibly being moved. Tim Hardaway Jr. from Dallas. OG Anunoby. Mikal Bridges. Spencer Dinwiddie. Kyle Lowry. Welcome in, reps. I do. Don't get time to play anymore. I got way too much stuff on my plate nowadays. Between my 9 to 5 job and then doing the YouTube channel here. Don't get time to play anymore, so it's been a long time since I played, but I do enjoy it. Going to update the screen here. Eric Gordon is being traded to the Clippers. Another big trade. We talked a little bit about the Clippers possibly working out a trade there. Hawks are also sending the Rockets 2 second-round picks as part of that salary dump trade. Now Eric Gordon is moved to the Clippers. Curious to see what the return is here. If I had to guess, it'd be something in the vein of a Luke Kennard, something like that. Robert Covington. If Robert Covington is a part of this deal, that would be an interesting piece because he may be rerouted somewhere else. Let's see what ends up happening here. Multi-team deal. Okay, so this could be a 3-team deal with the Clippers getting Gordon. They finally move him, though. That's what the Rockets had to do at this deadline. He was their one big piece to kind of move off of at the trade deadline. Waiting for the return on this. The Los Angeles Clippers, just after acquiring Bones Highland... The Los Angeles Clippers have acquired Bones Highland from the New... Dang notifications. Minutes after the LA Clippers have acquired Bones Highland from the Denver... as I mess up the team name. The LA Clippers have made significant additions to their team this... Let's try this. The LA Clippers are certainly making some trades here at the deadline, bringing in Bones Highland from the Denver Nuggets and now acquiring Eric Gordon as part of a multi-team trade. Join us live as we break down the trade live here on YouTube. Join us and hit that subscribe button and join the Upside Sports Network. Thank you, guys. Yeah, not bad. No, I don't like SpongeBob. Don't like animated stuff too much. Alright, so the Rockets are acquiring John Wall again. Yuck. Luke Kennard is going to Memphis. Really? What is Memphis giving up? Add some shot making, I suppose, for Memphis. Are they giving up Dylan Brooks? Or are they giving up some other contract? I imagine the Warriors were, especially after those draft picks they're getting from the other trade. Danny Green. Okay, that makes more sense. Danny Green to Houston. He's probably going to be bought out, so Danny Green will probably be a buyout candidate to go somewhere after this deal. Just going to update it one more time just to see if there's any further information. I imagine John Wall will probably be bought out. Curious to see the draft pick compensation going to Houston. Clippers are sending 3 second-round picks. Huh? Okay, so if the Clippers are getting the 3 second-round picks, that has to mean a first-round pick is going to Houston. Here we go. The Rockets will get the rights to swap the Bucks pick with the Clippers this year as part of the deal. But what is the true value that they're getting here? Because if they don't get a first-round pick back and they don't swap, they literally just acquired John Wall. Warriors interested in OG. That would be a good player for them. Yet again. Okay, here we go. Another trade for the Lakers. Lakers are trading Patrick Beverley to Orlando for center Mo Bamba. What? They just traded Thomas Bryant for 3 seconds. Now they're trading Patrick Beverley for another center. The thought process behind trading Bryant was because they had too many centers, didn't have playing time, and wanted to maximize that value there. Mo Bamba, I guess, is another good center to kind of have there as depth, I suppose. But now you've traded away your one piece that you could here at the deadline to bring in other help for you at the wing, and you trade it for another center. Not sure this is making sense. Shams delete a tweet? We gonna get an Anunoby trade possibly? I mean, it wasn't going to cost the Lakers much for them to acquire Mo Bamba. Probably just a second round pick was the expectation. Looks like it is going to be 1 second round pick going the other way. Rockets plan to waive Wall. Yes, they do. Where do you think Wall will go once he's likely being waived? I think Denver is a very likely outcome. Dallas could be an outcome. I don't think he'll go back to the Clippers. Lakers could even make some sense. Teams like those would probably be my best bet. But if I had to guess, the easiest path to playing time would probably be Denver. Warriors are now a serious contender for OG. That's what we just saw from Shams anyway. I'll still believe it when I see it though. Is Sammy Blay a first rounder? Hunter Skinner and a fourth rounder. Okay. The Los Angeles Lakers have traded Patrick Beverley and a second-round pick to the Orlando Magic for center Mo Bamba. He will slide in there probably as the reserve center behind Jared Vanderbilt in the rotation. Let us know in the comment section what you think about the Lakers bringing in Bamba. All right, let's see what else is happening here. Pelicans trading Devontae Graham and 4 seconds to San Antonio for Josh Richardson. That's a heck of a haul for Josh Richardson. Holy smokes. I guess you're taking on the contract of Devontae Graham, who's really kind of fallen on, well, bad times in New Orleans. I mean, the Spurs need somebody to kind of run their point guard unit anyway. I mean, they have some young guys that they've been using, but they haven't had anywhere near the production of DeJounte Murray, obviously. Pistons are sending Kevin Knox to the Warriors as part of that Wiseman trade. A lot of second-round picks being tossed around right now. The Golden State Warriors have emerged as a suitor for OG Anunoby from the Toronto Raptors after trading away James Wiseman as part of a 3-team trade earlier today. They are said to be seeking to bring in one of the top defenders in the entire league to help defend Kevin Durant in the playoffs. See if anything else is coming up here. Not as of yet. Let me share those on Twitter for those of you guys who are at work and are able to join us anyway. Yeah, Ibaka went to Indy as part of that Crowder deal. It wasn't a full deal. There's the full details of that deal are still kind of fluid right now, but it sounds like Jay Crowder is going to go to the Milwaukee Bucks in exchange for 3 second-round picks. Now, as part of that deal, George Hill, Ibaka, David Noir are all going to go to Indiana. Goga Batadze is going to be waived by Indiana. 2 second-round picks are also going to go to Indiana as part of a way for the Nets to avoid taking on those salaries to make the trades happen. So things are certainly happening right now, fast and furious here at the trade deadline. Got one other video I want to make sure people get shared out there. There we go. All right, let's see if anything else has happened in just the last couple of minutes here. Interesting part is one of the second round picks that they got from Denver. They used one of those in that deal with Orlando to get Mo Bamba. Wonder if a team looks at the Orlando Magic and says, "Hey, we'll take Pat Bev as kind of an expiring deal." But here for Orlando, this gets them that veteran point guard that they were needing to try to get them into the play-in tournament. Patrick Beverley loves to take teams that are around that bubble to get into the playoffs and drive them to the playoffs. Remember that first year he was with Minnesota, kind of celebrating like he won the championship when they just made it into the playoffs. I mean, come on. Pat Beverley was over the top with that, but that's something he really takes pride in. Elevating teams that are outside of the play-in right now, like the Orlando Magic, and getting them into the play-in and hopefully into the postseason. So maybe that will be the final destination anyway for Patrick Beverley. They were looking for a veteran point guard. Everybody thought it was going to be Derrick Rose, but it ultimately turns out to be Patrick Beverley. If he doesn't want to play in Orlando, maybe he asks for a buyout. More housekeeping on that deal for Jay Crowder there. Dallas still surprisingly has not made a deal as of yet. We are roughly 28 minutes away from the deadline right now. And this was about the time they made the deal with Porzingis last year. So I wonder if they were just kind of holding their cards until the very end here as far as Tim Hardaway Jr., Bertans, etc., Reggie Bullock, etc. No news yet as far as Zach LaVine as well. Got to imagine that one's going to have to happen here quickly if they're going to get it done at all. But the West has certainly gotten a lot more competitive as a result of this trade deadline. The East kind of consolidated into 4 teams right now. There's no need for any one of those teams to go out there and mortgage their futures. Now, say that the New York Knicks are able to go out there and get a guy like Zach LaVine without mortgaging their team right now, without trading R.J. Barrett, etc., then, more power to them. But I still don't think they're going to crack that top 4, even if they bring in Zach LaVine. So we'll see if that's a deal that ultimately waits for the draft and free agency. But 26 minutes away from the deadline right now. Again, we'll be live through the deadline with you guys for probably about 30 to 45 minutes after the deadline, breaking down any trades that do break after the deadline. As long as the trade call is placed before the deadline, your call can still be recorded afterward. So we'll see what happens here with the last few minutes remaining of the deadline. The Rockets do get their business done. Denver, I think, still needs a point guard. They could be in the buyout market for John Wall. That may be their target the rest of the way. Orlando gets their business done here at the deadline. The 76ers did their job. Portland's done a nice job as well. The Knicks, I think, are done unless they make something happen with LaVine. The Raptors got their guy in Podol, but I still think there's an opportunity to trade OG Anunoby. The Hawks, I still think, could have John Collins move, but that's a big contract, and they'd have to be willing to trade multiple picks in order to get something like that done. They're going to have to free up money for Sadiq Bey, but I think he's going to be a good piece there for Atlanta. An underrated trade here at the trade deadline, and as well as James Wiseman going to Detroit as well. So Good addition there by both teams. Warriors, of course, still trying to make their additions here with less than 25 minutes now to go until the deadline. Hmm. That trade that we were mentioning just a minute ago from David, that Vladimir Tarasenko, his salary is going to be retained 50% for the Blues the remainder of the season. They also get back a former Blue and Sammy Blais, Hunter Skinner, a conditional first and a conditional fourth as well. Kind of cleaning that one up from earlier. Still waiting on some more news out of Dallas. I still think they have something to do. The Nets have some work to do. I think they could hold until after the season, though. They could trade, Dinwiddie. I still think could be moved here at the deadline. Bridges could be moved here, but I think the move for Luke Kennard anyway from the Clippers basically is the move for the Grizzlies at this point, unless they're willing to move Dillon Brooks. I think Dillon Brooks, they may have to wait until free agency and may have to risk it and do something they've never really done, and that's spend in free agency for a player. But that's kind of what we're waiting for from the Grizzlies. Warriors still have some shopping to do. Josh Richardson, that trade that sent him to the Pelicans, gives them a nice wing player, good defender. They have some good rangy defenders on that roster already. Murphy the third. They have Brandon Ingram, who's more of an offensive weapon, but still is long, lanky. They have C.J. McCollum, who's probably going to take over the primary point guard role and has on that team since he's been there. They really haven't gotten much out of their point guard spot out of either Devontae Graham or Kyra Lewis. Lewis has been a little bit more productive, but Devontae Graham's basically been welded to the bench instead of in that starting lineup recently. He will go to San Antonio and see what he can do to resurrect his career with the Spurs. Maybe after the season, if he plays well, he can be traded to somewhere else and see if the Spurs can continue to add some more assets. We are 22 minutes away to the Warriors, or excuse me, to the trade deadline. You're seeing OG to the Warriors? I haven't seen anything on that as of yet. Okay. Had me worried there for a second that I was missing something. I mean, Woj and Shams are probably the best in the business as far as breaking news, but I had literally just refreshed the page and nothing was there yet. Still nothing as of yet. 21 minutes to go here until the deadline. Again, a lot of teams still have some business to do here, but a lot of the sellers have already gotten their jobs done. The Rockets got their job done with the Eric Gordon deal. They're expected to waive John Wall once again with yet another buyout. I imagine he might try to stick it to the Houston Rockets once again. He's got 2 years on his deal. $12 million is what his contract was worth at the time. Wouldn't it be funny if Houston's having to pay him literally twice for the same period of time? Who's going to win the Super Bowl? I'd imagine one of either the Chiefs or the Eagles. No, but if I had to pick a team, I'd probably say the Chiefs. There we go. I told you guys the centers were going to move at some point, and now we get another trade here for the Clippers. They add Mason Plumlee from the Charlotte Hornets. My guess the return there is probably going to be one of their bigger contracts as well. Probably of the Robert Covington, maybe a Zubac here. A little bit surprising if it is Zubac. No, it's Reggie Jackson going the other way. Okay. Reggie Jackson was invaluable for their playoff runs the last couple of years, but hasn't really been the same level of player this year for them. Still has been productive, but Clippers deciding to go with more size. This also takes some insurance away from Bones Highland. Means they must really think Bones Highland should be able to handle things for them. Curious to see if there's any draft compensation going to the Charlotte Hornets as well in this deal. If they get a second out of this, that'd be a pretty good deal, and then they'd be able to waive Reggie Jackson. Less than 20 minutes to go till the deadline. 18 minutes and 50 seconds now. We'll break down all of the moves the Clippers have made. They've certainly made some additions to their roster this over the last 24 hours. Really like the addition of Eric Gordon now that they've moved Reggie Jackson. I still think they're a point guard away. Now, if Bones Highland can prove me wrong, then this would really been the perfect deadline for the Clippers. They get a big man that they wanted, they get some shooting that they wanted, and they get the point guard that they wanted. The question is it enough? Is Bones Highland a good enough point guard to be able to shepherd all these important pieces, all the shuffling pieces coming in to the Clippers, and still being able to handle the big stars on their team in Paul George and Kawhi Leonard? That's my biggest question still with the Clippers, is their point guard spot. I think Bones Highland is a great addition here for them for the future. I just wonder about his ability to be able to handle it this season and next season, whether or not he can handle that ball distribution ability there with the LA Clippers. I do like the addition of Plumlee, though. Gives them some size on the inside. They really do need some more they need more strength down there. They don't really need size on the wing. They just need more strength behind Zubac. They didn't really have anybody to play behind him. They tried in the past with Serge Ibaka. Obviously, that didn't work out to the greatest that everybody thought it would. But Mason Plumlee, very sturdy defender, knows his role on the team is not going to be taking shots from other players on the floor. And he's a very valuable piece now as kind of a bench big man for them. I imagine he will be part of that rotation, especially since they're giving up Reggie Jackson. I imagine Kennard's minutes are going to go to Eric Gordon, while Reggie Jackson's are going to go to Bones Highland. John Wall was already out of the rotation for them. The one thing for the Clippers is they did all of this while still maintaining Nicholas Batum and Robert Covington off the bench as well, so they keep their bigger wings. They didn't have to give up Amir Kofi as well. He's a player that played really well for them last year, hasn't seen the floor much at all this year, and his numbers look bad this year as a result, but he's a piece that could have a real future in the NBA. Constantly refreshing these pages just in case something else breaks. What do you guys think of the deadline so far? We've had a pretty active deadline today, but I still think there's some business still outstanding for some teams. Maybe over the next few minutes we get some more movement. I'm still waiting to see what the Nets are going to do with the rest of the assets that they've acquired. I think they're not done quite yet. I think the Mavericks are still looking to try to get something done. I think they would have liked to have gotten a deal done with Tim Hardaway Jr. and Karis LeVert. Obviously, that's not happening. Cavs already telling LeVert that they're going to hang on to him through the deadline. Teams do need some wing help, and we're starting to see some of that movement or move around the NBA right now. You want Levine traded? Well, that would probably be the biggest trade right now that could happen here at the deadline, outside of OG Anunoby. I think that deal has a chance to cross the finish line here in the next 15 minutes. We are underneath 15 minutes until the deadline right now. I think the Celtics still need a defensive-minded center right now on their roster to come in here. Maybe a JaVale McGee trade here for Dallas might be the only thing they ultimately end up getting done here over the next 14 minutes. That would make sense for Boston to bring him in as kind of a defense-first guy. Warriors have an opening now at center after trading James Wiseman. They would be another fit for JaVale McGee. Ton of second-round picks have been traded so far today. Looks like the Atlanta Hawks have not been able to find a suitor for John Collins. I think this is terrible news for John Collins for the Atlanta Hawks because this was their last chance to really try to get positive value of any kind out of John Collins. I think the rest of the league is now going to understand, hey, John Collins, literally the worst contract in the sport right now. Atlanta's going to have to give up multiple assets to get that off of their roster. And then, they were asking for 2 first-round picks a couple of years ago, a first-round pick at the beginning of the year, a role player right now. It's just not going to happen. And now you got $25 million per season for the next 3 years for a player who's shooting 25% from 3 is a cancer on your team and is going to be even more of a cancer the rest of the season, I would imagine. But we'll see what ends up happening. You want to see Kyrie get traded? Well, you've already seen him get traded. He's now a member of the Dallas Mavericks. Surprised that Dallas hasn't called about Nurkic. I'm sure they've made a call, but I'm not sure he's the right fit at center for them long term. I mean, what would you have to give up in return for him? Unless it's Bertans, going out the door. I mean, I think the Mavericks would rather keep the rotation that they have with their centers. I mean, you're not going to give up a first-round pick for Nurkic, that's for sure. We are 12 minutes away from the deadline, less than 12 minutes away. Still waiting to see if any of these other teams finish off their shopping. I think the Lakers have done a good job at making some additions at the point guard spot and, of course, solving their center issues as well. I still think they need a wing here at the deadline, but they still have some picks that they could move around with to try to bring in another wing. They have Lonnie Walker's contract to move around as well. So there still is some room for the Lakers to make one more trade here before the deadline passes. 11 minutes away now. We are 11 minutes away from the deadline. In case you guys are wondering why the Warriors traded James Wiseman, it saved them $74.3 million off of their tax bill this year. So that's part of the reason why they made the move. That's quite a bit of savings there. That coming from Bobby Marks. Plus, they get the draft equity of 5 second-round picks to invest in trades for the future. I wanted to see him move too. I think it's been horrible for both Atlanta and for John Collins to kind of stay together. But I think Atlanta's been completely unreasonable when it comes to trades. when it comes to John Collins. I mean, the 2 first-round picks years ago, I mean, 1 first-round pick, sure. 2, no. Then we saw last year they kind of dropped that price down, and it was still pretty high, especially for a player who's going to be going into free agency. Then you get the $25 million per year contract that he signs with Atlanta. Sure, he wanted to get his money, but he chose to stay with a team that he absolutely doesn't want to be a part of, and that we've seen how that played out this year. And it's gone from bad to worse to absolutely ugly, and he's literally on the worst contract in the sport right now. Atlanta's going to have to bite the bullet and say, all right, we'll give up a couple of firsts to get off of this contract, but we're going to need something decent back in return, like a role player. Tongue in cheek, in case you didn't catch that. But yeah, that's an ugly one. Ooh, this one's interesting. The Blazers are trading Gary Payton back to the Warriors for 5 second-round picks. The move that they made to trade Josh Hart, I told you guys at the time they had some depth there because Gary Payton was a very similar player. They made the move to get Matisse Thybulle from the Philadelphia 76ers, kind of another player who fits that kind of defense-first role, kind of a combo guard/forward for them. So 5 second-round picks to the Blazers once again for Gary Payton. That's a good trade there for the Blazers, I believe, because they got Matisse Thybulle to play that role still, even with Josh Hart out. They still got Cam Reddish as well, and the Blazers have done a nice job accumulating second-round draft picks. Now they've got a number of second-round picks that they can make trades in the future. So we'll see what they ultimately decide to do. We'll be curious to see what the trade is that's going to go out to kind of match this, or if they try to expand the other one. The other trade that they made to make a 4-team trade: Blazers, Pistons, Hawks, and Warriors. But that would be kind of curious to see what they decide to do here at the deadline with him. Maybe there's another piece of this as well, if they decide not to include the other teams to make this a 4-team trade. But 5 second-round picks. So they're sending Kevin Knox to the Blazers as well in this deal. So they are including this trade to be a 4-team trade. Okay. So there was already talk about them trading Wiseman for Gary Payton. So basically they're taking the picks that they're getting for Wiseman, immediately shifting them with Knox to the Blazers. So the Blazers still pick up Kevin Knox in this deal as well. So very interesting kind of a trade there. Gotta love how trades stack on top of other trades as you keep going. Wow. And now they get Gary Payton back for that long-term contract. Long-term, a couple years more anyway. Very interesting move there. We are less than 7 minutes away from the deadline right now. We still have yet to see the big trades of Anunoby, Levine, pieces like those. Be curious to see if they actually are moved here at the deadline. Just trying to keep us updated if there's anything else happening right now. Trades are going to come fast here in the next 5 minutes, so keep your seatbelts buckled. It's going to be a fun one. I think we're going to see a bunch of little tiny deals here over the next 5 minutes. Gary Payton coming in probably gives them some comfort without Steph Curry being there. Familiarity with the system there as well. They don't have to teach another player how to get used to playing in Golden State. They can just go ahead and bring in Gary Payton and solve their issue with Steph Curry being out due to injury right now. 4 minutes away from the deadline. 4 minutes until the deadline. So if for some reason you're watching and you're a member of one of these front offices, get a deal done. We'd love to see what you got. Hmm. Really like what the Clippers have done with their moves. Reshuffled their deck a little bit. Gordon, to me, is a little bit better version of Luke Kennard. Bones Highland, a little bit of an upgrade on Reggie Jackson long term. Just wonder about this season. Mason Plumlee, obviously a better player than John Wall, gives them some size because John Wall was not a good fit there in LA. Doesn't look like anything happened in the last minute. There's the 4-team trade. Wiseman to Pistons, Bay to the Hawks, Peyton to the Warriors, and Picks and Knox to the Blazers. Lakers could use a shooter, but I think they need a wing more than anything else, defense or offense, honestly. They just need somebody to come in and play the wing for them. I really like the move they made for Hachimura. Another player like that would be a great addition for the Lakers. They have Lonnie Walker's contract, as I mentioned, so it's not going to be, one of those high-priced pieces out there. But we'll see. Bryant requested a trade. You're referring to Thomas Bryant? Yeah, I do have to believe Levine to the Knicks is unlikely as well. This close to the deadline, it's very difficult to, one, exchange medicals and get all the picks lined up and all the contracts that are needed to go back and forth, get the trade call into the league, and not have somebody mess up something as far as dotting the I's or crossing the T's. So I would say the Levine deal is probably done now. I would say the Anunoby deal is also done now that the Golden State Warriors have made the move for Gary Payton. A little bit surprised that the Grizzlies didn't try to get in there a little bit more aggressively for Bridges or Anunoby. Same thing for the New Orleans Pelicans. They made their move by going Josh Richardson instead of Anunoby. Christian Wood is staying put in Dallas, according to Mark Stein. Well, I think they did screw him because the way they traded for Jared Vanderbilt and told him, hey, you're losing playing time to Gabriel and Vanderbilt. You're going to be our third center, and when Anthony Davis is healthy, you're probably not going to be in the lineup at all. I think that's how they screwed him, and that's why the trade request came. I mean, the Lakers have done a nice job at the trade deadline, but they can also take their lumps too. They're a big boy team. They can handle it. Not everything is handled perfectly by everybody. I do like what the Lakers did as far as trading Thomas Bryant, don't get me wrong. Taking a minimum salary, turning him into 3 second-round picks that you then turn around and fill that same roster spot with a Mo Bamba. Now, I still don't think that they should stop there. I still think they need to bring in a wing here. They got literally 42 seconds as of right now to try to bring in another piece. But as I mentioned, we usually see a couple of trade calls that are log jammed at the league office that are not being reported on right now. So we will be live with you guys here for the next half hour. So just because it hits that trade deadline, the countdown clock hits 0, doesn't mean that everything's done. We still might see a few more deals come out of the woodwork here over the next half hour or so. So we'll see if anything has anything in the hopper. Very interesting that Christian Wood is going to stay in Dallas. This tells me Dallas feels confident about their ability to either extend him or sign him in free agency. Their offer beforehand was 2 years, $36 million. He was searching for a 4-year, $77 million contract. There was belief around the industry that he'd be able to get that on the free agent market once he became a free agent. But it seems like that market has certainly cooled off, and so he might actually accept that 2-year deal with Dallas. So now that the trade deadline is going to pass here shortly, we'll see what he ends up doing. And we are officially past the deadline. In 3, 2, 1, that's it. The deadline is passed. Calls have to already have been made. We'll just see if anything else gets approved from the league office. Doesn't look like anything as of yet. Just going to update one more time. A lot of trade activity. A lot of second-round picks dealt today. Multiple second-round picks. These teams that acquired all these second-round picks are not going to draft all of them. I mean, most second-round picks don't end up making the roster. They end up either as the two-way player or they're stashed overseas, players like that. But these teams that acquired so many second-round picks, if they're all in the same year, you're not going to have 4 second-round picks coming into your roster that season. You're going to have some of them that are stashed. You're going to trade some of them for other players. So teams that acquired so many of them, like the San Antonio Spurs, have acquired a lot of first-round picks and second-round picks. Now if they can go out there and go out and spend money in free agency, they can trade for whatever player they would like. And then after that, they'd still have some picks that they can use. They can trade for other assets in the future. So just because you see a lot of these second-round picks on a lot of these rosters, or a lot of these future draft picks being accumulated by other teams, we could still see them in future trades at the next trade deadline or in the offseason or at the draft. We should see a lot of activity coming around the NBA with those second-round picks. Pretty much going forward, since so many teams have accumulated so many of them. Did Toronto really not trade any of those guys? Seems like they haven't. Told you guys when they made the move for Podol last night that they were likely not going to sell, and they haven't, at least by all accounts. Now you'll wait for probably about the next half hour to see if every team, their reporters give the all-clear signal, basically saying that their trades are done. They're done for the day. There's no other trades coming out. So we're going to wait until we see a lot of those type of explanations coming from local reporters for each team. I know I have particular interest in the Dallas Mavericks just to see if they're done here at the deadline with the move for Kyrie. Biggest trade, of course, here at the deadline, Kevin Durant goes to the Phoenix Suns. 4 first-round picks, a pick swap, in addition to Mikal Bridges, Kim Johnson, and Jay Crowder. Jay Crowder flipped for 3 second-round picks, 2 of them going to the Pacers, 3 of them to the Brooklyn Nets as well. So not a bad haul for Brooklyn, trading Kyrie and Kevin Durant. But they are certainly no longer a contender in the Eastern Conference. Bobby Marks letting us know why it's not actually over. You're welcome. Try to keep you guys updated as much as I can. Thanks, JN. We try to help out, have some fun with you guys. But we'll be having we'll do a recap for you guys of the deadline probably late this evening, possibly around 9 o'clock. We'll see if we end up doing that one, but we'll try to do some recap videos on the trade deadline over the next couple of days as well. So keep your eyes peeled for what might happen with those. I will certainly do a couple of videos on Kevin Durant, the full breakdown for both sides of the trade, the Phoenix side of the trade and the Brooklyn side of the trade. We'll do a full video on Kyrie Irving. We'll do one on pretty much every single one of the trades that you've seen today. Certainly one on that 4-team trade. We'll do another one on all the trades that the Clippers made. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. We'll also do one on the Vladimir Tarasenko trade that we saw in the NHL today, the Yu Darvish extension in baseball. And of course, the NHL trade deadline is March 3rd, I want to say. We'll be live for you guys on that day as well. Let's just update it just to see if anything else is happening. Nothing as of yet. Usually there's no rush to announce these things right after the deadline. So if there is one still in the hopper, that's why we wait probably about a half hour just in case it does happen. Usually about 15 minutes is about the limit for most of them as to when those deals are finally announced. So again, we see if Dallas does actually pull off a trade here. See if they were able to shed the contract of JaVale McGee. I think that one would have been relatively easy for Dallas to be able to move. Maybe get a second rounder out of it. What picks did the Wolves get in that three-team trade? They got the 25 and 26 second rounder from the Utah Jazz. They also got the worst of the draft pick between the Warriors and the Wizards, I think. I might be wrong on that one, but that one's in 2024. But in either event, it's 3 second-round picks that they got in that three-team deal. Welcome back, Aaron. Haven't seen you on yet today, but welcome in. Still no deals as of yet. We're about 6 minutes past the deadline right now. We'll be live with you guys here for probably another 20 minutes, just in case something does break. And then we'll get started on making some of those videos. Probably post a couple of them tonight, and then the majority of them the rest of the week and through the weekend. Super Bowl, of course, coming up. Put out some content for those of you who are interested in that. My biggest takeaway from the deadline right now is, of course, the Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving sell-off from the Brooklyn Nets. The push towards the center, anyway, for the Phoenix Suns, literally pushing all their chips into the middle for a 2-year title run here in the West. Now, the Golden State Warriors, I think, are still the most dangerous team, but the Warriors are certainly no slouch out there in the West. But the Phoenix Suns are certainly improved with Kevin Durant. Did they improve their chance this year, or are they simply doomed for a one-and-done playoff round? I think they're done, or they're doomed for a one-and-done playoff round anyway. But the West is certainly still wide open. It all depends on where Minnesota finishes up. I mean, they're going to get Karl Anthony Towns back. They got to figure out how to work with Mike Conley. I think they could have still used another shooting guard, somebody to put the ball in the basket anyway. But I think they should be able to make it out of the play-in tournament and into the playoffs. Depending on who their matchup is in the first round, if it's, say, the Memphis Grizzlies, I think they have a chance to win that matchup. If it's a team like, say, the Denver Nuggets, Dallas Mavericks, the Phoenix Suns, the Golden State Warriors, if it's a team like that, I think Minnesota's out after the first round. But I think they did help themselves a little bit by getting some certainty with Mike Conley being there instead of D'Angelo Russell, getting some second-round picks back as well. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, a good young player, see if he can kind of catch some fire there with the Timberwolves. But I like what they've done here at the deadline. I just think they could have done a little bit more. Raptors never turned out to be sellers, adding total. Really. So the Raptors basically used this trade deadline to get a lot of information on the value of their players. Minnesota not looking for a reunion with Patrick Beverley. Okay. Maybe they really do believe Mike Conley is great and solves all their problems. Thank you, Aaron. Just want to say thank you. Really appreciate you staying live and updated with all the trades again. Thank you. You're welcome, Alberto. Nah, you're good. Shoot, I would have too if for Vladimir Tarasenko. That's a first-round pick in a trade. That's a big trade in the NHL. I'm not a fan of Tarasenko, but I think the Rangers kind of goofed that one in my opinion, but they're trying to make a push. Getting things done before the trade deadline. Can't fault them for that. I agree with this statement here by Bill Simmons. Brooklyn is just keeping 9 wings? What? I would have certainly traded a couple of them. But now the buyout market can begin. I think I actually have that in the bottom of the description. It can show you how to do that. I think it doesn't do the super chat with this thing, but it does the tip thing if you wanted to do something like that. I'm not asking for it, but if that's how you guys wanted to do it, it's always been at the bottom of the description of the videos. Still no news yet as far as any other trades. It looks like that might be it for the trade deadline. So no all clear yet from all the teams, but nobody's coming out saying, "Hey, hold on, we're hearing something," that they're still on the phone. We aren't hearing anything like that from any of the reporters. So it looks like this might actually be it. So with that said, it looks like the trade deadline is over. Kevin Durant goes to the Phoenix Suns, reshaping things in the West. Lakers certainly add several pieces to their roster along with the Clippers. Mavericks make the move for Kyrie. The West got certainly more interesting. Everybody thought the West was starting to take a step back. Well, they're back. Kevin Durant's back in the Western Conference again, joining another super team. We'll see how this super team pans out over the next year or two, but I think that's their title window, and that's it. If the Suns do not get it done this year or next, go ahead and write them off as one of the worst trades in NBA history, making the trade for Kevin Durant. One of the worst big threes ever is officially over. James Harden, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Durant only recorded one playoff series victory in their time together as a big three. They just did not perform as well as other big threes have in the past as well. Other takeaways from the deadline: Kyrie becomes a second star to Luka Doncic there in Dallas. They still have more work to do, but they certainly add to their team. Other takeaways, of course, is that the Clippers have made a number of different improvements. It'll all be judged on how Bones Highland performs as their point guard. If he takes over and becomes the next great point guard in the world, great. But I still think he's going to have difficulties being able to handle the big personalities on that team, the iso ball that they like to play, and their just lack of chemistry on offense when they play on or when they do play. That's a lot to ask a young player to come in and solve. Rate the Nets deadline. The Kyrie trade, A+. The Kevin Durant trade, another A+. Their trade deadline as a whole, a solid A. I think they could have traded some more of the wings that they have on their roster right now to be able to get even more first-round draft picks. I think trade deadlines are invaluable to try to drive up prices of players. I don't think you would have gotten a higher price on when we do get to free agency or in the draft for players like Dorian Finney-Smith or Spencer Dinwiddie or Royce O'Neal or Mikal Bridges or Cam Johnson. All those players would have higher value right now, right after the trade, because these players, they didn't know they were going to be available, and so teams are going to overbid just to see if they can get them. And they did, and you didn't say yes to those deals. And we'll see if they're able to move some of those pieces after the season is over at the draft as we get to free agency, but they're carrying a whole bunch of wings as we go into the second half of the season. They're going to be great defensively. Told you guys this at the time when they made the trade or they traded away Kevin Durant. They'd be great defensively, but where are their shots going to come from? Who's going to score for them? Cam Thomas has scored 40 points in a row 3 straight times, but is he really going to be your lead scoring guy or leading scorer the rest of the way? Or are you going to count on guys like Seth Curry to be your leading scorer or Mikal Bridges to be your leading scorer? I don't see it being, a guy that you're going to point to and say, hey, he's a 20-point-a-game scorer on that roster. I think you'll point to a number of guys and say, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy will all be 15-point-a-game scorers, and none of them will be our lead player. That's kind of the issue I think that the Brooklyn Nets are going to have the rest of the way. I think they did a great job trading their 2 big assets, but they could have done so much more. So I'll still give them an A. I just won't give them an A+ because they could have done more. But that's kind of how I grade the deadline for the Nets. Then we are Christian Wood posted a tweet anyway. Beat y'all trade rumors. Looks like Christian Wood wanted to stay in Dallas. He was really happy to come to Dallas originally anyway, and it looks like he will be staying as well. I agree with that one. The story is the non-top three of the West getting better: Suns, Mavs, Clippers, Lakers, and Warriors. Just want to pull this up for you guys. Not this one. Where's the other one? Just so you guys can kind of see the standings right now. The Kings didn't really make a move here at the deadline. They brought in Kessler Edwards, sure. The Grizzlies made the move for Kennard, okay. The Nuggets made the move for Thomas Bryant and lost Bones Highland, again, okay. But the teams that really made pushes to try to improve their positioning in the West, the Mavericks, the Suns, the Clippers, Pelicans did an okay move. Timberwolves kind of did a lateral move as well. The Warriors certainly got a little bit better in my eyes. And then the Blazers, I think, got a little bit better as well. But kind of an interesting trade deadline as a whole. Raptors ultimately end up not selling any of their pieces that they have. Mavericks give the all clear there. Kyrie Irving, Markieff Morris, and no one else. They did not make any other moves today. Tim Hardaway Jr. did not have enough interest today, as looks like teams kind of went towards their other targets at the trade deadline. But the Lakers make the move to get D'Angelo Russell, Malik Beasley, Jared Vanderbilt. They bring in Mo Bamba. They trade Pat Beverly. They trade Russell Westbrook and Thomas Bryant. So a busy deadline for the Lakers. Really think they could have done a little bit more as far as a wing to kind of round out their roster a little bit to finish off this trade deadline. But overall, Lakers did very well. A lot of teams had a great deadline. We'll post some grades videos out for you guys later on. But looks like the deadline is indeed over. Appreciate you guys joining us for our NBA trade deadline coverage. Thank you guys for hitting that subscribe button. Really helps when you do that. Really helps when you hit that like button as well. We'll be posting a ton of content over the next couple of weeks about the fallout from the trade deadline, Super Bowl related content, as well as NFL free agency that's just about to begin as well. Where will Aaron Rodgers go as far as a trade? NHL trade deadline is in a month. We'll have a bunch of videos for you guys up until that. We'll break down the Tarasenko trade that went down today between the Blues and the Rangers for a first-round pick, and other picks were involved as well. But it's going to be a very fascinating time over the next couple of months. Everybody says this is the time of the year after the Super Bowl that things kind of wane down in the sports world before baseball starts. No. I mean, you got trade deadline talk. You got teams trying to push for the playoffs. It's going to be a very fascinating time. NFL offseason certainly is going to dominate a lot of the talk here at the Upside. But thank you guys for joining us here at the Upside, having so much fun with us here today. If you haven't hit that subscribe or like button here on YouTube, please do so. It really does help us out. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN, Facebook Upside Sports Network, TikTok Upside Sports Network as well. And thank you guys for joining us. And we'll see you guys later on. Appreciate all the support, and thank you guys for joining us.